They are also Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Rakesh Kumar Tripathi from King George's Medical University. Am I audible?
Yeah, I'm Dr. Venkat here. I'm able to hear you.
Okay,
Are you able
okay.
to hear me?
You're welcome. Welcome, Dr. A.V. Swaminathan. Welcome.
Good afternoon, sir. Namaskar.
Good afternoon.
Namaskar.
Dr. Meghna?
Bandesh. Good afternoon, Dr. Swaminathan. Nice meeting you on the Zoom. This is Dr. Venkat from Bhaktivedanta Hospital.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to meet you, Dr.
Me
Venkatraman,
too.
sir. Yes.
Me too. Where are you placed?
I'm right now in Mumbai.
Yeah, okay. Okay. I'm also in Mumbai.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. That's so sweet.
Sometimes we stay so close by, but we might not have met each other.
Very true, sir. Very true.
Hello.
नमस्कार सर, मैंने ज्वाइन कर लिया है।
Okay. Thank you.
थैंक यू सर बताने के लिए, वरना मैं अलग जगह उस पे ही ज्वाइन करे होती।
ठीक है। मधुरमा मैम को भी बता दिया मैंने और मैडम को लिंक भी भेज दिया है।
जी।
प्लीज एक बार कोऑर्डिनेट करिए। हाँ
जी सर।
वेलकम डॉक्टर ज्योत्सना अग्रवाल।
नमस्कार मैम। प्रधान मैम ने भी ज्वाइन कर लिया।
सर नमस्ते।
Oh, good morning, ma'am, Jyotsna ma'am. Very warm welcome to you.
नमस्ते मैम। Am I audible?
Yes. Dr. Shiraz, kindly make our resource persons as the co-host and the chairpersons as the co-host.
Ma'am, we have already made you and Dr. Megha as co-host, and apart
Yes.
from that, we have already made this setting. In the beginning, the presenters can easily share their PowerPoint presentations.
Okay. There's no need of giving separate permission.
We have
for that,
given
huh?
access to everyone. Okay.
That's fine. So, Dr. Megha, Dr. Tripathi has also joined. Good morning, Doctor. Rakesh Tripathi has also joined. Manju ma'am has also joined. And Professor Jyotsna Agarwal ma'am joined. Venkat sir has joined or not, Megha?
I need to see.
And Swaminathan bhai
Yes,
has joined.
I've joined.
Okay,
Namaskar.
good morning. Namaskar sir. Very good.
Namaskar. Yeah.
And Venkat sir has joined. Dr. Megha?
Namaskar.
Let
How
me
are you,
give-
Madhurima ma'am?
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm
Good
fine.
morning,
I was
Sudha.
searching you.
Yes.
Okay, after joining
नमस्कार
actually.
सर।
Namaskar.
Yes. Nice. Namaskar.
So
Ma'am,
can we?
all the participants have. All the speakers have already joined the session.
Yes. All the speakers and the chairperson and the moderator has already joined.
Okay.
So Dr. Megha, now you can start the session.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. A very warm welcome to all the speakers, chairperson and co-chairperson of our second symposium that is based on challenges of positive intervention in Indian cultural context for sustainable happiness in society. So we'll be, I am very grateful to Professor Manju Agarwal ma'am, who has consented to be a chairperson in our symposium too. Let me just briefly introduce all the speakers and our chairpersons before we begin with the symposium. Professor Manju Agarwal ma'am is currently the Dean Student Welfare, Amity University, Lucknow campus. She has 45 years of experience in academics, management, social entrepreneurship and psychotherapy. She was member of a steering committee of Planning Commission for 11th Plan. She is Chief Architect of Women's Policy for UP and contributed in health and educational policy as well as in crafting of domestic violence bill. Her areas of specialization are positive psychology, health psychology, and gender studies. She is IMDHA Netherlands certified hypnotherapist, USA certified life coach and trainer. She has also published 2 psychometric scales, one on life stresses and another on positive life orientation. She is also published 2 books and several papers in internationally reputed journals. She is also the director of Center for Positivity and Happiness in Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. We welcome you, ma'am, and thank you so much for being there. I would also like to introduce and welcome our co-chairperson, Dr. Rakesh Tripathi sir. Rakesh Tripathi sir is currently the Professor Junior Grade cum Clinical Psychologist at Department of Geriatric Mental Health, King George Medical University, Lucknow. He has conducted different training programs as a resource person on different aspects of disaster management organized by UP State Disaster Management Authority and DDU State Institute for Rural Development. He has been working as an officer at Sahara Welfare Foundation, Gorakhpur, Uttar Pradesh. He has also worked as psychologist cum psychiatrist at District Disability Rehabilitation and Re-Addiction Center. He has membership of various professional bodies. He has been awarded various awards like 7 times IAGHM INTAS Award, 4-time Poster Awards. He is a guest of honor in national level CRE programs. He has also received a Young Scientist Award. We welcome you, sir, on behalf of Psychology Department and IRA University. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us as your co-chairperson. It is my honor and privilege. It is my honor and privilege to introduce our speakers for the second symposium. I would like to introduce Dr. Josna Agarwal ma'am, who is the Associate Professor of NIMHANS, Bangalore. She is a consultant for adult psychiatry, geriatric medicine, positive psychology, and integral medicine, along with being the faculty in charge of VIPRA. She was awarded the prestigious Forgetry International Postdoctoral Fellowship at Washington University School of Medicine. Prior to joining NIMHANS, she served as an assistant professor at the Indian Institute of Technology, Patna. She has also worked at various research and management positions at Community Empowerment Lab. Her research interests include Indian psychology, yoga, and consciousness studies with positive psychology and preventive and promotive approaches towards public mental health. She's also currently working on applications of Indian psychology and positive psychology in the clinical settings. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us, and we welcome you on a behalf. Our second speaker is E.V. Swaminathan, sir. He's a Raj Yoga teacher of Brahma Kumaris. He has been a teacher, life coach, counselor, and consultant with a clear focus on creating a value-based society. At present, he is the research guide for MBA and PhD students. He has a unique distinction of conducting training for Army at the highest battlefield of the world. He has also appeared on numerous television talk shows and trained his students at IIT Kharagpur, IIT Mumbai, and IIT Kanpur. Conducted training sessions in more than 200 industries in Asia, Africa, and Middle East. Conducted training for the Indian Army, Navy, Air Force, CRPF, BSF, CISF, and NSG. He has addressed more than 100 national conferences of engineers, doctors, and various paramedical officers. He is associated with Brahma Kumari Vidyalaya for the last 5 years. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Last but not the least, I would also like to welcome our third speaker, Dr. K. Venkatramanan, sir, who is the Director, Project and Program, Bhakti Vedanta Hospital and Research Institute. He is a postgraduate in Commerce and Business Management and holds PG Diploma in Hospital Administration and Import-Export Management. He has over 35 years of management experience, and for the past 25 years, he is with Bhakti Vedanta Hospital and has expertise in healthcare management. He started his career with TCI Group and later worked as management consultant in Hyderabad. He is a big visiting faculty to various institutes like All India Institute of Local Self-Government and has presented papers in various forums. His presentation at the International Conference on Spirituality and Psychology 2018 at Bangkok and NGO Expo New York 2018 were very well received and appreciated. He is also a speaker at Elitis Healthcare Innovation Summit, Mumbai and Delhi. He is a certified transformation and success coach from Jack Canfield and Rice Academy. He is backed with many prestigious awards for various healthcare initiatives like National CSR Leadership Award, CSR Impact Award, Mahatma Award for Social Good Award, CSRI Impact Award at 2017, Trendsetter in Patient Wellbeing and Quality Care. He is keen to make a lasting impact by creating a self-sustainable model for healthcare and rural development. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us in this venture. Now, I would request Rakesh Tripathi, sir, to please carry forward the symposium. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Manju. On behalf, of the Department of Geriatric Mental Health, KGMU, I welcome you all. And with permission of Chairperson, Professor Manju Agrawal, I would like to share few points because we have already been late about 20 minutes. So Dr. Agrawal told that we would like to present the PPT first, or you want to present 5 minutes of your key points of your presentation, and after that, if there is any question from the audience, then you may proceed with your PowerPoint presentation for at least 10 minutes. And after that, we can discuss the points. So I would yes.
I would just like to add that if the conveners and organizers are okay with it, then we can have a more interactive session than one way, and the audience often feels that they want to interact. Megha, if you
Please mute yourself. Megha, please mute yourself. Megha, mute yourself.
ठीक है.
With permission, I would like to add a few words, very few words with you. That organizing this conference is really a journey for me. And yesterday it was inaugurated by Professor T.S. Paudel. उन्होंने सबसे पहले जो बहुत important बात उन्होंने कही कि if we want to achieve sustainable happiness, we have to achieve believe in positivity because it is more stronger than negativity. And then we had several paper presentation sessions and symposium, and the symposium was based on the psychotherapies for sustainable happiness. इसमें भी 3 हमारे speakers थे. उसमें जो हमारी मेन बात निकल के आई, डॉक्टर इंजीनियर सुशील कोमोत्रा फ्रॉम मलेशिया थे. उन्होंने ये कहा कि there must be some universal scientific theories, and the Indian system of science can connect it very well. And he also talked about certain theories. I'll not go in detail about them. And another speakers talked about the positive psychotherapies, various approaches and techniques of positive psychotherapy. And another speaker from USA shared certain case studies regarding the person-centered psychotherapy. And the session was summarized that there should be some eclecticism in psychotherapeutic practices, so as to strengthen our more Indian vision of indigenous practice. And organizing this symposium, I have 2 concerns for this symposium. Firstly, I believe that despite having a very sound philosophy and action plan in Indian psychology for achieving happiness, India has achieved a very lower position among countries and rated for gross national happiness index. And secondly, I believe that Western psychotherapies take a segregated view of self, whereas Indian psychotherapeutic system is based on taking a holistic view of self. And I'm very confident that the renowned speakers today will throw light on these issues and answer the questions that how we can establish Indian psychotherapies to supplement and complement Western psychotherapies. So with these words, I thank you very much, madam, for giving me an opportunity to say my view about this symposium. Now the floor is yours. You can carry forward as you wish.
Your view is most important, Dr. Madhurima. You are the convener, and you have taken so much of courage to organize it with Era University. And I think once we start talking about these issues, this is the first step when we start spreading them as well. So, and today's topic is very, very important about Indian way of happiness and Indian approaches to happiness. And I'm very happy that I'm really blessed to have such renowned speakers in this session. I'm feeling very humbled to chair this session. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And as Dr. Tripathi just mentioned, if my speakers agree, and so what we can, the structure of this session can be slightly different if there is a consent on that. And it can be that they can introduce their key points, And after that, we can have in chat box the questions that arise in the minds of our listeners and audience. And then my moderator, Dr. Tripathi and Megha can help in raising those questions from different speakers. And then I think they continue their talk in reference to the questions that come. So I would ask the speakers, Dr. Agarwal, Dr. Venkataraman and Dr. Swaminathan, would you agree with this structure so that we can follow it? Is that okay with you?
Yeah, it seems to be fine. We can go ahead with that.
Okay. Thank you very much. So, Dr. Tripathi, kindly move forward. Invite one of the speakers.
Yes, thank you very much, ma'am, for your kind words. And I invite Dr. E.V. Swaminathan to present your key points in 5 minutes on the topic managing challenges through holistic intelligence. Welcome, Dr. E.V. Swaminathan.
And I request the audience to be ready with your questions and please put it in the chat box, which we will keep collecting.
Most respected Honorable Chairman, Professor Manju Agarwalji, Dr. Rakesh Tripathi, the co-chairman, my fellow panelists, and my dear wonderful participants and friends. It's a great pleasure to be here today. Please accept lots of greetings of peace and happiness from Dr. Swaminathan. In fact, the topic that I am going to interact today is all about managing challenges through holistic intelligence. Right now, when we speak about holistic intelligence, we need to understand what exactly is holistic intelligence. Now, holistic intelligence is basically a combination of, IQ plus EQ plus SQ. We all know intelligence quotient, emotional quotient, and spiritual quotient. As far as the, the concern of Indian psychology is concerned, we need to be proud as Bharatvasis and Indians. India is very, very strong as far as the SQ is concerned, the spiritual quotient is concerned. So Indian psychology focuses more on the SQ part of it. Now, as far as the holistic intelligence is concerned, and since there's a very beautiful, scientific forum, I'll be very happy to share with you. In the next 5 minutes, I will be very happy to share with you a very wonderful research that was done by a very wonderful personality when he was as a director of DRDO, and that's none other than Dr. Kalam sir, right? So just allow me to share a small presentation of Dr. Kalam sir. And this particular joint research was done by DRDO and the Global Hospital, a hospital run by a spiritual organization which is called as the Brahma Kumaris Ishwariya Vishwavidyalaya. And as far as the managing challenges are concerned, this was focused on we all have challenges in our life, लेकिन जो सबसे ज़्यादा जो challenges देख रहे हैं, that is with the police forces, the military and the paramilitary forces. This application of the Indian psychology, the spiritual dimension for happiness to manage challenges, started in late 1998 and it got completed in the year 2006. And as the Honorable President of India, Dr. Kalam has shared his words of wisdom and the research for all of them. So I will be using my time of initial 3-4 minutes and allow let's watch this wonderful video of Dr. Kalam sir, right? Just give me a couple of minutes here.
Absolutely, sir. Take your time.
Thank you. So I'm sure you're able to see Dr. Kalam here, right? And let's watch this.
Dr. Chopra.
His Excellency, President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, we welcome you on the occasion of inaugural function of World Congress on Clinical and Preventive Cardiology at Abu Road, Shantivan. We are very grateful to you, sir, being with us this evening and addressing all the delegates who have come from different parts of India and the world. We have already finished one day of our conference, which commenced this morning at 4 a.m. This conference is unique in its own way, a conference with difference. We started the meditation program.
And that's a very wonderful keyword that the comparator is using. We started at 4 a.m. The conference started at 4 a.m. And we started with meditation. So here the whole application is about a beautiful application of Raj Yoga meditation. Now the comparator is telling about all the national international faculty. I will save time and we will be very happy to listen directly to Dr. Kalam sir.
Of course, understanding what have you come across the book.
Now here is where what Dr. Kalam says is health means the physical, the mental, the social, and the last part is very, very important. The fourth dimension of spiritual well-being should be added. Now this is what is very, very interesting.
The unknown in the audience. He brought out for the, do you agree? The DRDO took the initiative of the formulating a project in collaboration with Global Hospital and Research Center. Mount Abu, an institution of the Brahma Kumaris, they added the fourth dimension of the spiritual health to take care of total heart health. In addition, this project involved a partnership from many hospitals and research institutions spread in different parts of the country, wherein cardiologists, endocrinologists, physiologists, fitness experts, and spiritualists worked hand in hand for more than 8 years to understand if this integrated mechanism can provide an antidote to the expanding global heart problem. Now, friends.
Now this last part of my presentation as far as Dr. Kalam is concerned is very, very relevant in today's context and the topic that we are going to discuss about happiness, right? Now we will listen to Dr. Kalam.
We know well that peptides.
अब डॉक्टर कलाम यहाँ पे बहुत प्यार से कहते हैं thoughts gets converted into matter, gets converted in neuropeptides, gets communicated to 50 to 60 trillion cells of the body. That's sitting over here, whatever I am thinking, basically I'm communicating first to my 50 to 60 trillion cells of the body. और यहाँ पे ये red circle में वो which is a danger zone. डॉक्टर कलाम कहते हैं if our thoughts are distressing, full of worry, anger, fear, ego, anxiety, then the brain starts releasing stress hormones. Now the whole focus of practicing this technique of meditation is can we shift ourselves from this red danger zone to a very green safe rectangle. If our thoughts could be full of positive thoughts of peace, bliss and happiness. So what was the results for this? It created an overall well-being among the people, right? And this particular project got completed in the year 2006 and I had the honor of taking this particular project to all the defense forces, and therefore Megha ji bata rahi thi ki I had a chance on the invitation of the Indian Army to go to the highest battlefield of the world. अब जब हम पॉजिटिव थिंकिंग की बात करते हैं या पॉजिटिव साइकोलॉजी की बात करते हैं, इट डजंट हैपन ओवरनाइट, बट देयर शुड बी अ पर्टिकुलर करेक्ट फ्लो चार्ट जो हमें अपने ऑडियंस को देना चाहिए, एंड इट शुड बी उसको सस्टेन अगर हम कर पाएंगे तो वी आर एबल टू सी अ वेरी वेरी पॉजिटिव सेंस ऑफ ओवरऑल वेलबींग अमंग द पीपल. So my initial presentation, अब मैं आगे जो भी बोलूँगा would be based upon this wonderful research that was done by Dr. Kalam, and I'm very happy to tell you that the ancient technique of Raj Yoga भारत का बहुत ancient wisdom है और बहुत अच्छा लगता है कि इसके ऊपर इतना सुंदर research किया गया है. Thank you for giving me this time for making up this opening remarks. Om Shanti.
Thank you, Dr. Swaminathan. You told about the IQ, EQ, and SQ. Spiritual quotient is very important in this scenario where we are still dealing with the COVID-19. Thank you very much for your
Dr. Tripathi.
presentation of 5 minutes.
Dr. Tripathi. Dr. Tripathi, am I mute?
Yes,
No. I was wondering if Dr. Swaminathan can speak few words on what is Raj Yoga so that people can actually ask questions.
No, that is because you gave me a time frame of 5 minutes now, so it was a little क्योंकि yesterday when I was listening to symposium 1 I got the impression that I have to speak for around 20 minutes at least, लेकिन chairperson ऐसा बोला है तो मुझे वो थोड़ा सा टाइम लगेगा वो समझाने के लिए।
क्योंकि मुझे ऐसे लग रहा है कि अगर आप अभी उसके बारे में नहीं बताएंगे तो हमारा पर्पस था कि लोग क्वेश्चन पूछे, so they will not be able to ask questions. So if you speak for about Raju for a few minutes and then people ask questions. So I think we will keep
in that case, I request you if you can give me around 10 to 15
Sure, please go ahead.
so that I'll be able to complete the syllabus.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So allow हाँ कुछ बोल रहे थे राकेश सर?
So ma'am, please modify the time frame about 10 minutes for each presentation, for each speaker. It will be better.
जी।
Okay, thank you very much.
हमको लगता है हम थोड़ा फ्लेक्सिबल हैं और फ्लेक्सिबल ही रहेंगे throughout, looking at the requirements. So let's hear Dr. Swaminathan.
So sweet of you. Thank you very much. So this was my topic of all about managing challenges. Okay, and this is what is holistic intelligence. Okay, कहीं से आवाज आ रही है?
Yes sir, you are audible.
Okay. So what is holistic intelligence? Basically, IQ focuses on the left brain, EQ focuses on the right brain, the SQ is what synchronizes the whole brain. Okay, so this was the research I was speaking about, which was jointly done by the DRD on the Global Hospital, and I am giving you a reference, my dear friends, for your this one. You can note it down. It is www.3dhealthcare.org. It's numerical 3, D is dimensions, healthcare.org. तो डॉक्टर कलाम का जो पूरा प्रेजेंटेशन जो 2006 में उन्होंने दिया था तो वो भी आपको यहाँ मिल सकता है. Now this is what actually chairperson was wanted me to ask her. The whole application was all about Raj Yoga. So it is made up of 2 words. It is Raj plus Yog. Raj means there are some secrets. Raj also means the king. And what does Yog means? Yog in this particular context, सबका अपना अपना definition होता है, लेकिन यहाँ पर हम योग कहते हैं. जिस तरह वियोग अर्थात बिछड़ना, योग अर्थात संबंध जोड़ना. It's all about relationship. So here Raj Yoga basically focuses on the self. And as we understand, for the last 1.5 years, what had happened was in Raj Yoga, हम लोग को क्या करना पड़ता है? We have to make our mind our very best friend. राइट मुझे अपने मन को एक बहुत अच्छा दोस्त, एक मन को एक बहुत प्यारी सखी बनाना पड़ता है. ओके, दैट्स व्हाट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. फॉर एग्जांपल, आई एम स्पीकिंग टू यू इन इंग्लिश, मैं बीच बीच में हिंदी भी बोलता हूँ. उसी तरह क्या मैं अपने मन से बात कर सकता हूँ? कैन आई मेक माई माइंड अ गुड फ्रेंड? सो राजयोगा एक्चुअली बिगिंस विद द माइंड. सो हियर वी नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट इज द लैंग्वेज ऑफ द माइंड. बेसिकली वी ऑल नो द लैंग्वेज ऑफ द माइंड इज बेसिकली इमेजेस. हमारा मन जो भाषा जो समझता है वो है चित्र की भाषा. The language of the mind is images. For example, if I say the early morning sunrise, so the moment I say the early morning sunrise, the thought reaches your mind and automatically you create a picture out of it, right? So for example, the early morning sunrise looks something like this. तो जब हम अपने स्थान पर बैठकर जब सुबह सुबह का सूर्योदय देखते हैं, and then can I give some positive inputs कि हर रात के बाद एक नया सवेरा आ जाएगा. One day everything will become okay. So Raj Yoga, the first step is we have to make our mind a very good friend. एक अच्छे दोस्त बनाकर उससे बात करना. Right? That's very very important. The second step is जब मैं कहता हूँ my mind, the $1 million question is then who am I? मैं कौन हूँ? When I say my body, my post, my position, my designation, it means I am something different from the mind. तो फिर तो उसी तरह जब मैं कहता हूँ मेरा मन, तो मैं मन से कुछ अलग हूं ना, तो फिर मैं कौन हूं? So this is the most important fundamentals of Raj Yoga meditation. तो here before pandemic started, जब हम एक दूसरे से मिलते थे तो बड़े प्यार से हम लोग पूछते थे how are you? आप कैसे हो? But these days, thanks to that small, beautiful, invisible coronavirus, हम लोग double mask पहनते हैं, so we don't ask the question, how are you? We are asking the question, basically, who are you? आप कौन हो? And we all know to know thyself is education. अपने आप को जानना ही शिक्षा है. So we teachers keep on telling our students and everybody, you should have a lot of self-confidence, self-motivation, self-control, self-esteem, self-discipline. लेकिन self क्या है ये आज तक हमने नहीं बताया, right? So basically self का जो full form होता है, और this is the first step of Raj Yoga meditation, जो हम लोग actually सिखाया जाता है, मन को दोस्त बनाकर मन को हम किस तरह से ओरिएंट करें. फॉर एग्जाम्पल गाड़ी में जब तक ड्राइवर होता है तो गाड़ी चलता है, ड्राइवर उतरा गाड़ी रुक जाता है. उसी तरह ये शरीर एक बहुत सुंदर गाड़ी है, लेकिन ड्राइवर कौन है? ड्रॉप अ लाइन फ्रॉम हियर, ड्रॉप अ लाइन फ्रॉम हियर, द मीटिंग पॉइंट हाइपोथैलेमस ग्लैंड और पिट्यूटरी ग्लैंड के बीच में, जिसको सेल्फ कहते हैं, कुछ लोग उसको सोल कहते हैं, कुछ लोग उसको रूह कहते हैं. इन द लैंग्वेज ऑफ फिजिक्स इट इज कॉल्ड एज एनर्जी. व्हेन दिस एनर्जी एंटर्स द बॉडी इट इज कॉल्ड एज ह्यूमन बीइंग. So human is a physical consciousness, being is the living energy. Now, if you look at the last 1.5 years, one of the greatest challenges people had, you know, it was the greatest fear people had is the fear of death. We all experiences these challenges, लेकिन जब हम लोग defense forces पे जाकर हम लोग interact करते हैं तो हम लोग देखते हैं when you are vibrating between life and death. और उस समय ये सेल्फ को जानना बहुत बहुत जरूरत है. एज पर डॉक्टर्स वन ऑफ द ग्रेटेस्ट फियर इज द फियर ऑफ डेथ. बट इंडियन साइकोलॉजी हमें बताता है कि द सेल्फ इज इटर्नल, इनडिविजिबल, इनडिस्ट्रक्टिबल. एक्चुअली मैं कभी मरता ही नहीं हूं. व्हेन वी अंडरस्टैंड, हम सबको पता है, द नॉलेज वाइज वी ऑल हैव, बट व्हेन वी स्लोली गेट्स दिस पर्टिकुलर विजडम स्टार्ट्स सिंकिंग ऑन टू आवरसेल्व्स, स्लोली द फियर स्टार्ट्स मूविंग अवे. और जब डर चला जाने लगता है तो ऑटोमेटिकली द हैप्पीनेस वी आर एबल टू एक्सपीरियंस इट, राइट? तो सेल्फ के बारे में जब हम यहाँ पर कहते हैं तो सेल्फ का जो फुल फॉर्म है, आई वुड लव टू शेयर विथ ऑल ऑफ यू. द फुल फॉर्म ऑफ सेल्फ इज SELF. एज पर द राज योगा which has been taught by the Brahma Kumaris institution, it is a source of energy in light form. मैं एक प्रकाश स्वरूप, ज्योति बिंदु स्वरूप हूँ, करेक्ट? और इसको बहुत प्यार से हम लोग LKG सिलेबस से समझ सकते हैं कि आई एम डिफरेंट फ्रॉम दिस बॉडी, बेसिकली आई एम अ पॉइंट ऑफ लाइट. और हम सब लोग एक ट्विंकल ट्विंकल लिटिल स्टार हैं, राइट? तो हमको ये समझना चाहिए व्हेन वी आर स्पीकिंग अबाउट हैप्पीनेस, दिस हैप्पीनेस इज नॉट आउटसाइड. और अगर हम लोग ढूंढ भी रहे हैं तो कुछ समय तक हमको वो मिल सकता है, विच कुड बी अ मोमेंटरी प्लेजर. बट इन राज योगा इट इज सेड कि द हैप्पीनेस, द ट्रेजर ऑफ हैप्पीनेस लाइज विद इन मी. So we have to travel a journey through the mind internally. जब हमने समझ लिया कि मैं twinkle twinkle little star हूँ, then we can connect ourselves. So what exactly is happiness here in Raj Yoga? Happiness is it's a beautiful formula. कि I the being is very loveful, I the being is very very peaceful, and I the being is very very powerful. मेरा वो स्वधर्म है. हम चारों तरफ जो लड़ाई झगड़ा आज हम देखते हैं देह के धर्म के बारे में, बट बेसिकली वी आर एन एम्बॉडीमेंट ऑफ 3 treasures that is there within us. So this is what is very very important. और जब हम ये लोग समझ जाते हैं कि I the twinkle twinkle little star, through the mind I am able to travel an upward journey. And upward journey, जैसे मैं सितारा हूं, मुझे आत्मा के जो पिता हैं वो परमात्मा, the Almighty, who is a source of all happiness. तो जब हम मन के साथ उनके साथ कनेक्ट होते हैं तो वो प्रेम, शांति और शक्ति धीरे धीरे ट्रैवल करती है. जैसे हम सूर्य को देखते हैं तो सूर्य का प्रकाश मुझको मिलता है जो हमारे शरीर के स्वास्थ्य के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. उसी तरह द ऑलमाइटी गॉड इज अ सोर्स ऑफ ऑल हैप्पीनेस. तो मन से उनके साथ जुड़ना ये बहुत बहुत जरूरत है. सो दिस इज बेसिकली व्हाट इज कॉल्ड एज द राज योगा मेडिटेशन. द लास्ट आई विल ट्राई टू प्ले अ स्मॉल सॉन्ग which we can always remember. Basically Raj Yoga is also called as very simple and easy Raj Yoga, और it's basically a nursery rhyme. तो मैं एक छोटा सा गीत बजाकर मैं अपने इस presentation को wind up करता हूँ. Then if you have any questions, I will take up the application also. It's a very wonderful, beautiful song of 2 minutes, which I want all of you to listen and carry this forward with all of you.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star.
thank you very much. It was a great pleasure interacting with all of you about the application of Raj Yoga meditation. So I request all of you, kabhi bhi time milega, so you can go to any of the Brahma Kumari Center all across the globe in more than 140 countries and learn this beautiful, easy technique of Raj Yoga meditation, which is absolutely free of cost. I'm very happy to share with you that this institution also is associated with the United Nations, consultative status with UNICEF and UNESCO. And we are also working with the Government of India Ministry for Ayush as far as the Swachh Bharat campaign is concerned, as far as the International Yoga Day is concerned. I'm very happy that I've been able to interact with the Department of Psychology, Lucknow University. My sincere thanks to Professor Madhurima, who gave us this beautiful chance to me to interact on this ancient wisdom of Raj Yoga. May all of you be blessed with lots of health, wealth, happiness, and lots of success. Om Shanti, Jai Hind.
I would personally like to learn this Raj Yoga. I have heard a lot, but I really want to learn.
Most welcome, madam. Most welcome. आप जरूर कभी टाइम मिलेगा तो हमारे हेडक्वार्टर्स में भी जरूर आइएगा. Mount Abu. We extend a very hearty welcome to all the panelists and all the participants also. कि आप जब भी टाइम मिलेगा आप जरूर आइएगा.
आपकी एनुअल कॉन्फ्रेंस होती है हमें पता है, बट कब होती है वो शायद आप बताइएगा तो हम जरूर आएंगे.
Most welcome, madam. I'll keep you informed. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I am in touch with the center here, and definitely will join together to that conference. I would love to join. Jarur, ma'am.
Okay, let us move forward to the next presenter, Dr. Jyotsna Agrawal. I invite to Dr. Jyotsna Agrawal, which is Associate Professor of NIMHANS, Bangalore, for the topic from positive psychology to Indian psychology. And ma'am, you have 10 minutes time for presentation. And after that, we will take up the questions after the all three presentations. Okay.
I would the audience to please keep posting. I'm seeing your excellent presentation, beautiful presentation. So please keep posting your questions also if you have.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Tripathi and Dr. Agrawal, and thank you, Dr. Pradhan, for and your team for making this major program happen, because it takes a lot of effort, background work to organize something so massive. And there's a lot of decision making and a lot of things which you have to do. And I am sure that after this, you would have restful time. So what I'll do is, given that we have only 10 minutes, I will start with the PPT only, and then we will look into what questions are coming. So I've titled it as a long, short journey from positive psychology to Indian psychology, because if you just to share that 15 years back, I started my PhD on happiness and positive emotions. And since my submission and after my later work and thinking, reading experiences within the clinic and outside, I have had a lot of changes in my thinking also. So, but before that, we need to also understand the context of positive psychology movement. In the context of the global burden of mental health disorder, where we see that depression would be the second leading cause of disease actually now. And in India also, the rates are quite high, as well as the burden of suicide and all. Positive psychology is an important milestone, especially because a lot of people suffer, either they don't seek treatment or the treatments are not fully effective. A lot of studies are showing that less than half recover with CBT. There might be misfit related to personality, goals, values, resources, lifestyle. Interestingly, there was a study which said that when a psychotherapist wants to go for a therapy, they don't go to a CBT approach therapy. Further, the approach for treatment phase may not work to prevent relapse and also remove the residual symptoms. So therefore, although positive psychology came in the context of this picture, if you see that burden, the idea was like that it can work with population with distress or without distress, because the treatment approaches which are already there, that traditionally are insufficient to prolong the remission, to prevent the relapse, or decrease the recurrence over lifetime, and reduction in prevalence, as well as preventing mental illness altogether. Therefore, it is important also to add that for psychological recovery, where a person can find meaning, maintain hope, establish positive identity or meaning in life, or take responsibility for one's life. So here I would quote one study which was done in NIMHANS, where they studied 90 patients who came to OPD services, both those who had psychosis versus the common mental illness, and they found that almost 40% felt they are low stages of psychological recovery, although the treating psychiatrist felt that their symptoms are low. So subjective well-being was low, although their symptoms were also low. So the participants, especially those with common mental illness, were significantly lower on self-reported improvement, as well as sense of loss and hopelessness and all was still continuing. Therefore, we need to differentiate between the, you can say, psychological recovery, functional recovery versus the symptomatic recovery. Therefore, it might seem like a very good idea to focus on well-being, because when our psychological movement started, in this context where there was a lot of focus on negative aspects of human life, initial studies showed that it improves the productivity at home, health, healthcare, social connectedness. It can also buffer against the impact of stress and resilience. But we also have to be aware, yesterday, since a lot of presentations have been speaking about the positive psychology and interventions related to that, I won't go a lot into detail with that, but I would also talk about the criticism, the challenges, which is the focus of this program, this symposium. So some of the common criticism of positive psychology has been that it is too positive, too optimistic. It's almost like wishful thinking, empty-headed. So people who feel they are intellectual, they find it like too, you can say, delusional. They might want to dismiss it at times. The other is that sometimes people equate the positive with happiness only, and they consider that negative emotions also have their utility, which they feel that positive psychology is ignoring, or it can be considered as insufficient as explanation for dysfunction, or ignore multicultural perspective, which is very, very important. Further, some people will say that psychology, and therefore there's nothing new about it.
Please unmute yourself, Dr. Rashmi.
We need to understand that when the positive psychology movement started in 2000 actually. So with increasing research, there's a lot more of understanding. There's a nuanced understanding which is developing, and understanding when positive psychology intervention actually may not work. So earlier the criticism were from outside the field, and now it's like now also there is an understanding within the field when it may or may not work. So positive psychology intervention may not be a solution for everything in all the times, in all the context. It may not work when people find these activities as burdensome, frustrating, or when people have this low self-esteem and they're asked to have very positive statements. Then they may notice the discrepancy between these activities and one's own sense of self, and it may not work. Gratitude exercises, for example, can also have face resistance from patients who are depressed. They might find it frustrating, difficult. They may feel that it may increase actually their negative emotions because they feel that they have little to be grateful about, which is also part of their depressive symptoms. They may also feel a bit like a failure because when they are not able to do, it actually adds to their sense of hopelessness about themselves. Even otherwise, for many positive activities, one can say that less is more. So when there is over practice for any one positive activity, it may weaken its freshness and meaning. It is very important to remember that some bit of improvement which comes after the positive psychology intervention is because of the freshness and meaning. which people derive from it. Further, having a low expectancy at the beginning or low motivation or putting low effort has been found to be actually leading to less well-being, decreased well-being. And when participants are like a part of some program where they are forced to do some activity, they do not find it very helpful. So while people who self-select or volunteer for these programs, they believe in this program, they are more enthusiastic, they engage with it, and they actually find improvement. On the other hand, those are not like voluntarily selecting for themselves, or they do not believe in it, they may not be helped much by these interventions. Timing is also very important. For example, if it is the type of activity has to be timed properly. One example is that in a kindness intervention, they found that small activities, when spread out, then it diminishes its meaningfulness. So for example, people who performed 5 kind acts in a single day had higher well-being as compared to those who did over a week, because it seemed like a routine. And finally, about the culture part, because members of individualistic cultures whose culture, values, etc. are supportive of this kind of pursuit of individual happiness have been found to benefit more from these interventions. And this is something very important when we talk about how do we use this, such interventions in Indian context. One of the important things to understand as a meta theory is that culture influences values and assumptions. And from these, people derive why and how to their life. Why, for example, the meaning in life, as well as how do I live a life? How do the ethical principles I want to engage in? So philosophers of social science believe that these are inescapable frameworks. You will be influenced even if you are not very conscious about it. So therefore, it is neither optional nor avoidable. And notions about humans, when we talk about psychology, is influenced by society's values, culture. Apart from that, it is also influenced by researchers' context and the dominant thinking in the discipline, or even in a particular institute or a particular department, in fact, at times. Positive psychology developed, given that it's in a Western culture, it has a very individualistic lens, and it influences worldview, the nature of self, what you believe about a human being and what they can do or cannot do, or what they should be doing and how they should be living a good life. For this, I would also present a few results from some various studies which we have built up over time. For example, in one study, we looked into ahamkara and subjective well-being. So this was a model based on the Vedantic literature given by Dr. Kiran Kumar Salekne. And in this model, it has 4 components of ahamkara: the individuality or vaishishte, or the way people understand themselves as individual qualities, traits, etc. Separation is the dvait bhav, or separation from other people. Identification is the attachment aspect, and agency is the kartatva bhav, or the sense of being in control or master of one's actions. So we found that although agency was associated with positive emotions or well-being, but it was also low. On the other hand, separation was negatively associated with well-being. So it was associated with low satisfaction as well as high negative emotions. Identification also had association with negative emotions. So attachment is associated with low well-being. And individuality seems to be associated with both, like taking it on a roller coaster ride of positive and negative emotions. In another study, and these are the studies in the contemporary times. So this particular study was done in Bangalore and between 2 age groups, young adult and middle and late adults. And we looked into the characteristics of egoistic person in college sample. And they found that people believe enhancing self, which might be like behind the individualistic framework, is actually the concept of associated with egoistic person, the idea about an egoistic person in the Indian context. On the other hand, decreased sense of separation or decreased self-importance was associated with non-egoistic person in this college sample. They believe that. And how do we balance one's need versus others' need? So one of the important things was many people actually, this was both young adult as well as late adults, they believe that deciding in favor of others or having a depth and understanding and wideness of understanding of the situation itself, not reacting to it or resolving jointly, and also keeping a positive attitude on the way was important. Very few believe only in the deciding for oneself. And this goes against the individualistic ideas behind positive psychology.
Okay, Dr. Jyotsna, please
An
summarize.
important thing I would just mention here is these components related to mudita, karuna, maitri, upeksha, which are like the qualities of, we might know that loving kindness, appreciative joy, compassion, equanimity, etc. And these ideas also were reflected in people who, these were also another study in the college sample where we went actually asking peer group to nominate someone who is wise, whom they consider as wise in their class. And even in this group's themes, we found that components related to ideas which are very common in the Indian psychology. And I wouldn't go into the clinical experiences, but I would talk about some interventions.
Excuse me, Dr. Jyotsna. Hello.
2 minutes, Dr. Tripathi. So we had developed this Brahmavihara based intervention. Basically, Brahmavihara is those 4 qualities of Maitri, Mudita, Karuna and Upeksha for lowering distress and increasing well-being in the caregivers of mental health patients. And in fact, it indicated significant improvement, lowering distress, increased well-being. And finally, we have also developed sattva enhancement therapy and also tested it in patients with moderate depression with beneficial outcomes. So finally, with a lot of data, I would come back and say that like the Indian concept lend itself very well for intervention, both for positive intervention as well as therapeutic, and maybe the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jyotsna. I think if any question is there, maybe asked now, or we will go through the next presenter. Please guide me, ma'am.
पगली हो क्या?
Let's go to the next presenter, and maybe in the end we have question answer.
बहुत कंपनी पड़ेगा है.
Okay. Now we are inviting Dr. K. Venkat Raman, Director, Project and Manager, Bhakti Vedanta Hospital and Research Institute, Thane, Maharashtra.
चुप रहो सुनने दो यार.
Provide.
भक्ति वेदांत क्या था? अरे सर जी म्यूट.
Yes. Now I am inviting Dr. K. Venkat Raman, Director, Project and Program, Bhakti Vedanta Hospital and Research Institute, Thane, Maharashtra, for the topic, the journey in search of sustainable happiness. Dr. K. Venkat Raman, please. Dr. K. Venkat Raman. Sir, please unmute yourself.
Are you able to hear? Yes, yes. I take this opportunity to thank Professor Manju Agarwal, who is the chairperson, and Dr. Rakesh Tripathi, who is co-chair, and our co-panelists, Dr. Swaminathan and Dr. Jyotsna Agarwal. And I also would like to express my gratitude to Professor Madhurima, who has taken so much of time and effort to bring all of us together. I just would like to thank you for the wonderful presentation, and I would like to recollect and take home the Twinkle Twinkle song with us in the heart so that we can share the twinkle, happiness and joy with others, and also to Professor Jyotsna for sharing such wonderful scientific presentation. I just would like to say that there are 7.9 billion people are searching one thing. That one thing is happiness. And there was a time when happiness was a spiritual experience. But now, today, happiness is an industry worth 4.2 trillion. It's very amazing. And in the last 3 years alone, 3.4 million people have taken an online course on happiness. This is something which needs to be introspected. And there are 151 million Instagram posts with happiness hashtag. So these are all the things that give us a joy that where are we heading and what is the journey humans have taken towards happiness. And today, at least 200 universities, including the University of Cambridge, have institutes dedicated to study of happiness. And the research studies have shown a happy employee is able to contribute 30% more productivity. And I just would like to begin with a story. The happiness word has different meanings and different connotations at different times. A small boy approaches his mother and says, "I love you, mother." And the mother says, "I love you, son, too." And subsequently, at the age of 12, he approaches his mother and says, Ma, I love you." And mother says, "Beta, would you like to get the progress card signed by your father?" And then at the age of 21, he says, "Mother, I love you, Ma, I love you. Beta, would you like to have a bike?" And then at the age of 28, he says, "Ma, I love you." Then she says, "Beta, kuch ladki dekha kya?" And at the age of 40, he says, "Ma, I love you. Beta, kuch problem hai kya family ke saath?" And at the age of 60, he approaches and he says, "Mother, I love you. Beta, I too love you, but I'm not going to sign any of the papers." The definition of "I love you" remains the same, but the meaning changes. Similarly, happiness, in what context and in what situation, what circumstances we are searching for, and where are we searching for happiness, is one of the wonderful things that we can learn in this journey of search for sustainable happiness. And I just would like to present it, but I'll go quickly so that I'll not give me a minute. Okay, I'll just continue that where are we searching for happiness? Some ways, instead of searching it inside, we start searching for happiness outside. This is what is causing a lot of problems. And there is one term called relative deprivation. You believe you are much worse than others and that you deserve more than you have. This is causing a major problem for in terms of just a minute. I'm just trying to. The presentation is not getting hooked up. Yeah. Are you able to see now?
Yes. Yes, Dr. Bekkaram.
Yeah, thank you. So this is the term called relative deprivation, wherein you believe you are much worse off than others and that you deserve more than you have. And when we conducted a session for about 200 doctors in the hospital, where Bhaktivedanta, we have about 150 doctors plus about 1,200 of our staff. So we conducted a session for curing the cancer of the mind. So everybody, all doctors were asking, what is this cancer of the mind? Then ultimately we came to the conclusion there are 3 cancers of the mind: comparing, complaining, and criticizing. These 3 cancers of the mind first get into our body cells, and then we start physically getting the cancer. And there is another so I was coming across various activities or various problems. One is the common thing called OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder. Similarly, why we are not happy today is because there is trust deficit disorder amongst the people, amongst the institutions where we are working, amongst the cultures. We have trust deficit disorder. And once we address this particular thing, probably we can march towards sustainable happiness. Then there is another one called nature deficit disorder. I'm just touching upon these points. Nature of water is liquid. Nature of sugar is sweet. Nature of human being is to serve. And we have to be closer to the nature to be happy. And we have moved away from the nature. And that is also one of the key factors for problem. Here you can see in this particular photograph, this person who is on the deathbed is so happy. He was 28 years old and he is about to die due to cancer, but see the smile. And unfortunately, this is missing in most of the people. So we will try to understand why this kind of things are happening. So here you can see this lady called Meenakshi Pai, just 1 month prior to her death, came for examination and she was told that she will not be living more than a month. See the kind of smile and happiness she is exhibiting. And the middle picture shows that the child, her daughter and her husband, on the 10th day after her departure, they were so happy in the sense that they were able to have that kind of support system to maintain that happiness. Just day before yesterday, this girl got married. That's why I put her photo also. So unless you have a support system for happiness, then you will be able to take it forward. When we were in Allahabad Kumbh Mela medical camp, we found that this, sadhu was lying on a bed of arrows, thorns, but he was still happy. Whereas people who are lying down on the silken bed, they are all unhappy. So sustainable happiness is a choice we make. Whenever we decide, all other times, we are all unhappy. And then this formula is one of the interesting happiness formula. E plus R is equal to O. There is event and there is response. Event is not in our hands, but response is in our hands. And the outcome is either happiness or unhappiness. And we do have SIP, Systematic Investment Plan, for our financial related activities. We should have SHP, Sustainable Happiness Program, which is balancing our physical, emotional, mental, spiritual, and all activities of life. That will help us to go in towards sustainable happiness. And as Professor Swaminathan was talking, thought creates the feelings, feelings create vibrations, vibrations create images in the mind, and it turns into words or actions. And then we reflect on it. Oh, what I have done is right or wrong. And then we try to relate, reform, transform towards sustainable happiness. This is the transformation cycle. I just would like to quote here today, this year is the 125th anniversary of Swami Prabhupada, who is the founder of ISKCON, and Bhaktivedanta Hospital is named after him. And here you can see that at the age of 70, he went to US with just 40 rupees in his hand. And he was given a passage in a ship called Jaladut, which was a cargo ship. He had 2 heart attacks and there was no one to care for. He traveled 11 times around the world in 9 years, established more than 108 temples. He transformed 1,000+ people all over the world. I was in US, and when I went to see the temple which he established first, it was in a Bowery, and all drug addicts, womanizers, all were around that place. And somehow or other, he could touch their hearts. He remained happy and he could make others happy. That's how he converted the hippies into happies. And he coined the word.
Please summarize your talk.
Yeah. So this is the research initiatives that have happened. We applied spiritual therapy on the cancer patients and study of 100 cancer patients and 150 caregivers for a period of 6 months. And the general well-being, that is physical, social, emotional, improved by 64% in cancer patients and 61% in their caregivers. This was published in the journal Religion and Health. And the effect of spiritual care on the patients diagnosed with generalized anxiety and depression, more than 100 patients were studied, and the key results were anxiety reduced by 45%, depression reduced by 55%, and spiritual well-being increased by 27%. These kinds of studies are there which help us to understand that if we want to have sustainable happiness, we need to go deeper into SQ, that spiritual quotient. So there are, to sum up, grow through life, not just go through life. Once we start going through life, it has no meaning. But if we start learning and growing through life, and to give, if we want to have happiness, we need to give happiness. And happiness is inside out. If you wish permanent happiness, choose to be happy, take the help of spiritual support system. And the most important thing is to stop the chatterbox, the mind, by cultivating abhyasa, the practice. And happiness comes out of transformation of thought, which I shared with you earlier. Just take home point is happiness is a journey which we choose. And happiness is inside out. It's not just outside. It is inside. For sustainable happiness, as Professor Swaminathan said, we need to connect to the source of happiness. We love people and use things, but not vice versa. And practice cultivating the seeds of happiness in our thoughts. First, it stems from the thought. And we need to learn from the legends, connect to the source of happiness, that is the Lord, and live a life of conscious happiness so that we can leave a legacy for others. Unless one is happy within one's own heart, one cannot be happy no matter what one acquires. I just would like to conclude with a small statement that a happy worker is able to produce 13% more productive output. And this research studies have shown. So what we have done in the hospital is we have Department of Spiritual Care, which goes to the counselors, go to the bedside of the patient. They sit and talk to the patients. That way they are able to, we estimated how readmissions have come down and the patients are able to get discharged much faster. And we have 4 times prayers a day. Whenever the shift begins, all of us come together and pray. The family that prays together stays together. These are all the small initiatives which we have taken. And today, the patients are much more happier when they get discharged. This is the small contribution in a small place in Mira Road with 200-bed hospital. We are contributing to the society. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. K. Venkatraman. In fact, it is a very unpleasant task for me to interrupt our all distinguished speakers in between, but it is my responsibility to make time for discussion also, to left time. So if there is any question, I request to Dr. Megha, please check the chat box. And if there is any question, please ask to our distinguished speaker.
Yes, there, sir. There is one question by Shushmita. She says that the question is to the Jyotsna ma'am. She says, in the end of your presentation, you mentioned research on Sattva enhancement therapy. As a master's student, I would like to learn more about this therapy. What is this therapy? Can it effectively bring out the Sattva gun of our personality for a long period of time under various circumstances? Jyotsna ma'am.
Thank you, Shushmita, for your interest. Actually, this is based on a couple of research we had done. So one of the research was related to thematic analysis of 3 core yogic texts, Bhagavad Gita, Yoga Vasishtha, and Patanjali Yoga Sutra. based on that, there were 7 themes which we found, which were like kind of running in these texts. And based on 7 themes, we developed different modules. And so we believe that it can be actually used both. So for well-being enhancement, we are calling it as Sattva cultivation program, and for therapy in the clinic, we are running 2 clinics in NIMHANS based on yogic psychology. So here we are using Sattva enhancement therapy, and this research actually we used a Trigonal scale before and after. So even with 6 sessions, we found there was a change in improvement in Sattva and decrease in Rajas and Tamas. Although this was a small study, so we are looking at longer study, and we are also looking at, in this study, we did a follow-up, but we have not done a follow-up related to the follow-up after 1 month was more qualitative and not like using the same scale again 3rd time. But it is a good idea that to look into the questionnaire once again and after a year or maybe after 6 months and see whether the changes stay over time. And this was a patient population with moderate depression, but it can be tried with different groups, and we can look into it. And I've not yet started doing workshops for that, but yes, maybe I can plan and would inform Pradhan Madam, who can send it to all of you, so that, or else we can do some in future at your university itself, a workshop for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jyotsna, for your nice reply. I would like to add something in your context. That in Charak Samhita Sutra, there is 3 types of treatment, for improving Sat, Raj, and Tam personality characteristics there. And these are the Daivya Prasay, second Yukta Prasay, and third Sattvavajay. So this Sattvavajay, the treatment technique, is inculcated in your I think therapeutic techniques to improve your Sat personality. ऐसा कार्य जो लोगों को हार्म करता है, अहित करता है, उसको दूर करने के लिए. ठीक है? I think this is
thank you, Dr. Tripathi. Actually, this idea of change in Sattva had deliberated upon over last almost a decade, and had discussions whether it is a dynamic concept versus it's a trait very non-modifiable, easily modifiable concept. And later on only I came across this concept of Sattva Avijay. Although like any sutras, these sutras are very crisp. So someone from Ayurveda would better know about what exactly is there here. But for me, it was more related to looking at the entire work in the yogic tradition. And also given that these traditions have spoken also about Sattva in a lot more psychological perspective. So there's a lot more, you can say, rich material in these 3 core texts. So mine is basically based on that.
Yes. And I think all the speakers have mentioned, for example, Dr. Venkataraman spoke in a different language about love people and not you, and use things. I think I really like that quote, love people and use things. So that is also related to increasing your sattvic gun. Sattvic enhancement of your sattvic gun. So thanks a lot, Jyotsna, for elaborating this issue, and I proudly say that we are the alma mater.
Yes, ma'am. And previously, Dr. Jyotsna Agarwal conducted a workshop on Srimad Bhagavad Gita in NIMHANS, and I was lucky to attend that program as a participant, and it was very
dynamic.
If there any other question, please.
Dr. Megha, is there any other question?
No, ma'am, I cannot see anything in the chat box.
Anybody wants to ask now? Otherwise, we can ask our speakers to add whatever they wanted to add in their speeches. Is there any other question?
Maybe I can just add one more thing about this sattva being a trait or dynamic concept. So the scale which we had used, actually we had also adapted, and we had done a retest reliability analysis where we had removed those items which were like a non-stable. And therefore the findings are more important because we had already removed the non-stable items from the scale based on the 1 month test retest. And after that, the final scale which we used was, and then we did the intervention and pre and post, and also this is something which I thought scientifically I will add.
Good. Dr. Tripathi, can we ask Dr. Swaminathan to speak few more words? And Dr. Venkataraman, whatever they want to
Sorry to disturb you, but there is one more question for Swaminathan sir. It says that you said make your mind your best friend. Can we know that technique, please?
Thanks, Kratika Gupta ji, for that beautiful question. I will just answer that question in 1 minute and give my concluding remarks. In fact, right from morning till evening, we have always been speaking to our mind. What we have been speaking is, kya, kyun, kaise, kab, kahan, why, when, what, where, how. So when we start speaking to our mind, when we are all alone, if something happens, we actually speak. Only thing is, very consciously, we have to shift the consciousness and the quality of our thoughts. है ना, हम जो क्या क्यों में जब उलझ जाते हैं, उसके बदले में कैन आई बिकम अ पार्ट ऑफ द सॉल्यूशन फॉर इट, और अपने आप को बहुत प्यार से समझाना होता है. लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल, अगर आपकी बहुत दूसरी दोस्त आपको फोन करती है एंड शी आस्क्स यू व्हाट इज द प्रॉब्लम, तो यू से दिस प्रॉब्लम एंड द फ्रेंड सेज नो प्रॉब्लम, सब कुछ ठीक हो जाएगा, एंड देन यू फील वेरी रिलैक्स्ड. सो व्हाट योर सखी इज टेलिंग, इफ यू कैन मेक द सेम स्टेटमेंट टू ऑल बाय योरसेल्फ, राइट? So my concluding remarks for today is, it was a great pleasure to meet all such wonderful, beautiful people. My sincere appreciation to my chairperson, co-chairperson, my fellow panelists, wonderful, beautiful people, Jyotsna ji and Dr. Venkataraman ji. आपसे मिलकर मुझे बहुत बहुत अच्छा लगा. Last में बस एक चीज मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि last week we celebrated Happy Dashera. Slowly we are inching towards Happy Diwali. उसके बीच में Happy Christmas, Happy Eid आएगा, and then we'll land up to Happy New Year. इनफैक्ट प्रोफेसर मधुरिमा जी ने इतना मेहनत किया ये हैप्पी सिंपोजियम करने के लिए. एटलीस्ट व्हाट वी शुड बी डूइंग इज कि वी शुड वर्क ऑन अ हैप्पीनेस इंडेक्स. कैसे करेंगे? एज पर द रिसर्च विच आई वाज मेंशनिंग, डॉक्टर कलाम वाज टेलिंग इज, कुछ भी होता है, माय सिंपल एज अ गुड फ्रेंड आई एम सजेस्टिंग, आई एम नॉट एडवाइजिंग यू, बट एज अ गुड फ्रेंड मैं आपको रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं कि प्लीज इंक्रीज योर रिएक्शन टाइम. चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए ना, फटाक से रिएक्ट नहीं करो, बट रिस्पॉन्ड. Right, with lots of love, with lots of peace, with lots of inner strength and power. और मुझे लगना चाहिए the best certificate that we would be getting is from your own family members. We call this as a 360 degree feedback. अगर आपके family members ये कहते हैं कि भाई 2 दिन से पता नहीं आप लोग क्या सुन रहे थे, आप में थोड़ा संस्कार परिवर्तन हुआ, अगर ये सर्टिफिकेट मिलता है तो मुझे लगता है this symposium is a great success. So now the owner's responsibility lies on to all of us. Last में मैं एक स्टेटमेंट बताकर मैं वाइंड अप करूंगा. मुझे स्टेटमेंट बहुत अच्छा लगता है कि आसमान में इतने सितारे हो कि बादल दिखाई ना दे. आसमान में इतने सितारे हो कि बादल दिखाई ना दे. दोस्तों, आपके जीवन में इतनी खुशियां आए कि तनाव दिखाई ना दे, तनाव दिखाई ना दे. थैंक यू वेरी मच. ओम शांति.
I think beautifully you have put it, and this may be one of the key mantras for all of us and the entire audience. I think very simply, very, very simply you have said that just increase your reaction time. So whenever something happens, and something happened with me in the morning, and I'm reminded, yes, I should have increased my reaction time. So I think the audience, it is very clear to you when he says that increase your reaction time. That means whenever something happens, just pause. Give a pause. Am I right, Dr. Swaminathan?
Yes, you're very much right, Dr. Manju ji. Absolutely right.
Take your time to react than reacting immediately, and that will come with learning. That will come, may not come immediately, that will come with learning. And Dr. Swaminathan, I would like to connect with you later. I'll take your contact from Megha, because I'm writing something. I'm trying to write a book on self-talk and language of mind. So I would really love to have some help from you.
So sweet of you. I'll be very happy
Okay.
to associate with you. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Swaminathan. That was one of the key points of my, shared talk
Yes,
as
sir.
well. E plus R is equal to O. Event is not in our hands,
Yes.
but response is in our hands. If we can just wait for some time before we either reacting or responding, that is the outcome, either happiness or unhappiness. And when one door of happiness closes, another door of happiness opens. But instead of looking at the open door, we are looking at the closed door for such a long time that we fail to be happy at the given moment.
Very
Thank you
true.
very much.
Very true.
Absolutely, absolutely. Dr. Jyotsna, Dr. Venkataraman, Dr. Swaminathan, should we expect some more concluding remarks from you, or we should conclude?
Ma'am, if you permit, I want to ask only one question from all three panelists.
Of course, Doctor, you have the power and the control, and you are actually the most powerful person right now.
We are discussing about the happiness, and each and every speaker talk about the mind or man. So what is the definition of man in the tradition of yoga? It is a question from Swaminathan. What is the role of mind or man for happiness? This is the question for Dr. Venkataraman. And what is the definition of man in psychology? This is the question of Jyotsna Agarwal.
That's very sweet
Please
of you,
enlighten
Dr.
our
Tripathi.
audience
Yeah.
and us on this aspect.
Yes. I will just give you in brief. The function of the mind is basically it's our internal team, TEAM. तो टीम को हम कैसे डिफाइन करते हैं? T for thoughts, E for emotions, A for attitude, and M for memories. Now this is as per the quote unquote the research that is done in Raj Yoga. So thoughts means हमारे संकल्प, हमारी भावनाएं, हमारा दृष्टिकोण और हमारी स्मृतियां. So this is basically our internal team. So when an internal team is very synchronized, I will gel with all others outside. Thank you, Dr. Tripathi. That's what is mind as per the Raj Yoga Brahma Kumaris is concerned.
Thank you, sir. This is a very powerful mnemonic team for remembering the Raj Yoga meditation aspects. Yes.
Actually, there are 3H formula: head, heart, and hand. If these three things are synchronized, when we through the head we think properly and we want to exhibit compassion to others, and through the heart we are able to feel that compassion, and through the hand when we serve, that gives us happiness actually, and it is everlasting. It's not just, that is why it is synchronized. Otherwise, all these three things are not in order. We are feeling miserable. And ultimately, as we start serving others without any kind of expectation, that gives joy. A mother serves a child irrespective of whatever condition she may be, he or she may be. So unconditional love gives us happiness, because the Lord also exhibits unconditional love towards us. Yesterday, we have done so many mistakes in the previous, ages when we were young, but the parents have forgiven us. Similarly, the Lord also forgives us. And if we learn the art of forgiving others for their mistakes, automatically we become happy.
Dr. Venkataraman, for panelists, a formula which I think will be very, very useful for our audience. Dr. Swaminathan, he gave many formulas, but one of the key formulas that he gave is to pause and delay your response time. And Dr. Venkataraman gave the formula of synchronization and manasa vacha karmana, जिसको हम लोग बोलते हैं अपने माइथोलॉजी में, कि अगर आपका मनसा वाचा कर्मणा एक हो जाए, तो I think you will attain the happiness, the eternal happiness you can attain if there is no discrepancy between what you say, what you think, and what you do. So I think thank you, Dr. Venkataraman, for giving this formula, and I'm sure Dr. Jyotsna would also like to give one formula, one key formula to our audience.
I think one of the important formula which I would say from the data which we got is not diminish others, but enhance others. So this is kind of constantly again and again in many data as well as many interventions we have found that this is one of the important features of happiness, to enhance others and not diminish them. And,
absolutely, absolutely. And I think that is the major difference between the Western psychology and Indian psychology. In Western psychology, positive emotions or pleasures have also been thought as a part of happiness, and even materialistic pleasures and materialistic attainments. But the philosophy of Buddha and the philosophy of Vivekananda very clearly says that you are happy when you make others happy. So I think that is what Dr. Jyotsna is also highlighting. And I think one of our speakers also said that let others grow. You feel happy. I think Dr. Venkataraman said you feel happy, or I'm not sure. When I check my notes, I will know. You are happy when others are happy. Matri. I think Jyotsna, you said also. Matri, Karuna, compassion. That when your friends grow, you become, you feel happy. When your friends are happy, you feel happy. When you give something, you are happier than when you get it. So that empathy and that sense of being happiness when others are happy, that is the true happiness. And therefore it has been found that the people, meaningfulness, for example, the Seligman's concept of meaningfulness, purpose in life comes somewhere from your doing something larger than your life. And when he talks about larger than your life, that means yourself. What all my speakers spoke about. Yourself is extended beyond you. Yourself is much more extended beyond you, and it includes many more people than you yourself. And that, I think, is the true definition, and especially our spirituality. The spirituality is definitely not religious connotations or religious practices, but the spirituality is feeling for others, thinking for others, doing for others, and actually making yourself one with others and expanding yourself. So I think it was a wonderful speakers, and I'm really privileged, absolutely privileged to have these speakers and to listen to each of you. And no doubt, we are absolutely thankful to Dr. Madhurima, Lucknow University, the organizing team, Dr. Megha, Eram University, who organized it. And I think this is Dr. Madhurima organized one more conference on happiness. This is the second one. Am I right, Megha?
It was the faculty development program.
Oh.
It was a FFP for 7 days.
So Dr. Madhurima is not going to stop here.
Yes,
she started a happiness lab, and she is doing a lot. She's doing a lot, and I think she will continue on this path. And we all are with you, Dr. Madhurima. And whenever you need our help, support, or anything, I think all the speakers and everyone is with you. So thank you very much for being here and being with all of us. So I think we are feeling happier. Our happiness quotient has increased.
And I must acknowledge, ma'am, that our happiness thinking lab has been, established with the help of Brahma Kumaris and the Central Gomti Nagar Center of our Lucknow, and they have helped us to establish this lab. And the vision of this lab is to empower the thoughts of the youth so as to understand the indigenous notion of happiness and connecting science with happiness, scientific basis of happiness. So we are working on this direction, and I'm really thrilled to listen all of the wonderful speakers. And I'm confident that this session would inspire and motivate our young psychologists to seek the Indian cultural roots of happiness in Indian psychology, and they will connect psychotherapies and counseling practices with this vision and move forward. And I would like to wait for the Sattva enhancement therapy sessions more from Josna ma'am. And I would love that if you organize any such workshop, I will be a part of it. Has always been so generous to connect with us whenever we call him. He also was a part of our faculty development program, our MOU. He was there, so we are really blessed to have him on our in our Happy Thinking Lab. And thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Venkatraman, Rakesh Tripathi ji, Manju ma'am.
Thank you very much for providing me such an opportunity to interact with such distinguished speakers and with the Lucknow University, and I will come definitely to your Happy Thinking Laboratory.
And I'm really thrilled, Rakesh ji, to listen. Yeah, that you also is interested in indigenous context. That you quoted Charak Sanhita Sud. I will meet you and talk personally about your things which you mentioned in Charak Sanhita. So I would love to discuss with more.
And Tripathi has been a very good moderator. So Dr. Tripathi, thanks a lot to you.
Thank you, ma'am. With your blessings, but I have tried. I have tried to do my best, but
I know you had been so busy, but you could spare some time. And thank you very much. All of us are so busy, and despite their busy schedule, they have spare time. So thank you so much. My humble request for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you.
Om Shanti.
Grateful to all of you. Thank you. Grateful.
Om Shanti.
I would like to give a certificate of appreciation to all the speakers, Professor Manju Agarwal ma'am, Dr. Rakesh Tripathi sir, E.V. Swaminathan sir, Josna Agarwal ma'am, and K. Venkatraman sir. Thank you so much, sir, for being here and helping us out in understanding the indigenous concepts of with reference to positive psychology, and giving us a different framework for how to understand happiness. Thank you so much, sir, for being there.
Thank you, Dr. Megha Singh. Thank you very much.
Namaskar, sir. Participants, I will request you, there is a feedback form that is being given. Kindly fill that feedback form. I've shared a link in the chat box. Please share your feedback forms.
Dr. Megha Singh, cell ID.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Oh,
sure,
thank
sir.
you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Megha?
Ji,
I think I will start the session now, the fourth paper presentation session.
जी बिल्कुल दी, आप शुरू करिए. मैंने तो शेयर कर रखा है लिंक ऑलरेडी फीडबैक का, तो लोग उसमें जो है देते रहेंगे. आप अपना नेक्स्ट सेशन शुरू करिए.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay दी, बाय बाय.
Bye.
Good afternoon, madam.
Namaskar, sir.
नमस्कार. एक्चुअली हम घर आ गए थे तो घर से अटेंड कर रहे हैं.
नहीं सही है सर. ऑनलाइन का तो ये बेनिफिट है.
ये बेनिफिट क्या, वहाँ डिपार्टमेंट में कोई ना कोई रूम में आ करके नॉक करते हैं. कभी कोई मीटिंग हेड बुला ले तो फिर इसलिए राकेश तो उन लोगों के स्टूडेंट रहे हैं. राकेश त्रिपाठी जी.
अच्छा.
हमारे स्टूडेंट. हाँ, हमारे स्टूडेंट रहे.
Okay, sir. BHU has a very rich psychology department.
हाँ, all together we have 22 faculty.
Okay. And the faculty is very good too.
That would be judged by you people.
So I think, I hope all the participants have joined by now.
Yeah.
With your permission, shall I begin the session, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you all on the International Conference or Interdisciplinary Conference on Positive Psychology. Interventions for promoting sustainable happiness in society. This conference is organized by Happy Thinking Lab, Department of Psychology, Lucknow University. Along with this, IRA University also collaborated in this venture. So first of all, I would heartily welcome Professor Asthana, who has very graciously spared time for us, and he is here with us. He will be the chairperson today in this session. And he is from, his professor and former head of the department, BHU, Varanasi. We warmly welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
So Professor Asthana has a rich teaching experience of over 23 years, and he has over 26 years research experience also. He has immense academic administrative experience, and he has more than 67 books published and chapters and research papers also. So this is just a few of his achievements that I am talking about. He has received ICSA Award, Young Scientist Award in 1993, then BHU Prize Award in 1981 and 82, and BHU Merit Scholarship in 1981 and 82. This is just few of the things that he has done. So welcome you, sir. And in this session, there are total 10 presenters. And one by one, I'll be calling them for the presentation. So I'll be giving them around 6 to 7 minutes, sir, with your permission.
Okay, it's all right.
And so 1, 2 or 2 minutes, sir, I have kept for the question answer round. Maybe some people like to ask something.
Sure.
So if you want to present it in the PPT form, or otherwise if you want to present it like that, both ways it is okay. So I welcome all the participants in this forum. And the first presenter today is Mr. Amardeep Singh, Harpreet Kaur, and Sarabjit Singh, Dr. Sarabjit Singh. And the title of the paper is Role of Psychological Distress, Societal Ideation, and Psychological Well-Being in Societal Behavior in Farmers in Punjab. So are you there in the call, Harpreet, Dr. Harpreet, Dr. Sarabjit, Amardeep, any one of you?
I'm actually there, ma'am. I'll be presenting on the behalf, and I'm yeah. So thank you so much.
So please go ahead.
Can I start?
Yeah,
sure.
Please.
Thank you. Thank you. I welcome everybody, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity so that I can present and talk about farmer suicide. And today I'll be talking about the role of psychological distress, suicidal ideation, psychological well-being and suicidal behaviors in farmers of Punjab. As we know, that we come across so many articles, we read so many blogs, about the suicide, which is happening around the world. And, WHO says, that almost around 8 lakh people, they commit suicide every year, which is a huge number, and which is something, that we need to give attention to. And there's a statistic when we talk about Punjab in terms of agrarian suicide, which talks about the NCB, the NCRB, that is National Crime Record Bureau, which actually talks about that there's a 40% increase in the number of deaths, from 2016 to 19, and there's 11.8% increase in Punjab from 18 to 19, if we talk about that data. And so what exactly does it denote? As we all know that we have this tendency to protect ourselves from harm, from any threat, and we have this biological tendency. But what makes a person to actually go beyond that biological tendency, to go in that tunnel, where the person actually, wants to kill himself, or he doesn't want to live? That's what we're gonna explore today in the context of farming community. And we'll also talk about the role of how the psychological well-being and other factors can contribute, and how this study can be implicated to future researchers. First, let me just start with the stages. As we know, the suicide never happens so it doesn't happen like that. It doesn't happen like, there are certain personalities like, borderline personalities, they are high on self-harm, but it doesn't happen like that. There are stages a person actually goes through. These stages are ideation, threat, plan, attempt, and then that leads to suicide. So ideation is, basically when a person contemplates about killing himself, or the person actually thinks, that he doesn't want to live. He keeps on thinking about it. He keeps on holding that thought, withholding that thought. He doesn't let that thought go. And then the threat comes, where the person actually start verbalizing to the dear ones that he doesn't want to live. He actually doesn't want to live, and he doesn't want to be here, and he's actually trying for help. And then he makes a plan about it. He writes a suicide note, and then he makes an attempt. Usually attempt is not about killing himself. Usually what research says, what evidence and clinical based research says, that they don't want to die in that case. It's just a trying out behavior that they don't want to get rid of those thoughts, those ideation that they've been holding. And that's how, if the attempt becomes successful, then that leads to suicide. So these are the stages actually a person go through. There have been not so much studies in terms of, again, in suicide in India. There have been only studies talking about, the role of economic pressure, the role of debt, role of other factors, the economic factors. But there have been not so much studies in terms of the psychological distress, the psychological variables, how it can contribute in terms of the farmer suicide in India, which is the most prevalent issue, specifically in a state where I come from, in Punjab. So there have been suicide rates, which is increasing day by day, which is the attention that needs to be given. So with the review of literature, we come across these factors, which can actually contribute. That could be the first factor, the ideation, that is, that characterized by ranging from the thoughts. That is, a person has this specific ideation about killing himself. That can be a significant predictor of suicidal behavior and suicidal completion of suicide. Then the other factor that we came across was psychological distress. That it's a symptom. There's a range of discomfort symptoms. A person experience a stress that help to be, which is troublesome, which can be confusing for a person, and that's the second variable which can be contributing in which research says that can be contributing in terms of suicidal behavior in a person. And the third one is psychological well-being. So well-being, it's a state of what WHO says. It's a state of well-being in which individual realizes his or her abilities and cope with the stress in life, can productively and fruitfully is able to make contribution in the community. So it has three definitions when we talk about well-being. So the first one is the subjective well-being, which refers to the life satisfaction, the positive emotion. Second one is the psychological well-being, which refers to the self-acceptance, the personal growth, the purpose in life, the purposefulness, the hopefulness, the autonomy and the relationship with others, my social support, and my need to my belongingness with others. So that's where my psychological well-being come across. Then the third part is the social well-being, my social acceptance, my social actualization, my social coherence, whether I'm able to relate to people in my community or not. The one of the major factors is when a person feels that he or she is not able to connect to the people, not able to connect to the group. That can be one of the contributors. So psychological factors, well-being is one of the major contributor which has been seen in the literature. So we try to explore these variables in terms of suicidal behavior in farmers of Punjab. So for that purpose, we wanted to see the role of psychological distress, depression, suicidal ideation, and suicidal behavior of farmers of Punjab. It was hypothesized that that psychological distress, ideation would be positive predictors, and where psychological well-being will be negative predictors of psychological well-being. For that purpose, we have actually traced almost like 1,197 respondents, and they were screened on the basis of SBQR, suicidal behavior questionnaires, and we have taken only those people who were high on the threshold score of SBQR, that was 7, and so they were included in our study. And for that matter, we have taken 798 male farmers within the age range of 25 to 72 years old, and they were from 17 districts of Punjab, from various villages of, I've not included the village's name, but they were majorly from the 17 districts of Punjab, and the sampling was selected from purpose of sampling. And those people who had any medical history or pervasive PDD or any sort of psychotic disorder, they were not included in the study, and we have not included them. So these were the districts like Amritsar, Barnala, Bathinda, and Faridkot, Patiala. So these were the districts of Punjab that we have included from. And so the questionnaires that we used to measure was a general health questionnaire, suicidal behavior questionnaire, SBQR, and then we used modified MSSI, modified scale for suicidal ideation, and then we have used Fedman Wellbeing Scale, which is to measure different domains of their 20 bipolar statements, which measures your sociability, your joviality, your emotional stability. So these were the scales that we used in our study. And so the stepwise regression, which turn out to which comes out to be significant predictor. And the results suggest that the R-square sense that 50.6% is the first one. This ideation has predicted the suicidal behavior among farmers of Punjab. And then there was 9.8% of the 9.8%, which was a significant predictor of that was psychological distress. And then there comes the 0.09%, which was predicted by well-being. The prediction is very low, I understand that, but somehow we cannot ignore that psychological well-being does play a bigger role in that. So the results also are in line with the previous studies that we have discussed, and so these are the results that they are actually in line with the current research and the previous literature. And so the possible explanation that why a person actually who are psychologically distressed and they are not.
I'm sorry to interrupt. You have to wind up.
Yes, ma'am.
You have
Yes,
to wind
ma'am.
up.
Yeah, ma'am.
this
Yeah,
time.
sorry, ma'am. So it could be because of the model which is explained by schematic appraisal model of suicide, which actually talks about that a certain appraisal about myself, that certain expectation from myself, that I'm not able to handle those situations, whether I'm not able to, the question that I'm not be able to handle about my life. So that could be one of the predictor, and the well-being that we say that the major could be a major predictor in the present study. Also, why this studies should be studied and why it is helpful to other researchers. It is helpful to other researchers so that we can actually kind of develop some cultural-based intervention program for the sensitive community like farmers in India. And also we can also capacitate the youth in colleges, in universities. We can actually build, engage the community help, which can be helpful in the suicide prevention and which can really help in terms of, like, for example, by setting a peer support system. I was reading the literature, and peer support system can be one of the biggest community help that we can take from community. And so this study can be helpful to specifically to these communities. And so thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandeep. That was a very relevant study. And anybody who would like to ask question about this? Any questions from you? Sir, you would like to ask something, or any of the participants would like something? Sir, kindly unmute yourself, sir.
Amardeep.
Yes,
good
sir.
afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
You have done a good work. Just
Thank
I
you,
want
sir.
to say, just you have read your hypothesis. Can you read it again?
Yeah.
Hypothesis?
Yes, sir. It was hypothesized that psychological distress.
Whereas psychological well-being would be negative predictor of psychological well-being. Both the things.
Oh, sorry, sir. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I made mistake.
Because you have read
I'm
it
so sorry.
from,
I'm so sorry.
so that's why I couldn't get it. What does it mean?
I'm so sorry. It's my silly mistake, sir. I'm so sorry. Yeah.
So, how it is implicated to the happiness?
So it can be because we can actually develop some. So actually we can develop some intervention, where focusing the well-being part, the happiness part, as we see, that even the findings suggest that psychological well-being.
Okay, madam. I think he is not connected.
I think he got disconnected. Let's move ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Calling the next person in queue.
Yes.
Ashwini Kumar, are you there in the call? Ashwini Kumar.
जी मैम, आप सुन पा रहे हो मैम?
हाँ, मैं सुन पा रही हूँ.
Yes.
आप स्टार्ट करिए. अमनदीप, प्लीज स्टॉप प्रेजेंटिंग.
आप सभी को नमस्कार. मेरा नाम अश्विनी कुमार है मैम, और मैं जवाहर नवोदय विद्यालय में एज ए काउंसलर अभी सर्विस कर रहा हूँ. तो मैं सॉरी कहूँगा मैम, थोड़ा वर्कलोड हमारा ज़्यादा रहता है, मैं प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं बना पाया हूँ. मैं ओरली अपनी बात आपके सामने रखूँगा यहाँ, तो कोई प्रॉब्लम तो नहीं है अगर मैं ओरली अपनी बात कह सकूं मैं?
नहीं नहीं कोई बात नहीं है, आप प्रेजेंट करिए, ओरली प्रेजेंट।
ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है सर, थैंक यू सर। मेरा नाम अश्विनी कुमार है और सर मेरा जो टॉपिक है वो फैक्टर इन्फ्लुएंसिंग हैप्पीनेस एट वर्क प्लेस ए रिव्यू है सर। और सर इसमें जो हम बात करते हैं, मैंने देखा है सर नवोदय विद्यालय में भी मैंने देखा है, बहुत सी जगह
Would it
हमें
be possible for you to switch on your camera also?
कैमरा को मैं ऑफ कर दूं सर?
नहीं,
ऑन कर दीजिए, ऑन
कर दीजिए।
ठीक सर, अभी देख पा रहा हूँ सर मैं?
हाँ चलिए, ठीक
ठीक है। तो सर मैंने देखा है, स्कूल में भी देखा है कि यहाँ काफी अच्छी जॉब होने के बाद भी टीचर्स काफी स्ट्रेस उनके ऊपर होता है। वो चाहते हैं कि यहाँ हमारा मन ज्यादा नहीं लगता है, हैप्पीनेस है नहीं वर्कलोड की वजह से। तो मैंने कोशिश की कि एक रिव्यू पेपर करने की ऐसे कौन से फैक्टर्स हो सकते हैं कि जो एम्प्लॉय की हैप्पीनेस को वर्क प्लेस पे बढ़ाते हैं। तो सर मैं इसमें एक डेनियर की एक स्टडी है 2000 में उन्होंने की है। उन्होंने हैप्पीनेस इन्वॉल्व 3 एलिमेंट्स की बात की है, 3 एलिमेंट्स की बात की है उन्होंने। पहला जो बात की है वो की है हाई पॉजिटिव इमोशंस जहाँ होंगे वहाँ हैप्पीनेस का स्तर थोड़ा सा ठीक रहेगा, अच्छा रहेगा। उन्होंने दूसरी बात की जहाँ लो नेगेटिव इमोशंस होंगे, तो लो नेगेटिव इमोशंस जहाँ होंगे तो वहाँ हैप्पीनेस हमारी ज्यादा होगी। तीसरी बात उन्होंने कही कि हाई लाइफ सेटिस्फेक्शन जहाँ होगा, जो व्यक्ति सेटिस्फाइड है अपनी लाइफ को लेके, तो वहाँ हैप्पीनेस उनकी ज्यादा होगी। इसी कड़ी में सर एक अकॉर्डिंग टू मैनापट्टी एक स्टडी हुई थी 2007 में। उन्होंने कहा है हैप्पीनेस वर्क प्लेस मीन्स ए सिचुएशन एट द वर्क प्लेस व्हेन पर्सनल्स आर हैप्पी वर्किंग एंड नॉट फीलिंग लाइक इट इज वर्क, एंजॉय देयर वर्क। यानी वो हैप्पीनेस वर्क प्लेस का मतलब ये है कि जो व्यक्ति अपने काम को एंजॉय करता है, उसमें उसे मजा आता है अपने काम को करने में, और वो खुशी खुशी उस काम को करता है, उसे वर्क नहीं समझता है, तो वहाँ हैप्पीनेस, वो वर्क प्लेस हैप्पीनेस हम उसको कहते हैं। इन्होंने ये आगे बात की है, फैक्टर्स कुछ बताए हैं कि हैप्पीनेस के लिए कौन कौन से फैक्टर्स जरूरी होते हैं। तो इन्होंने पहला जो फैक्टर बताया है वो कहा है कि जॉब इंस्पिरेशंस अगर जहाँ है, जिस वर्क प्लेस पे जॉब इंस्पिरेशन हमें मिलता है, कुछ प्रोत्साहन हमें मिलता है, मोटिवेशन हमें मिलता है, इंस्पिरेशन हमें मिलता है, तो वहाँ हैप्पीनेस एम्प्लॉय की थोड़ी सी ज्यादा होगी, अच्छी होगी। दूसरी बात उन्होंने कहा कि जहाँ ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल शेयर्ड वैल्यू अच्छी है जिन ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस की, तो वहाँ हमारी हैप्पीनेस, हमारा वर्क का जो स्तर है वो ज्यादा हैप्पी होगा। तीसरा फैक्टर जो उन्होंने बताया है क्वालिटी ऑफ वर्क लाइफ। अगर आपका जो वर्क की जो लाइफ है वो क्वालिटी है, तो वहाँ हैप्पीनेस का स्तर हमारा उच्च रहता है, अच्छा रहता है। चौथा फैक्टर जो उन्होंने बात की है हैप्पी वर्क प्लेस इन्वायरमेंट की बात की है। अगर इन्वायरमेंट जहाँ एम्प्लॉय वर्क करता है वो अच्छा है, तो वहाँ हमारी हैप्पीनेस हाई होगी। पांचवी बात उन्होंने कही है गुड सैलरी भी एक फैक्टर है कि अगर आपको अच्छी सैलरी मिलती है तो वहाँ हमारी हैप्पीनेस इंक्रीज होती है। और 6 बात उन्होंने कही है बेटर वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस। अगर हम जॉब के साथ, जैसे नवोदय स्कूल में मैंने देखा है सर, ये रेजिडेंशियल स्कूल है और 24 आवर्स की यहाँ 24 घंटे की ड्यूटी होती है टीचर की, तो ये एक बड़ा फैक्टर है। वो कहते हैं हमारी सोशल लाइफ बड़ी डिस्टर्ब है और जो मतलब फैमिली लाइफ और स्कूल वर्क की लाइफ में बैलेंस नहीं बन पाता। तो यही कारण है यहाँ से बहुत से एम्प्लॉयज जवाहर नवोदया को छोड़कर वो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट में, अदर गवर्नमेंट्स में शिफ्ट हो जाते हैं, जॉब्स में शिफ्ट हो जाते हैं। और एक और फैक्टर की इन्होंने बात की है वो की इंक्रीमेंट्स की। अगर आपको अच्छा इंक्रीमेंट्स मिलता है तो वहाँ आपकी हैप्पीनेस अच्छी होती है, हाई होती है। एक स्टडी हुई थी सर यूके की स्टडी के अकॉर्डिंग, यहाँ ये कहा गया कि हैप्पी वर्कर्स आर 12% मोर प्रोडक्टिव देन अनहैप्पी प्रोफेशनल्स। यानी जो हैप्पी वर्कर्स है उनकी जो प्रोडक्टिविटी है वो 12% ज्यादा होती है जो अनहैप्पी लोग होते हैं। एक और स्टडी है सर पोस्ट 2005 में, इन्होंने स्टडी की अपनी रिसर्च में। उन्होंने कहा है कि हु आर मोर सेटिस्फाइड आर मोर हैप्पी। जो अपने जीवन में सेटिस्फाइड है ज्यादा, वो उतना ही ज्यादा खुश है, उतनी ही ज्यादा उनकी हैप्पीनेस वर्क प्लेस पे होगी। एक और मैके 2008 में इनकी स्टडी है सर, इन्होंने बात की है स्मॉल रिवार्ड्स कैन इंक्रीज वर्क एंगेजमेंट दैट इज डायरेक्टली कनेक्टेड टू परसिस्टेंट एनर्जी एंड हैप्पीनेस। यानी अगर छोटे छोटे रिवार्ड्स भी हमें मिलते हैं तो हमारा वर्क एंगेजमेंट उससे बढ़ता है और हमारी जो एनर्जी है वो हाई होती है और जिससे हमारी हैप्पीनेस अच्छी होती है और वहाँ हमें काम करने में सही से हम आगे अपना काम कर पाते हैं। एक बेस बॉसवेल 2005 में एक स्टडी है सर इनकी, इन्होंने बात की है रेगुलर प्रैक्टिसिंग माइंडफुलनेस ग्रेटिट्यूड इफेक्टिव कम्युनिकेशन कैन रिलीज स्ट्रेस हेल्प अचीविंग गोल। यानी अगर हम माइंडफुलनेस की, ग्रेटिट्यूड की और इफेक्टिव कम्युनिकेशंस की रेगुलर प्रैक्टिस करते हैं तो वो हमारे स्ट्रेस को रिलीज करते हैं और हमारा जो गोल है उसको प्राप्त करने में हमें मदद करते हैं और उससे हमारी हैप्पीनेस इंक्रीज होती है जब हम गोल के बहुत नजदीक होते हैं या उसको हमें प्राप्त करने में आसानी होती है। और इन्होंने और भी फैक्टर्स की बात की, अगर प्रेज मिलता है एम्प्लॉय को, उनको शाबाशी दी जाती है तो वहाँ उनकी हैप्पीनेस इंक्रीज होती है। इंसेंटिव्स की बात इन्होंने की है, बिल्डिंग ट्रस्ट की इन्होंने बात की है कि अगर ट्रस्ट आपका अच्छा है किसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के अंदर, जैसे कॉन्टेक्चुअल जो एम्प्लॉइज होते हैं उनको हमेशा एक डर होता है कि भाई पता नहीं मेरी जॉब कब तक है, तो अगर कोई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन उनको श्योरिटी देती है, उनको इस बात की गारंटी देती है कि आपकी जॉब, जैसे यहाँ हरियाणा स्टेट का एक मैं डिसीजन बताता हूँ, उन्होंने सर कॉन्टेक्चुअल एम्प्लॉइज को 60 साल तक काम करने का अवसर दिया है कि भाई आपको हम रेगुलर करें ना करें लेकिन 60 साल तक आप अपनी जॉब को कंटिन्यू करोगे। तो उनका मोटिवेशन लेवल, हैप्पीनेस लेवल मतलब इंक्रीज हुआ है इस बात से, ठीक है कम से कम कॉन्टेक्चुअली सही लेकिन हमारी जॉब तो है, तो मतलब वहाँ ट्रस्ट।
अश्विनी, अपनी फाइंडिंग के बारे में बात करिए, आपकी फाइंडिंग्स पे आ जाए, टाइम कम है हमारे पास।
कंक्लूजन पे आ जाता हूँ मैं, तो कंक्लूजन ये है सारी फाइंडिंग्स की, तो ये जो फैक्टर्स है जितने भी, जैसे जॉब इंस्पिरेशंस है, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सेट वैल्यू है, क्वालिटी ऑफ वर्क लाइफ है, हैप्पी वर्क प्लेस इन्वायरमेंट है, गुड सैलरी है, बेटर वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस है, इंक्रीमेंट्स है, पॉजिटिव इमोशंस है, स्मॉल रिवार्ड्स है और सेटिस्फाइड लाइफ जहाँ है, रेगुलर प्रैक्टिसिंग माइंडफुलनेस, ग्रेटिट्यूड, इफेक्टिव कम्युनिकेशन, ये सारे रोल हमें सर हैप्पीनेस को बढ़ाने में वर्क प्लेस पे मदद करते हैं। थैंक यू मैम।
ठीक, थैंक यू अश्विनी जी।
Thank you. Now I invite Dr. Chetna. Dr. Chetna, are you there in the call? Okay, you can start your presentation now.
Yes, so a very good afternoon to one of the special regards to Asthana sir for.
Chetna, you're not audible. You're not audible.
Am I audible now?
I can't hear you.
Am I audible now?
सर आप सुन पा रहे हैं?
नहीं मैडम, नो। चेतना, you are not audible.
Ma'am, am I audible now?
No, not clear.
One second.
Now?
Yeah, now it is clear.
Okay. I think the headset had got changed, so sorry. Yes, so very good afternoon to everyone present here, and special thanks to Asthana sir for chairing the session. So my work is basically on a very comprehensive look at how happiness needs to be redefined at a workplace now. And because COVID has been here in our lives for quite some time, COVID ने हमारी lives ली हैं, उसे shake की हैं, उसे redefine की है. So probably all the factors that were important once upon a time may not be very important now. And there are more factors that we need to look at when we are talking about increasing happiness at the workplace. So history has shown that happy employees are productive employees, and because we are spending so much of our time at the workplace, that it's very important to have an environment that also allows us to be happy. So this paper basically aims at understanding what is happiness, the major driving forces which hold a lot of relevance in the current time that people have started going back to their workplace, and also what strategies can be undertaken by organizations to enhance the same. So just a brief background on what on what happiness is. So Arbeitsglade is a German word which means the happiness that we derive from doing something, and history has always shown that happiness was proportionately seen as the money we got from the work or the salary that we used to draw from work. But the meanings have changed over time, where it's not just about the monetary benefits that we gain from work, but it's also about how our emotional lives, how our cultural values or the aspirations we have are inculcated in the workplace that we are in. So happiness is definitely experienced when we derive enjoyment from the work that we are doing, when we feel comfortable with the people we are working with, when we have good monetary incentives and benefits, and most importantly, in the current situation where we are in an environment which allows us to upskill ourselves. Because I think everywhere we've been talking about how the current the current paradigm shift requires all of us to be more upskilled, to be more skilled in different areas of life, to experience more satisfaction at work. So COVID-19, as I mentioned earlier, has brought major changes to our life, not just to our physical health, but also to our mental health in terms of the economic uncertainty, the lockdowns, remote working. Now that some people have been asked to come back to work, it's again a fight for them to step out of their houses and go back to the workplace again. The risk of contracting the virus because you will start sitting with other employees at the workplace. These all hold a lot of importance, and that is why happiness at work needs to be redefined and reconceptualized to see what strategies can be undertaken. So all the reviews or most of the literature that I came across has something that Mr. Ashwini also just spoke about when he was talking that, whether we talk about productivity, whether we talk about an overall satisfaction, whether we talk about the absenteeism in employees, everything seems to be at a better rate when we have a workforce which is rating high on happiness. And this happiness is hard to measure in terms of, yes, if this is there, employees are happy, but of course, making certain changes in the environment can give us a feeling or can give us a workforce which has more happier employees. So now what influences workplace happiness? The framework that I have focused upon is that it's not just important to look at how personal factors can decide our happiness at work, but how even the employer's contribution makes a huge role in how we decide or how we perceive the happiness at work. Now, this employer could be the one who's given us the job. This employer could be the larger organization, but either way, it's not just limited to us as a person, but also where we are working that decides our overall happiness at work. Now, under individual factors, these are the factors I put down in my study as being the most relevant at the moment, where employment status of whether we are a permanent employee or we are a contractual employee, or we are in a stable environment or a very risky environment where we do not know when we might lose our job. All those have a huge role to play in our overall happiness. Meaningfulness of work plays a huge role where because we've created so much doubt because of everything that has happened around, that finding some essence in the work that we are doing or finding meaning in what we are doing can make us more productive. Job security, again, is a key element where having a secure salary or having a secure work environment, even if my salary has been reduced, if I have a secure work environment, that can definitely keep me in the workplace where I am. And relationship with colleagues, I think something that we've been discussing in this seminar the symposiums and the papers since the beginning, that having cordial relationships with our colleagues, having a good harmonious interactions with our colleagues, it gives us that push every day to come back no matter how difficult the conditions are around. And recognition over here talks about how appreciation for our work can also bring some happiness. Now, this recognition may not come at the end of our task. It can also come at one small task that we may have achieved. And autonomy basically talks about how having some sense of control over our job does give us a heightened feeling of happiness. In terms of employers' contribution, we can look at how right now we need to give a little more training to our employees because they've been at home for a very long time. Now that they're coming back to the workplace, they may require some sort of training to get better in their jobs, and both on the job and off the job training should be given to employees. Leadership practices where good leaders who are supporting, who are giving people the motivation to work will obviously be an added element. Compensation policy holding more important.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Chetna. Can I request you to come to the hypothesis and the result section?
Yes,
you have
yes.
2 more minutes left.
Yeah. Okay. So just coming down to the consequences, of course, it will lead to enhanced problem solving ability. It will help people counteract negative emotions, which is a pressing problem right now because given the situations that we have, we are experiencing a lot of negativity and a lot of negative emotions that are coming in. So the consequence of happiness will definitely be that we'll be able to counteract these negative emotions or these negative feelings which are occurring every day. And since this is a word PPE kit that we've all been so exposed to all this while, my study does not talk about the PPE kit to Corona, but it talks about a PPE kit to happiness that workplaces can inculcate in their system, which talks about purpose, progress, and engagement, where giving people a purpose to come to work every day, measuring their progress, whether big or small, and making them feel more engaged at the workplace can definitely be a starting point to bringing back the entire concept of happiness in a workplace. And there can be different ways of improving growing the workplace happiness. Now, because again, a lot of companies may not have the monetary, position right now that they can spend a lot of money on making fancy offices or giving out free food, but there can be small steps that can be taken by workplaces to enhance workplace happiness by using things like plants, which can promote a lot of positivity, which can promote a lot of, which can keep us closer to nature, creating quiet spaces, prioritizing the natural light, focusing on ergonomic furniture, because a lot of us who've gone through Corona, we know how our physical health has also taken a toll. So maybe focusing on ergonomics and giving some basic health coverage and other benefits to employees will work. Studies have shown that 28% people said that they were more happy if they had even basic on-site medical care available in their workplace, because it gave them a feeling that even when we are at work, if we fall sick, we will have some on-site medical checkup available, which did contribute a lot to their overall happiness index. So I think to summarize with the image in my PPT kind of talks about how inculcating work with happiness can bring out much more happy employees. And more than a conclusion to my paper, I think it's more to a call to action that if these antecedents and consequences can be considered together, then we can definitely have more smiling employees and more happy workplaces. And the business of our work life must give some way to the loneliness or loveliness of life. And if we can bring that one small smile to people, I think we can definitely go back from the work from home to a happy workplace again over the last 2 years that we have seen. And just one concluding line, Nagma ma'am, before my time gets over, I think it's possible only if we can prioritize people over profit, our heart count over our head count, and engagement over experiment, and probably purpose over performance, where we just keep tagging people on how they have performed rather than just appreciating the effort that they are taking to come back to work every day and try to get back into the normal that once was very normal for us. So that's it from my end. Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you, Chetna. It was a wonderful presentation. Now I invite Dr. Malini Malhotra and Manpreet Kaur for their presentation. Dr. Nalini Malhotra, Manpreet Kaur, any of you are there in the call?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Manpreet. You can go ahead with your presentation without wasting any more time.
Yes. Yes.
All the participants are requested to switch on their camera while they are presenting, at least.
Manpreet?
That way you can know who is presenting.
Yes. It's visible, ma'am.
Manpreet, start your presentation.
Yes. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Please switch on your camera.
Sir.
अपना लैपटॉप मोबाइल जिससे भी कर रहे हैं उसका कैमरा ऑन कर लीजिए।
जी सर। यस सर।
हाँ ठीक, ओके।
My topic of presentation is stress management intervention for police force, its review, and what is the stress defines stress occur when there are demand on the person which taxes or exceed his adjective resource. The reaction to stress are based on how one perceive an event or action. Sally proposed in 1974 axial classification of stress, in which one on axis he'll equate good stress, bad stress, and on the other over stress and hypo stress. And types of stress: acute stress, episodic acute stress, and chronic stress. And stressor as like ripple effect stressor, chronic stressor, acute stressor, and not knowing stressor, personal or non-personal stressor, trigger stressor, and daily hazardous. And police stress. Police is one of the highest rated profession for occupational stress. Police job can become stressful and complicated to handle because of involvement many parties such as police, bureaucrats, and politicians and criminal. Martin described two sources of police stress. First is operational and second is organizational. Operational stress arises from intrinsic aspect of police work as like murder, assault, shooting, death, dealing with criminal, media, and the judicial system. Organizational stress arises from characteristic of the police organization and behavior of the police personnel. as like bureaucratic process, perceived lack of support from the community and leaders, and lack of promotion opportunities, management style, excessive workload, and favoritism. And its a model given by Ocean and Water in 2007 predisposed include biological state of health and psychological traits and environmental pressures such as economic status. And it's depend on the individual, how he perceive the situation, how he appraise, and how he appraise the situation. It's depend on the individual personality characteristics. Spielberg's straight rate model given by Vege and Vosla in 2007. It's depend on stress has three major components. First is the source of stress, second is the appraisal, and third is the emotion reaction. Emotion exhaustion model developed by Yuas et al. In 2008. It's depend on if individual feel work to family conflict and family to work conflict, he feel emotion exhaust and a person decrease the job performance. Specific intervention for stress management. First is stress inclusion training. It has three phases. First is a conceptual education phase. The goal of the first phase of stress inclusion training are to increase awareness of likely stressor, psychological and physical response to stress, and the effect of stress response to performance. Second is a skill acquisition and skill consolidation phase. The second phase of stress inclusion training is to develop cognitive and behavioral skills that facilitate the maintenance or improvement of performance under stress. And third phase is successfully acquiring the skills needed to perform effectively under stress. Individual begin to train under condition that closely simultaneous and the prepared environment. Navaco utilizes stress in
मनप्रीत, आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है मनप्रीत, हम लोग सुन नहीं पा रहे हैं आपको।
Please continue, Manpreet.
Okay,
Please
sir.
continue.
Okay, sir. Okay. Garner 2008 found that police officers who participate in the 16 hours criticized management stress inclusion training program reported increased efficiency in dealing with interpersonal stress. And cognitive behavioral therapy. Cognitive behavioral therapy is a type of psychotherapeutic treatment that help people learn how to identify, to change, disturb patterns that have a negative influence on behavior and emotions. Study by Wong 2021 provide for the efficiency of the CBT, psychoeducation intervention of PSP, and working in high CBC decreased maladaptive cognition and increased self-determinant motivation. Behavior therapy is an approach that focuses on helping people dealing with irrational belief and learn how to manage their emotions, thought, and behavior in a healthier, more realistic way. And there is and another study report that police officer irrational belief about their experience with the policing job together with the thoughts about the people's perception of police are the major factor in increasing their susceptibility towards lowered subjective well-being and poor perception of work ability. Hence, REBT theory is adequate in explaining police job related distressing, resulting in lowered subjective well-being and work ability. Another study says that REBT in assisting employee to develop problem-solving strategies based on the rational thinking that enable them to understand their emotion disturbance, associate their irrational belief system, and to manage their job health more. Mindfulness-based interventions is the most widely researched and has been shown to significantly reduce.
मनप्रीत, आपकी फाइंडिंग क्या है? अपनी फाइंडिंग के बारे में बात करिए।
Yes, ma'am. Christopher report that stated efficacy of a mindfulness-based interventions designed to address the specific needs of culture. Result shows that significant reduction in anger or stress and improvement in several other psychosocial variable among participants immediately following the interventions. And some behavioral intervention as like yoga and meditation techniques. And conclude the stress management interventions are needed not only to help police personnel to remain more balanced during the and after the acute stress of their jobs, but also to take action to better manage and seek real solution to the chronic stress related to the organization and occupational issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Manpreet.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Manpreet.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Any questions? Or shall we move ahead?
Oh, okay, you move ahead. Next one.
Next is Pallavi Mishra and Professor PC Mishra. Yes. The topic is happiness, its root and relationship with teaching effectiveness among school teachers. Yes, Pallavi, are you there in the call? Unmute yourself, Pallavi.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, teachers.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
So my topic of presentation is happiness, its role and relationship with teaching effectiveness among school teachers. Sir, as we all know, human life is essentially the pursuit of happiness in life. It is defined as a state of pleasurable content of mind, which results from success or the attainment of what is considered good. So, I will begin with the quote of Mahatma Gandhi: happiness is the state of consciousness which proceeds from the achievement of one's values. Happiness as a concept of subjective well-being of people is relatively recent phenomena. It has been gaining prominence with the gradual improvement in people's living standard with the development of economy and the needs of people aiming for higher meaning, purpose, happiness in life. As we all know, teaching has been acknowledged as one of the most challenging and stress-prone professions. Past studies on happiness have dealt primarily either on happiness of school teachers or have studied teachers' happiness with relation to student outcomes. However, in my present study, I have studied the happiness teaching effectiveness in relative to how the teachers teach in their classroom. The objectives of my study are to study a relationship of happiness with teaching effectiveness and its various sub-areas, to study the intercorrelation between the teachers' effectiveness of primary, secondary, and higher education teachers, to study the role of age and experience in enhancing the happiness and teaching effectiveness among teachers. The hypothesis which I formulated were: there will be positive relationship between happiness and teaching effectiveness. There will be a positive relationship between the sub-areas of teaching effectiveness. Age and experience of a subject will be positively related to teaching experience and will lead to increase the happiness among teachers. The sample was 300 teachers, and I used the stratified random sampling method to collect my data. And the tools were the Oxford Happiness Questionnaire and the Teacher Effectiveness Performance Scale. After the collection of the data from the Lucknow city, I applied the t-test and ANOVA to calculate my results and for the interpretation. These are the mean, standard deviation, and F ratio between the sub-areas of teaching effectiveness of different school teachers like primary, high school, intermediate, and their age was 30 to 35 and 36 to 40 years. The results that I found were the high school and intermediate teachers scored over average on happiness and also marked relatively high scores on teaching performance and sub-variables related to teaching effectiveness, like with student engagement, skill in instructional strategies, and effectiveness in classroom management. Secondly, there was a relatively high positive correlation between teachers' happiness and teaching effectiveness and sub-variables related to teaching effectiveness. The compute of the t-test showed that there were no significant difference between sex and age. However, the teachers who got the highest score on happiness were the female and the single. And the teachers who were 30 to 35 year old and between the 5 to 10 year experience who got the highest score on happiness in comparison with other groups. About the teaching performance, the compute of the t-test showed that there were a significant difference between sex and age. The teachers were female and their age who got the highest score on the teaching effectiveness were the males. And the compute of ANOVA about age and job experiences showed that the teachers who were 36 to 40 years old and between 15 to 20 years experience who got the highest scores on teaching effectiveness comparison with the other groups. So I can conclude teacher happiness influences his or her instructional activities in classroom. Furthermore, researchers has found the relationship between teachers' happiness and teaching effectiveness. In fact, there was a relative high positive correlation between teachers' happiness and teaching effectiveness and subvariables related to the teaching performance. In bias of result, the factor happiness plays an important role in the teacher's effectiveness and attitude to learner-centered, selecting the best instructional strategies and the best style in classroom management. Part of those differences could be explained by differences between sex, age, and experiences. Result of the analysis indicated that female teachers appeared the highest scores on happiness and teaching effectiveness. A reason can be that female teachers are more happy and teach better than male related to rate of high interest female to the teacher's job. It seems that the younger teachers are happier and the old teachers' performance is better. The findings, however, are consistent with the result of another research investigation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pallavi. Any questions from Pallavi?
Yeah, Pallavi, may I ask something?
Yes, sir.
Pallavi, it is not clear that what tools you have used. Firstly, you have not mentioned that which psychological test you have used and how you have assessed the teaching effectiveness. It is not very clear.
Sir, I have used 1 minute, sir. Sir, I have used a scale that was developed by the Oxford Happiness Questionnaire that was developed by Argyle and Hills, and the back translation of it was that I have used, and the teacher's effectiveness performance scale that was also back translated. I have used these two scales to measure the teaching effectiveness.
And one more thing, once you have applied ANOVA, then again you are applying t-test.
No, sir, I applied t-test between the happiness and teaching effectiveness and their sub areas.
Yeah, but once you have applied on the data on ANOVA, so you would have included it as a variable in the, and because after applying ANOVA, there is the post hoc analysis is done. There are so many post hoc tests like 2K, CEFI, Newman-Quelz, multiple range. There are so many post hoc analysis. So after ANOVA, it is always advisable to use post hoc analysis, not the t-test. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pallavi. Now, I may request another Pallavi Srivastava and Dr. Manish Srivastava for their paper presentation. It is on life skill education.
Nagma ma'am?
Yes, Pallavi, please start your presentation.
Ma'am, I'm there. Dr. Manini.
Pallavi, you are not audible.
I think Dr. Manini ma'am will be presenting. Ma'am, we cannot hear you. Ma'am, you're not audible.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay.
Unmute yourself.
Sir. Am I audible?
Start your presentation, Dr. Manini.
Am I audible? Hello.
Not very clear. Not very clear.
Okay, sir. I'll just switch off the camera. Maybe. Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. The title of our presentation today is Life Skills Education, the Foundation Stone of Happy Life.
It's a review article or empirical article?
It's not an empirical, it's a review.
It's a review article.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
As we are all aware that our ultimate goal is happiness. And I would like to quote here that William James has rightly said that how to gain, how to keep, and how to recover happiness is in fact for most men at all times the secret motive of all they do and of all they are willing to endure. So our ultimate goal is happiness. Now, when we talk about happiness, researchers have also shown that life skills, they play a very important role in a person remaining contented, being progressive, and having a satisfied life. And when we talk about life skills, then if we go by the definition of WHO, we can define it as the abilities for adaptive and positive behavior. They are basically such skills that enable the individual to deal effectively with the demands and challenges of everyday life. Similarly, UNICEF has also tried to define life skills as bringing about behavior change or behavior development. And it is something, these skills, they try to maintain a balance between our knowledge, our attitude, and our skills. So putting it simply, we can just say that life skills are essential for the mental well-being, competence, and they also help us to face the reality of life very efficiently. And we must be aware that national education policy has also emphasized the role of and the importance of life skills at a school level. For adolescents, they have tried to introduce it in the new curriculum. So this skill development, it is the key to facilitate the process of transforming information into healthy behavior. And the purpose behind is basically to provide the individual with a set of tools to understand themselves, their environment, and the possibilities in a better manner, and also to pave a path for their progress and their happiness. WHO has classified these skills into 10 generic skills, which include decision making, problem solving, empathy, self-awareness, communication, interpersonal skills, coping with emotions, coping with the stress, creative thinking, and critical thinking. These have been further classified into 3 categories: critical and decision making skills, interpersonal communication skills, and coping and self-management skills. These skills will be discussed in detail by my co-presenter, Pallavi Srivastav. Pallavi, take over.
Pallavi, you're not audible. Pallavi, please unmute yourself. I still can't hear you, Pallavi. Can't hear you, Pallavi. We can't hear you, Pallavi. We can't hear you.
Pallavi? Are they online?
Sir, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Yes, complete the presentation. Yes.
Joined from another ID. Okay, so I was about to brief you about the 10 life skills. The first one would be self-awareness, that includes the recognition of our self, our character, our strengths and weaknesses, desires and dislikes. Being aware of oneself helps to make good decisions and also lays a good foundation for interpersonal relationships. The second would be empathy, that is the ability to imagine what life is like for another person, like stepping into someone else's shoes. And empathy helps to understand and respect other people's choices and situations, and it hence helps to develop strong relationships and a harmonious society. Next would be critical thinking, which is an ability to analyze information and experiences in an objective manner. Then there is creative thinking, which is a novel way of seeing or doing things that comprises of 4 components, that is fluency, generating new ideas, flexibility, shifting perspective easily, originality, that is conceiving of something new, and elaboration, that is building on others' ideas. Then is decision-making life skills that help us to make good choices by assessing all possible choices and what impacts these different decisions are likely to have. Next is problem solving, that helps us to deal constructively with the difficulties in our lives. Then we have interpersonal skills that help us to relate in positive ways with people we interact. Effective communication means that we are able to express ourselves both verbally and non-verbally in an impactful manner. Coping with stress means recognizing the sources of stress in our lives, recognizing how they affect us, and how can we act in a way that helps us to control our levels of stress. The next and the last would be coping with emotions, means recognizing our emotions and dealing with them in an effective manner. It includes being aware of how emotions influence our behaviors and being able to respond to emotions appropriately. Now, I would like to discuss a review of some researches that I've done that have...
Your time is over. Your time is over.
Sir, due to the... Sir, I would just like to quote one research now. So, sir, there is one research by Haji et al. 2011. They studied how life skills training had an impact on happiness, quality of life, and emotional regulation among adolescents. They performed the study on 260 university students, both males and females, and the average age of the sample was 16 years. The researchers designed an intervention to train life skills, and the results indicated that there was a significant difference in happiness appraisal and quality of life between control group and experimental group. Also, the pre-test and post-test results of the experimental group also showed a significant difference. There are other studies also. I am not going to detail them, by D'Souza and Hardikar and Jagtap and Karmalkar 2018, which they have performed the study on rural adolescents also, and similar results have been found. So the implication of my research paper is that we should as proposed by the new education policy, we should implement life skills education in school curriculum along with that school curriculum, so as to enable them to deal effectively with the current stresses and also prepare them for a good and a happy adulthood. That's all.
Thank you, Pallavi.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So any questions or shall I move ahead?
Shall move ahead.
Okay, so now I may invite Preeti Shekhar for her presentation now, Happiness in Social Well-being. Preeti?
Yes, ma'am.
You have 6 minutes. Please keep the track of time in mind. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, I want to share my screen. Okay. Good afternoon to all of you. I am Preeti Shekhar, Assistant Professor, Department of Psychology, Gautam Budh Mehta College, Gaya, Bihar. And the topic of my presentation is happiness and social well-being. Well-being is the combination of feeling and functioning well. It is the experience of health, happiness, and prosperity. It includes having good mental health, high life satisfaction, and the ability to manage stress. So it is the experience of positive emotions as well as development of one's potential, having a sense of purpose, and experiencing positive relationships. So from where well-being emerges? It emerges from our thoughts, action, and experience, most of which we have control over. For example, if we think positive, we have greater emotional well-being. If we pursue meaningful relationship, we tend to have better social well-being. Or if we lose our job or hate our job or we don't like it, we tend to have lower workplace well-being. So here we are seeing that there are various types of well-being. So there are mainly 5 types of well-being. First, emotional, physical. Emotional, it is the, I think time is due also. Okay, like emotional well-being, the ability to practice stress management mainly and relaxation technique, so that we can develop resilient and boost self-love and generate the emotion that led to good feeling. Physical well-being, we all know that, maintaining good health, good habits, exercise. Social well-being, the ability to communicate, develop meaningful relationships with others, and maintain a social supportive network that help you overcome loneliness. That's social well-being. Workplace well-being, of course, to pursue interest, value, life purpose in order to enrichment professionally, and the societal well-being, which is on the community level. Okay. Now, what is social well-being? In the words of Case 1998, who defined social well-being as the subjective evaluation of personal life circumstances and functioning in society. So in general, we can define social well-being as developing and maintaining positive interactions with other people and with
Preeti,
local
just a minute. Preeti,
Yes,
it's a empirical paper or review?
So it is a review article, sir.
Okay.
This is mainly what is social well-being. It is mainly assessed through subjective and individual measures where people assess the quality of those interactions according to their own perceptions. Okay. Now, what is social well-being? I want, if there is time, I may elaborate it some few points more. In general term, it is developing and maintaining positive interaction with other people. Humans are basically social in nature, no? And we have the need of belongingness. That is to develop and sustain positive and significant relationship. And these relationships are very much helpful in maintaining the physical health as well as our psychological well-being. Now, how to develop? To develop, we need to build our social skill like gratitude, kindness, communication. So when we have developed our social well-being, we feel more meaningfully connected to others. And there is also, when we have positive interactions with others, we feel less lonely, angry and disconnected like this
behaviors are not found. How to improve social well-being? Here are some tips which researchers have suggested. The first one is practicing gratitude. Gratitude to others can improve well-being, increase positive affect, reduce negative affect, and promote optimism and pro-social behavior. And the second point is random and consistent act of kindness. Doing either spontaneously or carefully planned act of kindness can foster a feeling of well-being. Here are some more points to improve our social well-being, like building meaningful social connections, managing your relationship with technology, spending time with your loved ones, joining a group based on your interest, like music, dancing, or painting, whatever you like, celebrating your tradition and culture, participating in communities, events. Now, what is the benefit of improving social well-being? Look, social interactions, both in terms of quality and quantity, can have a short and long-term influence of mental well-being and physical health as well. We very well know that building social well-being is one of the best way to build emotional well-being also. When we feel socially connected, we also tend to just feel better, have more positive emotions, and we are able to cope with the life challenges in more better way. So it is very essential to improve our social well-being. Researchers, here are some researchers suggest that romantic relationship can be a central source of well-being for adolescent and young adults, and also the support from friends is associated with high level of resilience. Friendship is also very important source in which instrumental, relational, and emotional support that can enhance family support also. Both the frequency of friendship, that interaction, as well as the quality of the relationship, both have positively associated with life satisfaction. How positive psychology can help improve social well-being?
So you have 2 more minutes, Preeti. You have to wind up in 2 minutes.
Just concluding, positive psychology help in making life more fulfilling and more worth living. Positive psychologists have suggested a number of ways in which individual happiness may be fostered by improving social well-being. Our relationship with our spouse, family, friends, and wider networks through workplace, clubs, various social organizations are particular importance to happiness. Positive psychology researches indicates that one of the most important factors in human flourishing is building close relationship with others. In fact, social psychologist Christopher Peterson has coined the term "other people matters" to describe the foundational finding of positive psychology. Even Dr. Martin Seligman, the founder of the field, he also designated relationship as a key pillar in his PERMA model, where R stands for the relationship. India, we are far behind in the World Happiness Index. If we pay attention towards social well-being, we may contribute in making happy and flourish India. Here in this chart, we can see the life satisfaction around the world, in which India is lagging far behind. So this way I conclude here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Preeti.
Thank you, Preeti.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now I invite Ritika Jatlia for her presentation. Ritika, over to you now.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Is the screen visible?
No. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ritika Jathalia, and I'm presenting an empirical paper on effects of positive emotions and meaning of life on spiritual intelligence. So if I talk about spirituality, Buddha said regarding spirituality that just as candle cannot burn without fire, men cannot live without a spiritual life. So this is the importance of spirituality in individual's life. It helps us to give a deep sense of wholeness, connectedness, and openness to the infinite. Mayers et al. Has conducted a various qualitative analysis, and they came to the conclusion that definition of spirituality can be summed up into 7 these points. These are belief in power beyond oneself, behavior in relationship to the infinite such as prayer, meaning and purpose of life, hope and optimism, love and compassion, moral and ethical guidelines, and transcendental experiences. So as we know about emotions, we know we can feel emotions, but when we can manage and regulate them, we are called as emotional intelligent person. In the same way, if we know about spirituality, but we actually inculcate the spirituality values in our life, we are called as spiritual intelligence person. So spiritual intelligence means when the person has the ability to look at whole perspective without oneself, withhold oneself from negative feelings of harm and revenge, intellectual curiosity and thirst for inquiry, that person is called as spiritually intelligent person. My next variable is of positive emotion. Positive emotion includes hope for future, interest in activities, love and compassion for self and others. It is about how much a person feels positive things in the life, how much positive experience they have in the life. My next variable is meaning of life. If I literally say what is the meaning of life, it is asking question to the self like why we are born, why do we die, why we exist. It is about asking the question about the birth of the self, or you can say the main purpose of which we are living. So this actually contributes towards the meaning of life and the purpose of life. So these are various studies which I have taken on the particular topic which I have taken for the study. These are the studies which actually correlate with my studies. The aim of the study was to find the correlation between positive emotion and spiritual intelligence, as well as about between meaning of life and spiritual intelligence. My hypothesis was there will be a positive significant relationship between positive emotion and spiritual intelligence. And the second hypothesis is there will be a positive significant relationship between meaning of life and spiritual intelligence. It is a simple correlation design, and the sample size of my study is 400 college students. The tools used were spiritual intelligence self-report inventory and the PERMA profile. The results were the mean and standard deviation that is given here in the table. The mean for spiritual intelligence is 61.82 and standard deviation for the same is 14.43. If I say about the correlation, then correlation between spiritual intelligence and positive emotion is 0.252, and between spiritual intelligence and meaning of life, it is 0.389. And these both values are significant at 0.001 levels. So if I come to the discussion of the study, the relationship which we have get, the R value which we have gotten by a statistical analysis of the data, it actually proves that there is a significant and positive relationship between spiritual intelligence and the positive emotion of the individual. This signifies that people who experience high level of happiness, the score of their spiritual intelligence will also be higher. Martin Seligman, in his book Flourish, he has actually mentioned that happiness and life satisfaction are one of the factors included under the element of positive emotion. And the same has been also seconded by the study which is connected by Solens and Kolk, in which they have mentioned that people who are satisfied in life experience positive emotions and feelings have a better clarity about their future directions. My next hypothesis was that there will be a positive significant relationship between meaning of life and spiritual intelligence. And it is quoted by Seligman that meaning can be understood as a sense of belonging and serving something that an individual belief is higher than the self. The same has also been seconded by the study which is conducted by Golipur et al. In 2014, in which they have stated that spiritual intelligence and meaning of life has accepted by the individual is closely related. They recognize who they are and the potential they have to achieve their goals. The ability to assess higher meanings, values, abiding purpose, and conscious aspects of the self are the essence of spiritual intelligence. So in my conclusion, I would like to say that that experiencing positive emotions in life is one of the important aspects in increasing the level of spiritual intelligence of the individual. And it can also be concluded that who are we? If we are able to recognize our higher purpose, if we are able to be aware of what potentials we have, we will be able to enjoy the true nature of being spiritually intelligent. These are some of the references. Thank you.
Oh, that's. Ritika, how your study is going to add to the existing knowledge?
Existing knowledge.
Yeah.
Okay.
Means
Sir,
ki what is new in your study? Okay.
Sir, what is new in the study? I would say that in the various earlier studies, they have mentioned, they have actually seen various, very few variables in relation to spiritual intelligence. In my study, I mean, this is a smaller part of the study. I'm actually a PhD student, and I'm conducting a study on the relationship of PERMA and spiritual intelligence to see that various variables of the PERMA, how they are related to the spiritual intelligence. So in broader perspective, it will help us to analyze that when in the individual level we are happy, we know the meaning of life, we have good relationship, we have achieved various goals in our life, it will actually help us to you can say increase the level of spiritual intelligence in life.
So means it's only a part of your broader study.
Yeah,
Because
yes sir, it is part of
because
my
here,
study.
because in this study you have not used all these variables.
No
In
sir,
this,
in not
this
variables are used. Yes sir.
Thank you.
Thank you sir.
Thank you, Ritika.
Thank you, ma'am.
Moving ahead, I would like to invite Ruchika Shukla and Professor P.C. Mishra for their presentation. It is on leadership and happiness at workplace. Ruchika, are you there in the call?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there, ma'am.
Okay, you can start your presentation, Ruchika.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, good evening, everybody. Hi. Ma'am, I'm visible and audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, good evening. I'm Ruchika Shukla from Lucknow University. I'm a research scholar there under Professor P.C. Mishra sir. And topic for today is leadership and happiness at workplace. At like happiness, I would like to just a second, ma'am. I'll start with the slideshow. It's not working. Like happiness is an elusive state of being that almost all the individual desire and hope to achieve a degree of it. It is a feeling of well-being that makes an individual feel content and thus increasingly efficiency of the individual. This increases the efficiency of the individual. As according to Fisher 2010, happiness can be referred to as a journal term that describe life in peace and happiness. So it is also very important at the workplace. The more happy the employee, the more productive he will. And the leaders are the most effective that helps the employee and motivates the employee to work in an organization. An organization is the most important asset are human beings, that it's the workforce. If the workforce is not content, they're being unhappy, the organization seldom prospers. A study at a British telecommunication firm, that at the Oxford University says that the business school found that happy workers were 30% more productive than the normal sad workers. A good environment is created by a good leader in the organization, can positively affect an unhappy. Very important for an organization to inculcate good leadership skills in its manager in order to achieve a great degree of efficiency. A good leader is holy grail that is sought after by all organizations. The quality of leader in an organization reflects positively on the reputation of an organization. The behavior of leader is directly proportionate to the performance of an organization. The efficient the leader, the most efficient the organization. And now I'll state the problem of my study, that every individual wants to achieve some semblance of the happiness is life. As per Gavin de Mason to 2004, to achieve happiness, an individual must work for an organization that is capable of providing the individual means to achieve the desired happiness. The support structure that the organization provides to boost an employee's happiness is very, very important. The happiness of an employee is also based on the relationship that exists between him and his employer. Despite this, we constantly find that employers are generally unhappy with the behavior of the employer and generally complain about being mistreated. So much so that employees have been reported that employer being outright rude to them
when they do not achieve a desired target. This can be seen as a negative event and serve a negative reinforcement to the employer when similar circumstances arise. This results in unhappiness and decreased motivation. As according to the few like Percy Jones says that this employee will be able to manage this task with a greater efficiency, which will result in more happiness and satisfaction if the leader of the organization is supportive. And the methodology which I have used to observe the happiness as per the according to the leader of the organization is to observe the effect of the leadership on happiness of the employee. An open-ended questionnaire was given to 300 employees in an organization. These employees were selected at the random for the better result. The questionnaire asked employees is to the list qualities they desired in a little leader figure that would boost the happiness at the workplace. This focus group of 300 employees were randomly selected employees of a Sahara India organization. They were then given an open-ended questionnaire. The question specifically catered to the leadership qualities that would boost employees' happiness at the workplace. And my findings are, upon analyzing the result, it was discovered that the factor of the leadership scored the highest of 86 points in the employee's recommendation for boosting happiness at the workplace. The employees desired a leader with a good character. The respondent wanted the individual to be mature. The employees desired the individual to have a dynamic style of leadership which changed as per the situation. The leader was expected to be selfless and caring. The employees wanted the leader to look after the welfare of the workforce. A compassionate and considerate leader was also well desired. A leader who seeks personal gain and fame was undesirable to the respondent. An overly assertive or show-off individual was not leadership material according to the employees. A rude and the bestowed leader was disliked by the respondent. Upon more analysis of the result, it was found that if the leader listened more to the employees, that would make him a better leader. The employees stated that a leader who is a good listener would be open to new ideas and the feedback. Moreover, a leader who listened to his employees would be more aware of the problem and the employee face and will be in the better position to make them happy. The results also indicate that the employees lean towards the employees. The leader should put achieving targets over the well-being of the workforce. This was clear when the respondent stated that the personal traits like compassion, equity, respect, etiquette, respect, tolerance, being considerate, and empathy in the leader would make them happy. A leader with the above all personality traits were described by the employees. They stated that they would be much happier working under the leader with these traits as opposed to one who lacks these personality traits. There is a strong correlation between.
Please come to the final conclusion. It is your times is.
Okay, ma'am. The conclusion it was that to make the leader who is compassionate, non-aggressive, and a good listener, has a dynamic approach, is welfare-minded, and is not selfish, instrumental in achieving to balance and employ happiness transformation. And unhappy employees is not good for the organization. The more balanced the leader, the more balanced will be the employees of an organization, and it has a more productive result overall. I just want to say that, ma'am.
Thank you, Ruchika.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And these are my references, and thank you so much, ma'am.
So with this, we come to the last presenter, which is Akanksha Singh and Dr. Anu Dandona. Are you there, Akanksha?
Yes, ma'am. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you begin.
Yes.
Ruchika, please stop presenting.
Ruchika, stop sharing your screen.
Yes, good.
Yes, ma'am. I'll just upload my presentation.
Yes, we can see the screen, Akanksha.
All
Go
right.
ahead. You have 6 minutes. Please keep that time in mind.
Sure, ma'am. So the topic of my presentation is determinants of happiness and social well-being among sexual minority population. And this study is more or less a review-based inquiry which would foster the understanding of including the happiness as a more or less a determinant of assessing the social well-being amongst the sexual minority population. So happiness is more or less presumed as in the context of mental and emotional state, and it is a more holistic and positive measure of assessing subjective well-being among the individuals. It is a long-tested subjective assessment of general well-being which tends to somehow conveys the evaluation or the self-evaluation of individuals for their current scenario, which is way beyond the information that they have gained from the negative constructs, and more or less to have an perspective into the more positive domains. And it is not rather determined by the genetics. It is not an innate characteristics that the individuals inherit, rather than they are imposed or they are influenced by the day-to-day life experiences the person have over their lifespan. And the happiness, this holistic constraint of happiness, it is more or less enhanced by the two key components, which is the emotional regulation and life satisfaction. So when we talk of emotional regulation, it is an attempt of an individual to enhance and understand their own personal experiences for their own emotions and also the emotions of others. So emotion regulations tends to enhance or foster the understanding of the emotional responses of an individual, which are basically a time bounded and more or less a balanced state of emotional responses to any circumstantial events. And these balanced states could be positive and negative as well. And the determinants of subjective well-being, which is a broader context of happiness, includes all of the emotional responses, domain satisfaction, and global judgments of life and satisfaction. Now, the earlier key concept of the happiness was the life satisfaction, and this life satisfaction inherits, or it entails the entire domain of the satisfactions that the person gains from his interactions, from his transactions between their relationship and the relationship between their individual experiences. And there have been descriptions of the early models wherein the social comparison of an individual emphasize the contrast effects of these comparisons on the happiness influences among the individuals, as stated by Jenner and Fujita. The prior literature, there have been a plethora of literature which have accentuated that not only the natural states of our emotions, but by for experimentally enhancing the positive emotions, it had contributed for the improved outcome at workplace and transactional experiences of an individuals. Now, there have been postulated various positive outcomes of these happiness on the well-being of an individual, like it increases satisfaction with life, it helps to build stronger coping skills, and this well-being or the happiness, it has more or less used to predict the resilience of an individual, which is very much important for maintaining the stress from the daily life stresses. Sexual minority status or the sexual minority population, this includes a wide range of people or the groups of people who have been in whose sexual orientation or their varied gender preferences are basically different from the presumed majority of population, and they tend to lie outside the heteronormative binary society of considering the male sex as only the male and the female. Rather, it consists of a wide array of identities, which includes gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender, queer, pansexual, intersex, and etc. So these are a very broad spectrum, with having within group differences and also the across group differences. And these differences are the key determinants of which are associated with the happiness of an individual. Now, the happiness in the sexual minority status, which is being postulated by Mayer in 2013 as the persistence of the stresses or the experiences of an individual from the variety of the social attitudes or the phobic attitudes and the discrimination and stigma that the LGBT community faces over an entire lifespan. And these, the entire spectrum of LGBT community, they have been probed with a lot of discrimination, a lot of stigma onto their entire lifespan. And these stigma, they have an impact on their happiness and sexual minority status, as they are not entitled to the major, to the basic entitlement that the heteronormative society enjoys, that the mainstream society enjoys, be it their inclusion in social resources, be it their workplace opportunities, be it their healthcare facilities. Like if we consider about the transgender population, it is very much difficult from them to be inclusive, to be more or less involved in the healthcare facilities and to take advantage of the government practices and the policies that have been easily available to the mainstream society. Now, the measures of happiness, which is again a holistic and a greater perspective, provides insight into the status of the resilience with these disadvantaged individuals have been facing over a long period of time, and its impact on their greater domain. There have been a study, which is a global survey on happiness, sex, and life among the LGBTI people. And this survey depicted the plight of the community, which is basically related to their discrimination and stigma. And it has a drastic impact on their happiness level. And when there is a negative domain to their happiness level, the entire well-being is very much as a worsened end. And drawing on the large literature, which demonstrate that the stress and social conditions across the life force is that the majority stress that these sexual minorities people face at any point of their life, it might negatively influence their present day-to-day happiness. Now, this flowchart explains about the impact that these populations face over a long period of time. Like, for example, the homophobia and transphobia and the misogyny from the mainstream population, it leads to the internalization of certain experiences and externalization. This internalization includes their low self-esteem, their hypervigilance, their guilt and shame for their varied gender preferences, and the externalization occurs in the domain of violence, prejudice, bullying, etc. And these determinants.
Sorry to interrupt, Akansha. Please wind up within 1 minute because we are getting late for the next.
Sure, ma'am. I'm just winding up the session. So all these aspects of these minority stress have been a predictor of mental distress, and it has been depicted in various studies, which are the forebinder of the Mayer's minority stress theory. There have been studies which have supported which have propounded that these minority populations have been under the domain, they have been under the surveillance of being under post-traumatic stress disorders, and more or less they are often involved in substance abuse problems due to their ostracization from the main society. So the essence of this paper was to foster the understanding and inclusion of happiness into the understanding of well-being of these individuals, because there have been population studies which have demonstrated that the sexual minorities have been facing disadvantages in all of these areas. There have been the victimization studies, but the inclusion of this greater holistic approach of happiness is not yet been done, and this study was an attempt to fulfill that persisting literature gap of articulating the distribution of happiness as an important research goal. That was all from my end. These are few of the references that I have.
Thank you, Akansha. Thank you, Akansha. Thank you.
So thank you so much, sir, for joining, Thana, sir.
No, thanks. Thanks, thanks for
sir, I could not welcome you in the beginning. I was there in another session.
Oh, no, it's all right.
Thank you very much. You could spare time to conduct the session and share listen to the presenters. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
I know that being the head requires a lot of work in the department, but despite your busy schedule, you could spare time. Thank my
but I am also thankful that you have given the chance to.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, it is our pleasure, sir.
Dr. Nagma has managed the session very well.
Yeah, sir. They have managed all the sessions. The second session was managed by another, but I was just sitting in between. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I will send. I will mail this. The sheet.
Yeah. You just send your sheet.
Okay.
Thank you all the participants for participating.
Okay, thank you.
NK Saxena sir has joined, the chairperson of the next symposium on creating happy schools. So welcome, sir. Namaskar, sir. Madam Vohra has also joined. Namaskar, ma'am. And Krishnadas sir has joined. Nagpal sir has also joined. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Very good evening, ma'am. Good afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Preeti Garkhal is the next speaker has joined. Dr. Rushi has joined.
Yes, Dr. Rishi is there.
Yes, yes, I'm here, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening, good evening. And Dr. Krishnadath is there, Dr. Megha?
I'm just looking at him.
Yes, I am present, madam.
So thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Okay. Sir is managing from IRA University and we are managing from Lucknow University. So we are all together on this platform.
Thank you, ma'am. That's wonderful.
Really, really. So Megha, you can carry on your session.
Okay, ma'am.
You just start your session.
Thank you, ma'am. Our symposium 3 is on creating happy schools, emerging good practices model for positive mental health of students. Before beginning with the symposium, I would like to introduce all my speakers, chairperson and co-chairperson. Our chairperson for the session is Dr. N.K. Saxena, sir, who is a former sectional president, Indian Science Congress Association, former president, Indian Psychology Association, and former principal and HOD Psychology of PPN College, Kanpur. Sir has published and presented about 90 research papers in national and international journals, has produced 19 PhDs, taught UG and PG classes, have certain foreign visits on academic assignments like Canada and US in 1974, Holland and France in 1976, West Germany in 1978, Malaysia in 2019, and Sri Lanka in February 2020. Welcome, sir, to our forum. Our co-chairperson, sir, is Dr. Krishnadath, sir, who is a clinical psychologist and ex-psychologist, Department of Psychiatry, King George Medical University. Sir is also the founder of Asmita, a center for slow learners and mental health care. He's a guest faculty at Amity University and consultant in faculty Indira Gandhi Open National University. He has been a resource person, National Institute of Public Cooperation and Child Development. So he is co-supervisor in thesis from DM, MD, MDS, and many more. He has supervised more than 20 dissertations in the area of disability, health, and educational issues. He has written 2 books, Jeevan Manovigyan for public education and Nirdeshika for slow learners. Besides that, sir has also achieved several awards like Lifetime Achievement Award, National Builder Award, etc. Welcome, sir, to the forum of Symposium 3. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. I would also like to introduce all my speakers for Symposium 3. Our first speaker is Dr. Rushi, who is an associate professor and head Department of Clinical Psychology, RML Hospital, New Delhi. Ma'am has worked in various leading government hospitals and institutes for more than 20 years, like Government Medical College and Hospital, Chandigarh, National Institute for Mentally Handicapped, New Delhi, and Institute of Human Behavior and Allied Sciences, Delhi. She has received various awards and gold medals for scientific research papers and has also received postgraduate merit scholarship and award during her post-graduation. She has various publications and scientific research papers in various national and international journals and has organized various national and international conferences and seminars. She has also been a consultant on leading national media, both print and electronic, like DD News, Doordarshan Kisan, NDTV, Rajya Sabha. She is managing depression and diabetes in primary care, a multi-center, single-blind, randomized controls effectiveness trial of fluoxetine versus mindedness. She is a member of the steering committee, Central Unit, UNESCO, Chair of Bioethics. She is a General Secretary, Association of Clinical Psychologists, Delhi, NCR. She is a member of editorial board of various national and international journals like Indian Journal of Clinical Psychologists, Indian Journal of Medical Psychiatry, Journal of Psychosocial Wellbeing, American Research Journal of Psychiatry. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. I welcome you on behalf of all the from Department of Psychology, University of Lucknow, and IRA University. I would also like to welcome our next speaker, Dr. Jitendra Nagpal, sir, who is a senior consultant psychiatrist and in charge Institute of Mental Health and Life Skills Promotion, Moolchand, MedCity, New Delhi. He's also a program director in Expressions India, the National Life Skills Values Education and School Wellness Program. Sir has been in the services planning, training groups, and on board with many committees under the MHRT, WIN of WCD, Social Justice, CBCS, and many more. He has developed various programs and training manuals under the MHRD for school-based implementation of health, safety, and well-being programs. He's also working group member of Manodarpan Psychosocial Support for Mental Health and Well-being. He has also authored and been a leader researcher in pioneering work done by NBG. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. I welcome you on behalf of IRA University and University of Lucknow. Our third speaker is Ms. Preeti Garkhel, who is an academic advisor, Expressions India, the National Life Skills, Value Education and School Wellness Program. She'll be speaking on the topic roles and responsibilities of stakeholders, inclusive practices. She has advanced diploma in child guidance and counseling from IP University, international certified career coach by CDA, master trainer in autism tools organized by National Trust and AIMS, psychological first aid from Johns Hopkins University, skill enhancement certificate course for suicide prevention, solution focused therapeutic skills, academic advisor with Expressions India since 2016, and she has been counseling students of Miranda House during pandemic. I welcome you all. Now I would request Krishna sir to please carry forward the session. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Meghaji. First of all, let me avail the opportunity to thank Dr. Megha, Dr. Nagmaji, and moreover, Professor Pradhan, for giving me an opportunity to share my experiences. And also it becomes my duty to thank being a part of this whole program. More so, it's my pleasure that I am sharing the platform with my reverend initial teacher of psychology, Professor N.K. Saxena, who is still source of inspiration to all of us, because he is 80 plus, but he is so energetic, so active, so dynamic, and so vibrant that we get inspiration from him. Thank you, sir. So I think we are running short of time. So without wasting the time, I am inviting Dr. Rushi for her presentation.
Please fix the time limit.
Yes, sir.
14 to 15 minutes.
Sir.
So, a very good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
So thanks for inviting me for this symposium. It's really my pleasure to talk on this topic that is creating happy and healthy schools. So as health and well-being is a developmental goal which is already well articulated in the National Education Policy, I'll be speaking upon the need to create health promoting schools where education and health promotion programs can create a well-being environment, a happy environment that helps to enrich every child in the classroom. So I'll be speaking about the evidence-based research across the world for mental health promoting programs and how to create such programs. And Dr. Nagpal will be discussing upon his innovative journey of implementing the comprehensive model for the mental health and well-being in India by Expression India, which has already been a model of implementation in many parts of the country. And of course, Ms. Preeti will be talking about the need and promotion of inclusive practices, roles and responsibilities of different stakeholders. And of course, she'll be also talking about some evidence-based research on resilience. So coming to my presentation. So how can we promote well-being, health and happiness in the classroom? So in my classroom as a teacher, I'm a huge believer in positivity and optimism. I believe I can easily embrace that positivity and encourage others to do the same. So I believe that one of the key role of a teacher is to help develop healthier and happier people who can learn. So it is globally being realized that schools play a vital role in the overall development of a child to become a competent adult who can contribute usefully to the society. Yes. So health is an important aspect of development of children and education. And it's an important and education is an important determinant of health. So almost all children who attend school at some time during their lives, they spend significant time of their life in a school in learning environment. And apart from this, the school curriculum can have a substantial influence on the health promoting behaviors. Sorry. So I must say that the schools are the best place to develop a comprehensive mental health program for children. One, because almost all the children attend school at some point during their life. And secondly, the infrastructure in the school is well placed. And when the teachers are actively involved in the mental health promotive programs, the intervention can reach generations of children. So, sorry.
Now you can ask. Please make this full screen. Please use the full screen.
It's not a full screen.
Yeah, slide.
One second, just acha, haan, yes. Sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Now it is there.
Please go ahead.
Full screen aaya hai?
Yes, yes. It's good.
Yes, ma'am. Now you can go ahead. Yeah.
Go ahead.
It's going
please.
well.
नहीं सर मैंने
अभी ठीक है मैम आ गया है
एक सेकंड
Yes, it's okay.
नहीं सर मेरे स्क्रीन से ये चला अभी फुल स्क्रीन है सर
नहीं मैम अभी दोबारा पहले जैसे आ गया है। एक बार आप दोबारा जो अभी पहले आपने इससे पहले जो किया था वो फुल स्क्रीन था वो
Yes.
लेकिन वो these were different slides.
there might be some subtle differences in few slides. That's okay.
I think it's
Yeah. Now it's perfect.
It's okay, ma'am.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Good.
So promoting health through schools is a life course approach to promote healthy behavior among children. So many of the today's and tomorrow's leading causes of death, disease, and disability, they can be significantly reduced by preventing behavior that is initiated during the school or during the youth through the health education and understanding and motivation and providing a happy and safe environment to the children in the classroom. So schools are one of the setting outside the home where children can acquire those skills which can help them to grow into a productive and capable citizen. So is it visible?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's visible.
So health promoting schools are the schools which display and support the commitment to enhancing the emotional, social, physical, and moral well-being of their school community. So research demonstrates that the students who receive social, emotional, and mental health support, they achieve better academically. And a mental health promoting school is a setting where education and health promotion programs, they can create a well-being environment that helps to enrich the learning for every student. So because of the prevalence of mental health issues among the children and adolescents is an increasing global problem nowadays. So the schools have been positioned at the forefront of promoting positive mental health and well-being through implementing the evidence-based intervention. So at one point, we believe that schools are a pervasive environment in young people's lives, and it can positively impact on their mental health and mitigate some negative impacts on of some other social factors. However, research also shows that some schools can, like for some children, schools can present as considerable sources of stress, worry, and unhappiness, which can hinder their academic attainment as well. So schools are positioned at the forefront of promoting positive mental health. This is an important way of managing or tackling the growing prevalence of mental health disorders worldwide. So, talking about the protection of child rights, the WHO noted that fundamental to mental health promotion are actions that facilitate an environment that respects and protects the basic civil, political, and socioeconomic and cultural rights, right? So without the security and freedom provided by these rights, it is difficult to maintain the high levels of mental health. So that's why I was just talking about this important phenomena of protection of the basic human rights among children and adolescents. Because the WHO argued that mental health policies should include mental health promotion, and it should not be limited to the health sector, but it should also involve the education. Is this a full screen now?
Now it is.
So there are numerous guidelines and policies in how this could be achieved in all over the world internationally. So recently in England, the government pledged that all the secondary schools will receive mental health training by 2020, and each school should have a mental health champion. So similarly, government in Wales and Scotland have produced policies and statements to advocate the promotion of positive mental health in school-aged children in 2017. And such thinking is reflected internationally as several countries have been exploring ways of integrating health and education. So mental health promotion is in schools need to be achieved through the provision of a continuum of intervention programs, and researchers all over the world have argued that this should focus on social and emotional learning, competence of all the students, and actively involve young people, schools, and communities. For change to happen, training and involvement from a range of people is needed to create a cultural shift in the educational context. So developing partnership between the health and educational sectors can support meaningful engagement, and it can last the change. Internationally, this has been implemented through schools adopting social and emotional programs. For example, there were some programs in USA, in Australia, and so many other parts of the country. A whole school approach for promoting positive mental health recognizes the importance of working collaboratively with all parts of the school, in the community, with all parts of the school, community, students, families, and staff. So adopting this approach advocates that schools should manage the mental health issues and well-being through their behavioral policies, curriculum design, care and support of young people as well as staff, and engagement of the parents as well. Recognition of the need to have a sustainable multi-sector partnership in mental health promotion offers little guidance about specific roles of stakeholders. So the emerging global vision of health and happy promoting schools is that school must be safe, caring, and supportive learning environment. They should strive to provide a healthy and safe environment to the kids. We need to promote health and well-being for all the members of the school, whether they are students, they are teachers or parents or the nearby local community. So the key steps in developing a health promoting school are engaging a health and educational officials, teachers, students, and parents, community leader in the effort to promote health in schools, providing a safe and healthy environment like I have discussed, and providing effective skill-based health education and life skill training, providing access to health services, and implementing school policies and good practices that support health as a mission. So let's just talk about the adolescence, that why the adolescence is the most vulnerable age, why the mental health promotion or the mental health intervention is needed most likely at this age, because this is a phase when there are rapid changes take place both physically and psychologically. So apart from the physical development, that is the onset of puberty, there are some important cognitive changes which are occurring. There is socio-emotional development, which what happens at this age, like there is formation of self-esteem, and sometimes the self-esteem fluctuates because it is influenced by so many factors around, like the performance of the child in the classroom, his relationship with the parents, his relationship with the siblings, his relationship with the friends as a whole. And there are identity crises because the identity formation occurs at this time. So it's time to forge an identity. There are career choices to be made, meaningful relationships to be formed and sustained. And there are technological advances nowadays which need to be tackled by these kids. So there are stressors which are related to those also. There are expansion of social roles, which create a lot of stress on the part of the adolescent. So sorry, I have just, I'll just come directly to this thing, that the prevalence of mental disorders among children and adolescents, they are increasing globally day by day. And globally, 10 to 20% of children and young people, they experience mental disorders. And this again is increasing. And it is estimated that 50% of the adults with disorders, they experience them prior to the age of 15. I think Dr. Nagpal will be giving enough data in his presentation about this, so I will not go into the detail of this. I'll just come directly to the that what kind of childhood problems, what are the emerging childhood mental health issues of the 21st century. And so apart from the internet addiction, substance abuse, and also there are some emotional disorders which are internalizing disorder, that is anxiety, phobia, depression, OCD, and somatization, which is increasing day by day among the adolescents. And there are some externalizing disorders like conduct disorder or oppositional defiant disorder. And of course, in the children and adolescents, there are marked developmental disorders like specific learning disabilities, very common, then autistic spectrum disorders. So India has one of the highest suicide rates worldwide, and it's the second leading cause of death in the young people, which actually originates in the childhood and have great risk at adolescence. So 90% of the diagnosable psychiatric conditions, they like usually depression, that usually originates in the childhood. And there are almost no interventions for addressing those, stress-related issues and the depression and specifically suicidality among the school-going children. So why to address mental health in school? It is because promoting mental health and well-being at schools may contribute to better behavior.
Yes, please. Only 10 minutes left.
Okay. It can lead to better health outcomes and better academic achievement.
Please conclude as soon as possible.
Yeah. So where school can reveal the a person's personal problems like the anxiety, phobia, and depression can be manifested easily in the school setting, but it may equally create big challenges for the adolescent by not recognizing those problems and helping them to cope with it. That's why we always talk about the promotion of mental health, where the teachers or the counselor in the school, they can identify the mental health issues among the children on time. There are various issues in the school which are related to the safety of the child. So we really have to work hard on the prevention of the child abuse. We have to work hard on responding the violence and exploitation and abuse in the community or in the school per se. So neglect is another important issue which has been encountered by the children and adolescents in the schools and the families, which can be dealt easily in the schools by the counselors, by the teachers, with the help of mental health professionals. And neglect is the most common type of maltreatment. So inattention to the basic needs of the child, it's not necessarily that we are talking about these needs in the home itself. These are the important needs which need to be dealt in the school setup. So the role of the educators become very important here. The role of schools and educators in providing the child safety is important in a way that they're so then how can we proceed? Like what we can do, that we can work on some school-based programs like the life skill training program or the socialization skills, problem solving and coping skills, and communication skills. Anti-bullying efforts have to be made by the counselor and the teachers forcefully in the schools. And there are some school community programs which will be dealt in the collaboration with different stakeholders, where the training of the staff, like the training of the counselor and training of the teachers is required. So we need to collaborate with the social service agencies also, like the mental health professionals, social workers, all the life skill coaches and all. So school-based interventions, if we are working on that, they have easy accessibility for the youth, and they are less stigmatizing, and they are easily to implement. They are acceptable and feasible. They are most cost-effective, practical, and beneficial in the long term. Teachers and parents, therefore, can respond. They can train to respond by offering supporting environment to the child, while at the same time providing ample guidance and control also. We shouldn't forget about that. And adolescents and children should they be allowed to exercise their increasing autonomy in a mature and responsible fashion, then only we can work, or we can provide them a happy and healthy environment. So mental health problems may lead to school dropout. They can lead to many internalizing and externalizing mental health issues, difficulties in learning, truancy rate may get increased, and there are many emotional and behavioral difficulties which have been reported among the students. So schools can be a great location for mental health promotion, early identification, and intervention. Schools are also great locations for combating stigma associated with mental illness, and integrating mental health education in schools may help to destigmatize mental illness. So education and mental health are part of the basic human rights of children and youth. We should not forget that. World will be a better place because if we can make a difference in the life of a child. So I will just conclude by saying that I would like to conclude by appreciating the vision of Mahatma Gandhi ji, the kind of vision he had almost 100 years back, when he thought of the repercussions of depletion of resources, pollution, violence. He thought of providing a better world to us with sustainable development, so that we can have or we can provide a better world to the coming young generations. So my next speaker, Dr. Nagpal, too probably had the same vision 20 years back when he thought of providing a better world to the coming generations. So I will request my next speaker, Dr. Nagpal, to throw some light on his innovative, comprehensive model for the mental health and well-being in school setting. Sir.
Thank you, Dr. Rusi, for your
sir.
crystal clear presentation. If chair permits, I wish to express my desire that all three presentations should be over. Then we shall be given our reflections, because as Dr. Rusi mentioned, that other presentations are quite related to each other. Sir, if you are permitting me, can we call Dr. Nagpal for his presentation? Hello.
Sir, I am
Sir,
there.
please,
Sir.
please, sir. Dr.
Okay.
Nagpal
Okay.
is known in the field. He shall be presenting. Please, Dr. Nagpal.
Thank you so much, sir. Honorable Chairperson, sir. It's a privilege to be here, and thanks to Dr. Professor Madhurima Prasad and all the other team members of this very innovative international conference. Thank you, Dr. Rushi ma'am. Thank you, Preeti ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Rushi. I think you've been a great support in making this a very elaborate outlook to what our efforts and vision have been in the last so many years to look at possibility of creating a climate. I repeat, creating a climate of mental health, well-being, and happiness in schools. Now, this is a long journey, as you said, Dr. Rushi, and I think age-appropriate, holistic, and connecting dots with the NEP 2020. I think these are three important keywords today. Connecting the dots of social, emotional learning as per the tenets of the NEP 2020, and how we look at the governance of our body, mind, and soul growth and development in the portals of our school. Now, I agree with you that it has been more than 15 years since we did the advocacy for positioning the terminology, the structure, and the, I would say, the nomenclature for acceptance and maybe even the destigmatization and decentralization of such services within the schooling system. There was a time way back in 2002, I remember, when the first International Congress on Child and Adolescent Psychiatry was held in New Delhi, and a lot of recommendations came from the world over. People were there globally, and we spoke about the fact that why schools are not encouraging primarily the importance and the cruciality of mental health and well-being, and looking at academic achievement, academic outcome, academic grades and marks and rote learning as the primary criteria of moving out of the school as a person into the next level of education. So today we all stand here. Preeti ma'am, you can just go ahead. Go ahead with the slides. Yeah, you can just move on. I'm going through a journey which I am trying to expedite and come to the whole model of peer educators. Now, as we see the journey here, this is a model which would not have been possible with the great support of all teachers, all faculties. Yeah, we can just wait. Yeah. Next one. Yeah, just hold on here, ma'am. Yeah. Yeah, just hold it here. I just want the data slide, ma'am.
Previous slide.
The data slide, ma'am.
Previous slide.
Yeah, you can just hold on here.
The previous slide, yeah, this one.
Yeah. When we look at emerging data in the last about, let's go by say the 15 years experience. When we look at census 2011, we did not have so much of data as much as last 10 years have given us very crucial, important research about child and adolescent mental health concerns and how the community role and responsibility can be so important only in the last 10 years. And it's a privilege to be on this platform with all the erudite professors and faculties from different universities. And when we look at school mental health, it cannot be away from the philosophy and the ideology of university mental health. Both are intertwined in the developmental perspective, as we all agree, from a behavioral perspective. And even the NEP 2020 today does importantly take into consideration the age-appropriate life cycle approach. If that is so, if the education from the toddler till the scholar, in a university is not a discontinuum process, but it is a continuum of so many developmental stages, then why we consider mental health as a question of only the adult research and adult interventions? And when we look at child and adolescent tertiary care, the data has been shocking. Today I'll just quote this current data which has come, 13.5 urban metro adolescents and about 7.3 throughout the country, urban, rural combined, are mental health disorders in below 18 years. I mean, that's huge. And we have the largest population. We can move to the next one, ma'am. We have the largest population of adolescents in the world. We are looking at more than 50% of adult psychiatric disorders which are beginning during the adolescence in the school. And we look at major mental conditions like most of the schizophrenias, the beginnings of the bipolar disorders. We are looking at how beginnings of certain substance abuse disorders related mental health conditions. They are all beginning, they are all taking root in the adolescent period. So सवाल ये आता है that why are we delaying the onset of community-based services in mental health as far as schools are concerned? Dr. Ruchi has given a very strong advocacy about certain schema of certain disorders which are commonly seen. But if those disorders are multiplying, if 2005 showed us a data say about 5 to 7%, today we are at 13.5% for adolescents. Now that's the way it is multiplying. And if it is multiplying, the tertiary care services are extremely inadequate, with not more than 15,000 clinical mental health professionals available, and the requirement being nothing less than about 3 lakh people. It will be 50 years minimum to even be able to take care of their tertiary care burden. So I'm only trying to look at a retrospective analysis that it is the schools and therefore the universities as linkages which need to advocate very strongly. We can move ahead, ma'am. Very strongly the role of all the stakeholders. So we are looking at teacher as a counselor, we are looking at student as a support peer educator, and different methodologies. We're looking at life skills as abilities for psychosocial well-being, where adaptability and competency, psychosocial competency and adaptability are two major elements. Way back in 2005, the CBSE incorporated life skills as part of curriculum. And today, social emotional well-being via life skills is being brought in as a major way forward in the new education policy. Now, if that is so, I think it's a good wake-up call for interdisciplinary action, a faster action, maybe a fast forward also, I would say. And what does that mean? That means almost pedagogy, every angle of pedagogy, training, pedagogical output has to have the non-negotiable elements of mental health incorporated. Otherwise, we are looking at this burden of disorders, burden of diseases, the disability of mental illness going up in geometrical way in the next 25 years. Huge burden, which we are not being able to manage. And I am sure honorable professors here, Professor Datta also will agree, our chairperson, the last few years reports about the university suicides is horrifying. There are more than 9 to 11,000 suicides in our universities every year. Now, where are the formative years behind them? If the peak is somewhere between the first and second year college, the formation. Now, if you look at that period of 13 to 20 years, the teenage part and then the post-teenage, the most vulnerable changes, rapid, intense, and also the vulnerability. So it's the right time, the right wake-up call after post-COVID that happiness, health, and harmony all put together, as Dr. Rishi was mentioning, come together as a common approach in pedagogy, in enhancing the counseling services and making peer educators the leaders for it. So that's the, we can just hold on here, ma'am. When I come to the peer educator, that's the new model, and you'll be all happy to know that the CBSE has initiated a very high quality program only a few weeks back in the effort of creating life skills and well-being ambassadors across the country. And if this is an innovative part of a dialogue between the students, by the students, and supported by the teachers and the counselors and people like all of us here together, I think it's a wonderful beginning. One, to minimize the damages related to mental health, maximize the potential of young people as leaders in mental health, and also maximize the potential of pedagogy and teachers in supporting happiness in a school and well-being in a school. So in that regard, we can go ahead, ma'am. There are more than 5 themes which are under consideration. There have been a series of programs. We can just run through few pictures of these, which are taking place as national programs. We have Psycho Olympiads, talking about psychology as an important component of everyday life. We're looking at child rights education for well-being and safety, mental health safety, not just disaster safety as such. And we're looking at how ambassadors for child rights, for protection, participation, development, and survival become integral to mental health climate building. Now, these are different offshoots of well-being. Now, Young Filmmakers Festival. Every year, about more than 100 short films are made by students and submitted for advocacy and awareness building in mental health, in parenting standards and rearing practices, in how bullying-free zones can be created, in how child abuse prevention can be done in schools, under the larger element of emotional safety and social emotional well-being. So these are the methodologies which students are bringing forward. I think it's a wonderful creative thought on part of the schools to do it. And now, as I said, CBSE has taken the initiative to make this a gradual movement by the leadership of our peer educators. Next one. Yeah. So in short, as the previous slide mentioned, when Mahatma Gandhi said it requires only a short time and a very small group of young people to alter the course of history, and we do not inherit the world from our parents, we only borrow it from our children. And if we are borrowing the world from our children, I think we need to give them back a better world to be healthy, happy, and harmonious. Otherwise, they'll turn back and say that this is the world you gave us, full of aggression, bullying, violence, substance abuse. And we all know the talk of the country has been recently substance abuse in the urban metros. You all been reading and wondering how things are going wrong. Where is it available? Where is it affordable? Where is it accessible by young people as early as 6th class, 7th class in schools? Now, being in Delhi, I'm sure Dr. Rishi will agree that our clinical profiling of young people who are coming to us, the comorbidity with substance abuse is as early as 12 and 13 years. The use of cannabis, the use of different kinds of opioids, and correlated mental health conditions, including drug-induced psychosis, cannabis-induced psychosis, and early onset severe psychotic conditions. Now, this is not something which is acceptable at all, because that's where the schooling years will be majorly dropouts. There will be early onset of mental health conditions, and there will be a burden of disease for all of us together, unmanageable at times. So, yeah, next one, ma'am. I'm just going to summarize. So, in short, we are looking at very important areas where psychosocial climate of a school needs to be made non-negotiable. I'll just rattle through this. Provide a friendly, rewarding, and supportive atmosphere by the participation of all the stakeholders, mainly teachers, parents, and student leaders. Support cooperation and active learning rather than passive learning. Active learning implying where students are into project-based learning, inviting non or beyond academics projects like mental health, prevention of certain child rights violations and drug abuse. Forbidding physical punishment and violence of any kind. No anger zone, no violence zone in schools, no bullying zone in schools. Not tolerating bullying, harassment, and discrimination of any kind based on anything that happens to be part of a child's own perception. Valuing the development of creative activities. Now, this is a little remote area, but then allowing creativity in every child, I think, comes in very handy when we look at the potential of young learners as becoming partners with all the other, protagonists in the school environment. Very importantly, now with the NEP 2020, the family school partnership, family as a teacher and school as a family, both working together. 245 million children reached out during the online education, and a lot of parents being learners also. This is a very important time in life, the COVID-19, which has taught us the value of pervasive mental health promotion, both in the community and in the school, and a lot of changes have happened. The Manodarpan by the Ministry of HRD, now the Ministry of Education, as an initiative for mental health support for students has been a remarkable milestone in this regard. We'll move on to the next. So in next one, ma'am. I'm sure, please do tell me. No, we can move ahead. I've already spoken about the research data. We've already mentioned all this. Now, these are few important, we can just run through. Bullying in schools, electronic addiction, the POXO Act, the mental health morbidity, living with a new kind of emotionality, living with the peer group challenges, living with one's own identity issues, post-COVID era, and the summary model. I think Dr. Rishi did mention, but I think broadly, if we see, we'll just be here for 10 seconds before we have Sneha coming in as a small video from a student. At all 4 levels of care, require attention, both age appropriately and holistically, at all levels of care. Entire school community, entire group of teachers and students as exposure required for them. And wherever the need is a little beyond the management of a classroom or a management of a school, the extra help required from the empaneled professionals in the school. Now, this 4-tier model seems to be very effective now, and a lot of the studies which have come up at different levels, especially the role of counselors, teachers, and peer educators, the level 3. I think this has been very importantly the bridge between the tertiary care and the primary care of the school. And this has been a wonderful opportunity. The COVID-19 quarantines and the lockdown period where you all see the level 3 has been well researched, and we can see partnerships from the community helping the level 1 and 2 bridge between level 1, 2, and 4. And no wonder upgradation of the counselors training, not only their role as a mental health professional in school, but also their role as enhancing the important component of counseling. So many different parliamentary acts have come in. We have the POCSO Act, we have the PWD Act, we have the new Mental Health Care Act. So the counselors also need to be upgraded, upscaled, and also oriented. Peer mentors and peer educators as life skills ambassadors are playing a wonderful role in bridging this gap. Even now, you will see how young people are coming up with videos, with creative art, with dance and movement therapy. We're looking at creating special emergency, debates about mental health. In the last about few weeks, the whole month, which is about the mental health month, students have done a wonderful job in creating, somewhere the walls, those barriers where stigma can be dealt with, and those areas where denial, acceptance of mind as a component of good health in children who are of special needs. Now, this is a partnership coming from a non-mental health sector. That is where the happiness and the health lies. It is not about creating happiness within. I'm sure it is about providing a climate where every child has an opportunity to get assistance. Next one, ma'am. Yeah. You can go ahead. I just want to, yeah, ma'am. Please go ahead. Yeah. This is where the
please try to summarize.
Yeah.
20 minutes or
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Post-COVID era is seeing some of these polarities. Some of these polarities where the digital child and the digital adolescence is going to be a challenge, and how children, both in terms of education and entertainment, have become a very important human resource. I think their polarity of behaviors and their polarities of emotional well-being are something which need to be studied better in research. And this is the right time, because this is something new normal about adolescents. And when they are the ones who want to be heard, I think this is the right time to give them a platform for mental health promotion. Next one, ma'am. Next. Yeah. Next. Yeah. Okay. We can just go to the next one and stop there, ma'am. Yeah. We'll move to the video now. Apart from life skills, which are some of the ones which have been prevalent for the last so many years, let's not forget that the 21st century life skills about collaboration, cooperation, creative learning, and resilience is something which we all need to incorporate in the core life skills which have been prevalent in the last about 20 years. That's how the amalgamation is now taking place. And the outcome is, again, I repeat, a health promoting and a happiness promoting school. With these words, it was only to share a working model which is being expanded, accepted, and also taken countrywide. And let's see in the next 1 year what kind of a feedback we all receive, and it will be worth sharing with you all over here, and also inviting partnerships at every corner of the country to make it a better, healthier world for children. Preeti ma'am, can we have the video from the student and conclude on that?
Sir, is it audible?
Not yet, ma'am.
The video is not there.
It's not visible also. Yeah, okay.
Now, is it visible?
1 minute, ma'am.
No, it's not visible.
It's not visible, ma'am.
Okay. Give me a moment, sir.
Yeah, yeah. Take it.
I'll just start.
Hi everyone, my name is Neha and
Okay.
So just sharing the screen. So do
Okay,
tell me
ma'am.
if it is audible.
I'm a student currently
Was it
Uh,
audible?
Yes, it's audible.
Yes,
Can
yes,
we
it's
have
audible.
the sound a little louder? Yeah, ma'am.
Little louder.
studying in the 11th grade at Billabong High International.
Little sound, ma'am.
Hi
Yeah.
everyone, my name is Sneha and I'm a student currently studying in the 11th grade at Billabong High International School, Noida. And today I'd like to talk to all of you about how the integration of life skills with our curriculum has helped me grow not only as a student, but also an adolescent. I think I can speak for everyone out there when I say that the last year and a half has been very unexpected, especially for students like myself giving board exams. You know, we've been through a lot of ups and downs, but in the end, we pulled through. And I think a major contributor to that has been the life skills lessons that we've been attending. We discussed with our peers and teachers problems we're facing in our daily lives. We've learned how to approach situations, learned about the 10 life skills and how to apply that in your life. And I think that has definitely helped us move on from all the bad things that have happened and try to look for the positives in everything and try to build ourselves in a way that we're strong, we're resilient, and we understand ourselves, we know where we're lacking, and we can build upon that.
Thank you. Thank you, Sneha. This is a very prompt response from a student just recently. And many such responses about how they wish to be mental health leaders in schools have come from all over the country. We are trying to compile it, and CBSE will be starting this program shortly. So with these words, I conclude, Chairman Sir, and we'll probably like to have your comments at the end of the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Nagpal. As it was expected from you, a person so experienced, you have given very vivid picturesque description of regarding mental health of school-going children and as well as adolescents, and also suggested significant things as to what should be done, not only regarding their mental health, but to enhance their quality of life. So with these words, can we call upon Dr. Preeti for her presentation?
Thank you, sir. I'll just start sharing.
Please.
I hope the screen is visible.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Nagpal, sir, and Dr. Rushi for highlighting the importance of mental health, which actually echoes with the World Health Organization's definition when it says that health is not absence of disease, but state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. But when I talk of mental well-being, working with children at ground level, it is very subjective interpretation. And this subjective interpretation gives me a platform wherein we have to recognize the abilities and potentials of each and every individual. It's very individual in nature. I cannot have an umbrella thing for everyone because each one of us is different. And this actually brings me to, my today's topic. And I have divided into three parts. Why resilience? Why do we need to talk about it? And if we are talking about it, who are the stakeholders? What are the responsibilities of the stakeholders? And how do we go ahead? Now, we are not talking about theory here because with all the learned and distinguished teachers, professors here, I would actually want to look at, the actionable. How do we proceed further from the theory to the action? And as the Walt Disney also says, the way to get started is quit talking and begin doing. And I believe this platform, Symposium 3, is about starting to do it in action. It's an action-oriented stage which has been given to all of us, who are the stakeholders, who are the key participants who are going to make this change. So it's a journey which is beginning today, I believe. And we live in turbulent times and, with threat of war, political conflicts which are there. We actually don't need a base to, talk about a scenario in which resilience is required. We have been through pandemic. It has been a struggle for my adolescents. It has been a struggle for my primary children as well. It has been struggle for my aged senior citizens also. So all of us, individual, as a family, as a community, as a country, developing or develop, we have got in touch with, the truth that how prepared we are, how prepared we were. And this, suppose, I rather talk about, if you decide to buy an automobile today, let's say a car, and you visit this showroom. Now in that showroom, the sales guy is going to give you all the features. He's going to list all the features. And while listing the feature, there is one feature which he's going to boast about, and that is the airbag. Because that airbag is the safety component. It is for you, your utilization, that it is my safety net. Now, my resilience is the safety net, that airbag in my life, in the life of the adolescents. That is what the importance of resilience, and that is why we are talking about resilience today as an essential component. Now, if I talk about, defining resilience, capacity to recover, the elasticity, a very common term which the moment I ask, and which synonymous to resilience comes to us, is bounce back. So everyone says it's a bouncing back. Now, the moment I hear this bouncing back, I get into, that ball which bounces. Now, when that ball bounces, is it the material of that ball? What is inside that ball? Or is it the surface on which it bounces that is responsible for the bouncing back? Now, that is what brings me to Anne Mestand's beautiful definition of resilience, which says that capacity of a system to adapt. And I'm really focusing on the system. It is system which is to adapt successfully to the challenges that threaten systems function, survival, or development. It is not just about coping, but it is actually about developing, restarting. Now, how I look at resilience is me to we, me with my belief system, with my own self efficiency and self-belief, and my belief that yes, I have a support mechanism to fall back on. So me to we, I start again and sail again. That is resilience. Now I come to my topic 2, which is, who are we? When I say me to we, who are we? And who are the stakeholders? So this is not a new thing which, we discuss, but all the today's platform wherein all the humanitarian agencies are collaborating to bring across a change, to start this journey. This is what? To build hope, optimism, strengthen the support system, ensure that every child has got a protective and promotive system in place, ensure that every being is resilient. And this takes me to Professor Durganand Sinha's model, which was given way back in 1970, which talks about, how the child is layered around with the surrounding layer and the visual layers, and how it is embedded in the system. And this was also echoed by Yuri Bronfenbrenner when he talks about microsystem, mesosystem, exosystems, and macrosystem, chronosystems, that how everything is interdisciplinary. It is not an individual's journey, but it is about all of us together, all of us ensuring that, yes, the child, the individual bounce back. And Daniel and Shelley also mentions it with domains, 6 domains, that how from a secure base to knowledge, to friendships, the peer relation, the interpersonal relation, the beauty of the relationship, which is need of adolescents, to the talents and interests. What is my ability? What is my talent? What am I interested in? With that I will have meaning in my life. And once I have the meaning in my life, then I will be able to find a road ahead. And the social competence is based on my interest and my abilities and the value system. The moment I say that, I look at positive values and value system, I go back to my Gurukul system, which was, given centuries back, and how the Guru Shishya relationship was there, and the values which were imbibed, especially in our culture. Now, this is what makes us resilient. I'm moving ahead to how resilience can be, seen in the context of the stakeholders. I say that we encourage strength. We do the re-scripting. Now, my child is, as Erickson also says, trust, mistrust starts at a very early age. Now, what am I giving? Which script am I giving? तुमसे नहीं हो पाएगा. या तुम कर सकते हो. Yes, you can. There is a possibility. There are umpteen possibilities which you can capture. The world is all yours. If maths is not for you, then languages are there. There are more vocational things which are there. Re-scripting. Now, the re-scripting will give me a self-efficacy, and it will drive me the motivation, which leads me to Maslow. And he says that, yes, you will reach to the self-actualization. Each one of us will reach to the self-actualization. Our system of caregiving that capable of providing this re-scripting? Are we giving that system, connecting the networks? And if I look at the stakeholders, I'm skipping this slide, but coming straight away to schools, community, and the parents. Are we celebrating the progress? I have a lot issue with success stories. I don't want to, focus on the success stories. For me, each milestone is important. For me, each step is important. The progress is important. Are we celebrating the progress? Are we equipping, like we just saw what Sneha said, that life skill training, how it equipped her. Peer educator program is such a beautiful program. I see this child who was so inhibited and never coming out, never talking to anyone. And then in one of this peer educator program, this child, she outshined like anything. And post the program, when I was talking to her, and she said, "Ma'am, I never knew that I can do this. I was always so inhibited and I was so underconfident to talk to anyone. But yes, now I know that I can express and I can talk." And thereby, this particular platform gave her a meaning to being, a meaning to being. Today, the schools are talking about RDD approach, research, design, and develop. It is no more the bookish, the textbook thing. We refer to the books, but then it is more practical application. How are you going to use it? Bloom's taxonomy talks about what is the application. It is no more about only the theory part, but it is about the application part. And then comes the role of my parents. Now, one of my parents who came to me and said, and I'm sure all of you being from the same field, we would have listened to this. Teenager बच्चा मेरी बात ही नहीं सुनता है, मुझे तो समय ही नहीं देता है, ये अपने दोस्तों में ही रहता है. And then I was wondering, okay, fine, but why? And I asked this parent, is it that he brushes his teeth daily, the morning routine? She said, yes, ma'am, that is there in place. Every morning he does it without even us asking. I said, okay, fine. But how is it that, this routine was fixed without you telling him now he's brushing his teeth? So, ma'am, that was a routine which was set. Daily you have to get up and brush your teeth. But then where was the family time? Where was the time when you were listening and talking to each other? Was any routine for families set at that time? So no, ma'am, there wasn't any time set. So now complaining, where are we leading? Once the child is engrossed in his peers, we are talking about family, setting up a family routine. कि बच्चा मुझे नहीं बता रहा, but when was the time to set that routine? We miss that opportunity to set that routine. And then again comes, are we celebrating each and every milestone of my child? तुम्हारे 40 नंबर आए हैं 50 में से? Am I focusing on the 40 which I have got, or am I focusing on the 10 which I have lost? What is my lens? And whatever lens I am using will be a script for my child, and that would give him power. That would give him power to again start and appear for the next exam with more zeal, with more conviction that yes, I could do 40 marks. I can, or it is only 10 marks more to go. And yes, then the safe zone to be created wherein my child can explore, express, no judgment. It's not only about, counselors giving unconditional positive regard. Where are my parents who can give unconditional positive regard? Where are my, each teacher, where is the community? Why do we look at Sharmaji, Varmaji and all the uncles and their children doing, wo doctor ban gaya, wo IAS ban gaya. My child will be the sports person. My child will do what he likes to do. And I'll celebrate that. That is what is gonna give a power to my child and a bouncing back, the bounce back, the ball and the surface, everything embedded in the system we're gonna give. And the community, am I providing that platform wherein my child is attending to social engagements? Am I giving those community work opportunities? The auntie in mid-60s is walking towards the lift with all her groceries. Is my child on his own thinking that, okay, fine, auntie, can I help you? Can I lend that hand? Now the shared responsibilities are imbibed, and this gives, wow, I could help. And the moment I have that I could help, I know I'm capable, and I am capable would lead me to, if I'm capable of doing something for another person, I'm capable of doing it for my own self. And yes, that is what is gonna build a resilient individual, a resilient adolescent, and someone who will bounce back, and someone who will be able to and prepare to cope with any of the circumstances which are which he comes across in any of the life stage. Thank you. The key message is resilience is dynamic, trainable, and an essential skills. And pandemic was a jolt which gave this, that yes, we have to talk about it. We have to imbibe this skill in everyone. It is interdisciplinary system because it is not about one person, but it is about everyone working together for a society which is more adaptive. For each one of us has a contribution to make and change our lens, with which the moment we walk out of this symposium, we have to change our lens to look at people, look at adolescents, and re-script and give them a new beautiful script of confidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Preeti, for timely presentation and your clear-cut diction and very lucid and clear message. As a matter of fact, Dr. Rushi, Dr. Nagpal, and Dr. Preeti, this trio has evoked me to share my own experience. In fact, we conducted a small study 2 years back, and the study was to assess the aptitude of children who are studying 6th to 8th standard. Nearby Lucknow city, we chose a rural background, Bakshi Ka Talab. 10 schools private and 10 schools government schools. So aptitude assessment was kept aside. That was done and conveyed the message to the parent. But the secondary observation was amazing, and that I wish to share with you all. The experience was in government schools in terms of teacher-taught relationship, academic performance, financial burden, infrastructure, and moreover, quality of human resource. It was not at all comparable with the private schools. I'm giving just a glimpse of that. When we used to visit government school, students used to behave as if they are robots. Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am. It used to be very clear from their faces that even they do not know the meaning of good morning and good evening. Just they are uttering as if they have been taught like parrots. One scene, we saw a student was trying to approach a teacher, and teacher used to be, wait, wrong. Say what you have to say. Wahin se bolo, kya kehna hai? So, what I wish to convey, I observed in fact two nations, one Bharat, one India. And India is almost overpowering Bharat in case of government basic schools. Reason is teachers are usually convent educated, they are highly equipped, they are teaching, but from within, most of them express their views. Most of them were really highly qualified. They have done PhDs, but they had to teach those small children whom they were not at all connected. Exceptions were there. Some teachers were involved very deeply, but the usual condition was there was almost no relationship between teachers and staff. So what about B.Ed, BTC and all? And if we see the private schools, infrastructure was very small. Teachers, local teachers were there. They were getting very low salary, not at all comparable with government school. But the quality of teaching was quite better because they were accountable. And students were quite bright. There was no confusion.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Our next resource person for the.
I'm summarizing.
I would like to request you to kindly summarize and the chairperson, Professor Mr. Kumar Mishra ji and K. Sena sir.
I'm just summarizing.
Final note.
Just concluding line. As Preeti mentioned, Gurukul system was appropriate. Sa Vidyaya Vimukte. And here there is no connection between teacher and taught. So this bridge should be, we have to bridge this gap. New education policy has incorporated certain things and we should be optimistic about that. Over to Professor Saxena for concluding remark. Professor Saxena, please.
Now, am I audible?
Yes, please. Yes, sir.
You are audible, sir.
Yeah, very good session. We have seen 3 very excellent papers were presented. I have to make few observations in this context.
Sir.
Whatever has been said, I have not to discuss about it in detail, but I like to add something. If we have happy schools, very happy schools, happiest schools, but unhappy homes, what will happen? So happy schools and happy homes, they go together. So positive parenting and positive schooling is my thrust area. Not only that, parents who over-expect from their children, who overprotect their children, who indulge in sibling comparison, they are very great source of creating depression and spoiling mental health of the children. So over-expecting parents, overprotective parents, over parents who indulge sibling comparison, they put And I have found that parents who do this, their children are high on SIS. Dr. Nagpal has said about suicide. Suicide has three aspects, three stages. I mean, ideation, ideator, attempter, and committer. So if we can catch hold of ideators, and I have found that children having, parents with these styles, they are not conducive for their development. And second point that I like, Dr. Nagpal has also said that, is school-family partnership. So school-family partnership, I also hold that view, but that should be through Castle model, collaborative, academic, social, emotional learning. Now, parents lay emphasis only on academic achievement of the children. They do not take care of their social, emotional learning. So, collaborative, academic, social, emotional learning, Castle, this model is to be adopted. And during this COVID period, what I have found that those who have, a lot has already been said about resilience, hope, optimism. I'll not repeat that. But all those who were having positive personality traits, they were high on psychological immune system also. Those, it was said in the beginning, during COVID period, that those who are 80, 89, they are prone to die because of, but I found 92-year-old, 89-year-old, 88-year-old coming out of, then I administered upon them PISI by OLA, psychological immune system inventory. I found their psychological immune system was very high. So for facing any struggle in life or any disease, psychological immune system is very important. So this can be developed through Castle model, collaborative, social, collaborative, academic, social, and moral learning. I had a lot to say, but I know we are running short of time. So I'll end here by thanking and congratulating all the three speakers and also my co-chairperson, Dr. Krishnadar. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir, for conducting the session so well. And it was indeed a very enriching experience. And as we all know that we are conducting this conference under the vision of Happy Thinking Laboratory, that is to empower the thoughts of our students to understand the notion of happiness, to build a world of peace, love, and universal harmony. And since we are talking about positive psychology, so we cannot remain aside about enabling institutions. And two types of enabling institutions we have talked, schools and family. And Saxena sir has very rightly said that there should be a partnership between school and family. So my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to all the speakers and chairpersons for joining this session and making it a so wonderful experience. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Pradhan.
And now our next resource person for the invited lecture, Sir Jared Charles has joined from US. And so I would say good morning, Jared sir, although we are at good evening in the evening, but you'll say good morning.
Good evening.
How are you, sir? I would request all the speakers to please mute their mics. And has Pooja Sharma, Dr. Pooja Sharma joined?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So I would request Pooja to kindly introduce our next speaker.
Okay, a very good evening to all the respected guests
we have in this valedictory session, we had a very stimulating and intellectual exchange of ideas, thoughts, and novel and innovative researches emerged which threw light on a variety of interventions for promoting happiness. This conference has turned out to be very fruitful in promoting researches on positive psychology that would go a long way in enriching physical, mental, and social well-being. I am profusely elated to introduce Professor Jared D. Cass, who is in the Division of Counseling and Psychology, Lesley University, USA. Professor Jared D. Cass was a faculty member at Lesley University for 45 years, where he developed a clinical training specialization in mind-body behavioral health and wellness. Currently, he is a visiting scholar with the Benson Henry Institute for Mind-Body Medicine, Massachusetts General Hospitals, and a Fulbright specialist in a Global Public Health Bureau of Education and Cultural Affairs, U.S. Department of State. Sir, we are really honored to have you. We are really blessed that you have found time to grace the occasion, to grace our conference with your presence. And we welcome you to deliver your lecture. The title of the lecture is Cultivating Sustainable Well-Being in Individuals and Social Systems, an Introduction to Person-Centered Psycho-Spiritual Maturation. Okay, so sir, we all heartily welcome you. And please, you can start the lecture.
Dr. Sharma, thank you very much for this introduction. Dr. Pradhan, thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this conference. It's a wonderful conference. I've been participating in a lot of it and gaining a lot and enjoying a lot. Dr. Sharma, let me just mention that I hope I will be able to have the full hour that I was assigned, because I have a very full lecture planned for us. And I realize we are running a little behind time, so I imagine I'm just going to add to that, but hope that that will be okay.
I hope that's okay, ma'am. Madhurima, ma'am, Professor Madhurima, ma'am. So you can start.
Okay, I will. Yes, I'll start. I'll jump in. I'd also like to just thank Preeti Garkhel for the last presentation, because it was a wonderful introduction to the work that I'm going to talk about today with a Know Yourself curriculum for young adults. And I'm on speaker view. I'd like to be able to just see if I'm seeing, okay. Is everybody seeing me okay, Dr. Sharma?
Yes, yes, so you're visible. We can see you.
Good. Okay, great, good. And I wanted to particularly thank Preeti Garkhel for mentioning unconditional positive regard, because of course it's such an important quality, and it was developed first, articulated first by Dr. Carl Rogers, the founder of what we sometimes call humanistic psychology or person-centered psychology. And some of you know that when I was younger, I had the opportunity to work with him for 6-7 years on the Person-Centered Approach project. And it had a very wonderful and profound effect on all of my work. And of course, I've updated what we mean by person-centered psychotherapy over the past 45 years, because there's been very important new input to, for us to sort of understand and address. But I hold to those foundations. And that's why you'll hear me referring often in my book and in my work to person-centered work. I'm not referring to something that's old and 50 years old or 60 years old. I'm talking about the updated version of this. And you'll hear how I sort of shape that as we sort of jump into this. So let me begin by saying that positive psychology has strengthened our understanding of individual and social well-being through research demonstrating that human flourishing is more than the absence of illness. Interestingly, this principle was first articulated by the World Health Organization in 1946. The preamble to its constitution begins with the following statement: health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. In the same preamble, WHO highlighted mental health as a key factor for individual and social well-being. Reinforcing a similar theme, the preamble to the Constitution of UNESCO, the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, which was also founded in 1946, opens with an incisive, dramatic statement. Since wars begin in the minds of men, it is in the minds of men that the defenses of peace must be constructed. Now, India has been a member of UNESCO since 1946 and WHO since 1948. However, as we know, the spiritual traditions of India have emphasized the importance of healing the mind for at least 2 millennia. In the first verse of the Yoga Sutra, Patanjali teaches, yoga is the stilling of the modifications of the mind. These modifications are the thoughts and feelings which catalyze our destructive emotions: jealousy, greed, hatred, vengefulness, arrogance, sexual and physical violence, dominating others for our own needs, prejudicial fear of the other, indifference to their suffering, and despair that life will never get better. These emotions are the engine of what I call humanity's chain of pain. Our self-replicating, intergenerational cycles of trauma, injustice, and moral indifference. Patanjali teaches that we can achieve a more mature state of being in which these destructive modifications become increasingly quiescent. The 8 limbs of yoga provide a transformative learning process that over time can reveal the human capacity for a peaceful, happy, inclusive, ethical state of being that is grounded in unconditional love, or as Carl Rogers said, unconditional positive regard. This state of loving awareness can then guide how we live and treat others. Gautama Buddha taught similar ideas about healing the mind in his eightfold path. In the opening verses of the Dhammapada, he explains, our life is shaped by our mind. We become what we think. Suffering follows an evil thought as the wheels of a cart follow the oxen that draw it. When Buddha uses the term evil thought, he is referring to the destructive emotions, the turbulent modifications of the mind that have been conditioned by and continue to reinforce humanity's chain of pain. Pain begets pain. Hurt people hurt people. In the poetic style of the ancient Pali language, Buddha goes on to say, our life is shaped by our mind. We become what we think. Joy follows a pure thought, like a shadow that never leaves. His term pure thought refers to those of a mature, refined mind that has broken through its mental conditioning that has been created by suffering within humanity's chain of pain. This transcendent maturity produces a state of joy that can no longer be dysregulated or destroyed by humanity's chain of pain. It is a blissful return to our original Buddha nature. Experiencing this joy in the core of our own beings is a critical pathway to sustainable happiness. In the history of modern India, Gandhiji stands out as a model of a human being who sought to embody inclusive, loving awareness while engaged in the enormous burdens and challenges of freeing India from British colonial occupation. From his autobiography, we know that the Bhagavad Gita and Yoga Sutras had a profound influence on his life and worldview. He described his political work as devotional service to God and service to all God's children who lived in India, irrespective of caste, color, or religion. Reading the Sermon on the Mount, his respect for Jesus overcame disdain for the rigid Christianity of the European colonizers. And during the Salt Satyagraha and many other protests, we know he loved to sing the Ramdhun, which includes the following inspirational verse. Ishwara Allah Tere Nam Sabko Sanmuti De Bhagavan. Ishwara Allah Tere Nam Sabko Sanmuti De Bhagavan. All names of God refer to the same supreme being, including Ishwara and Allah. The world still has much to learn from Gandhi's life work. He had a significant influence, as we know, on the politics of nonviolence and agape, unconditional love, that Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. taught and practiced in his battle against racism in the United States. We still have much to learn from both of these great leaders, and much to learn from the spiritual traditions that originated in India. Despite these important ideas, humanity's chain of pain remains a fact on the ground that we have not been able to solve. It is a traumatizing reality which has been documented extensively in the annals of world history, political science, and the social sciences. Its tragic consequences have been described eloquently by countless novelists, poets, and artists. Its persistent, toxic presence often leads us to wonder whether this intergenerational phenomenon can ever be broken. Sadly, it often seems like a permanently wounded aspect of human nature, and perhaps life itself. But are these hopeless perceptions accurate? Or could they simply be an existential form of distorted mental conditioning that grows out of our enmeshment in humanity's chain of pain? For there can be little doubt that it perniciously narrows our understanding of human nature and the cosmos in which we live. Freud, the progenitor of current psychotherapies, took the negative view. In his formulation, maturation requires adaptation to the limitations and constraints of society. But we who participate in this conference, on the other hand, are part of a new generation of social scientists, psychotherapists, and educators who challenge Freud's original formulation. As modern, humanistic, person-centered social scientists and psychotherapists, we think that society and individuals have the responsibility and the capability to mature beyond our current limitations and oppressive constraints. We explore psychotherapeutic approaches and participate in social action research and educational initiatives to identify pathways for individuals and social systems to build sustainable cultures of health, social justice, and peace. We, the next generation of humanistic social scientists, psychotherapists, and educators, do not have a single unified name. We benefit from many subfields of psychology. They include positive psychology, health, peace, multicultural, feminist, social justice, gender identity, ecological, existential, gestalt, creative arts, somatic, mind, body, spirit, contemplative, and yoga psychologies. Our subfields also include neuroscientific and medical research. These fields generate valuable data about the psychophysiology of stress, trauma, meditation, and attachment. This research has generated humanistic applications of psychodynamic and cognitive behavioral therapies in holistic clinical treatment and education. As diverse as we may be in our subfields, our new generation shares foundational themes espoused by WHO and UNESCO and the field of positive psychology. Individual and social well-being are more than the absence of illness. We must teach individuals and society that it is possible to experience deeper levels of happiness, fulfillment, and intergroup harmony than we realize. And because wars begin in the minds of human beings, positive social transformation requires the cultivation of mature minds. In this paper, I will describe research I have conducted, which may offer insights into the educational and maturational processes necessary to build cultures of health, social justice, and peace. As I have studied the self-replicating nature of humanity's chain of pain, I have learned that it infects and dysregulates 5 critical areas of human functioning, which then affect how we relate to ourselves, how we participate in relationships, and how we participate in the social systems central in our lives. I will discuss each key dimension of human functioning, and they're summarized in my first overhead, which I will share now. As you can see, there are 5 dimensions of self and social systems that get disrupted by humanity's chain of pain: biobehavioral, cognitive sociocultural, social emotional, existential spiritual, and then integrative worldview formation. So I'm going to leave this overhead up for a bit and talk with more specifics about each one. So let me begin with biobehavioral. The neural and psychophysiological pathways through which people respond to stress and perceived threat are a foundational aspect of our coping systems. If we have the skill to maintain internal composure during stress, sufficient metabolic energy is available to respond to stressors without triggering the instinctive stress or trauma responses. When we do not have the skill to maintain internal composure during stress, the stress response, fight, flight, and its amplified trauma response, vicious attack, freeze, both governed by the autonomic nervous system and the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, are triggered. These responses produce states of hyperarousal or hypoarousal, metabolic numbing or collapse, that are useful and protective when people confront truly genuine life-threatening dangers. However, these responses decrease our ability to respond constructively to the social stress we confront daily in our work, relational, social, and civic lives. Humanity's chain of pain undermines our capacity to maintain internal composure and produces chronic firing of the stress and trauma responses. Cognitive sociocultural. Cognitive perceptual capacities developed early in the process of evolution help animals distinguish between objects in the external environment that are safe, approach, and unsafe, avoid. In human beings, the perceptual distinction between subject and object produce a sense of self. Our mammalian and primate ancestors developed kinship systems and other forms of group identity for protection and nurturance. Humans extended these modes of social organization into in-group, out-group distinctions, as well as social stratification, dominant, subordinate, within their in-groups. As a result, human beings develop cognitive schema and sociocultural identity narratives which condition our perceptions of self and other, and which legitimize group-based social dominance hierarchies in our social systems. These social dynamics, of course, have many dangerous effects. First, they magnify social inequalities and injustice, perceived self-importance among members of dominant groups, and perceived lack of self-importance, in other words, internalized sexism, internalized racism as examples, in subordinate and outgroup members. When the stress and trauma responses escalate tensions between dominant and subordinate groups, the ability to resolve disputes constructively and fairly through dialogue and negotiation collapses. These escalations are often amplified by manipulative leaders who foment intergroup tensions to preserve their own power. Second, these stratified social dynamics create an external locus of evaluation in individuals. They judge their worth by comparing themselves to the status and accomplishment of others. This external locus of evaluation creates a toxic inner critic, an internalized voice within the ego, whose competitive perfectionist demands and unrelentingly critical self-talk undermine self-esteem, irrespective of a person's position in the social hierarchy. When the stress and trauma responses amplify the inner critic, it too becomes a key contributor to humanity's chain of pain. Number three, social emotional. Healthy relationships are a critical aspect of individual and social well-being. We need to love and be loved, to feel known for who we truly are, and to know others at the same level of depth. To be known and loved in this way, humans require secure attachments. However, many people have insecure templates of relational attachment. An anxious attachment template means that we continually seek confirmation from others that we're lovable. We judge ourselves through assumptions about what others think about us, an anxiety-generating external locus of evaluation. In an avoidant attachment template, we fear or assume that interactions with others will become negative or dangerous. We try to minimize frequency and emotional depth in our interpersonal contacts and relationships, an isolative style that yields depression. A disorganized attachment template often develops in families where the adults have experienced physical or sexual violence and other forms of trauma. These adults experience emotional and behavioral dysregulation that erupts in unpredictable ways, the unhealthy family. These eruptions undermine stability and calm in a family. Children don't know when to expect the next eruptions and fear the violence they may experience. They too become dysregulated. Each mode of insecure attachment creates emotional turmoil that leads individuals to seek self-soothing, often through unhealthy dependencies on alcohol, drugs, cigarettes, comfort foods, physical cutting, or retreat into self-isolating activities. Insecure attachment templates contribute significantly to humanity's chain of pain. They trigger the stress and trauma responses, the toxic inner critic, and they escalate into group tensions. Fourth, existential spiritual. When bad things happen, we often ask why life is doing this to us. Whether we are atheists or believe in a higher power, we perceive ourselves to be in relationship with the cosmos. This relationship leaves us wondering, does life have a discernible meaning or purpose? A sense of coherence beneath the turmoil? Or is life a series of random, chaotic events without any? Mute your microphone. Our personal answer- Okay, can you please mute these other microphones? Thank you. They can leave, our personal answers to these existential questions are significant. They can leave us feeling alienated from and angry with life. Or our answers can help us feel confident that life is trustworthy, even in the midst of challenging and tragic events. Our personal answers to these big questions create a foundational template of existential attachment through which we derive meaning from the events in our lives. Like relational attachments, our template of existential attachment can either feel secure or insecure. When humanity's chain of pain alienates us from life itself, the biobehavioral, cognitive, sociocultural, and social emotional dimensions of our being become severely disturbed. This dysregulation has profound impact on how we respond to stress, understand ourselves, engage in relationships, and participate in our social and civic lives. In this way, our existential spiritual dimension of being is foundational to the formation or degradation of basic ethical commitments. Now, for many people, inherited religious beliefs no longer offer a trustworthy source of meaning. They have chosen to seek an internal locus of existential meaning making. They seek answers to these existential questions that feel authentically congruent with their life experience. For some, the spiritual search for an internal locus of existential meaning making can take place within the rituals and disciplines of their birth religion. Other spiritual seekers feel the need to explore other religious traditions or to follow an individualized path. For example, the famed transcendentalists of New England in the United States, Ralph Waldo Emerson, Margaret Fuller, and Henry David Thoreau, sought self-transcendent experiences in nature, in human relationships, and through personal contemplation. As we know, Thoreau kept a translation of the Bhagavad Gita obtained by Emerson on the desk of his cabin at Walden Pond. Describing himself as a kind of yogi in several of his books, Thoreau espoused a ruggedly empirical and thoroughly agnostic method of existential contemplation. He wanted to find the truths of life for himself. Throughout his journals, we learned that his sense of existential coherence was rooted in the coherence he perceived in the subtle laws of nature. Emerson's essay on the Oversoul reflects his appreciation for the Bhagavad Gita's description of the infinite intelligence as the ground of being at the root of all manifest physical forms and events. In this existential worldview, life is neither benign, chaotic, nor malevolent. Rather, it takes on all these qualities because it is the training ground, Kurukshetra, the battleground, the training ground for human beings to develop their capacity for moral action and psychospiritual maturation. This formulation offers a subtle form of coherence that incorporates death, human evil, and social justice in a meaningful way. As the New England Transcendentalists became leading voices for the abolition of slavery, they illustrated how the quest for an internal locus of existential meaning-making can be catalytic in the development of pro-social ethical commitments. Finally, number 5, integrative worldview formation. The executive area of the brain is located in the prefrontal medial cortex, the PFMC. This PFMC synthesizes sensory, affective, affective, and cognitive input from all parts of the body and brain. It integrates data from the biobehavioral, cognitive sociocultural, social emotional, and existential spiritual dimensions of being into a worldview that shapes our relationships with ourselves, other people, and life. We've already begun to see that dysregulation in one dimension reinforces dysregulation in the others. Maturational growth, conversely, has positive cumulative effects. The PFMC organizes and balances these cumulative effects into our current way of being in the world. Way of being, I might mention, Way of Being was the title of the last book that Dr. Carl Rogers ever wrote. This worldview and way of being are not static. Neuroplasticity assures that we can learn, mature, and change our toolbox of behaviors. Integrative maturation within the PFMC is key to breaking humanity's chain of pain. As maturation takes place, individuals develop a resilient worldview, confidence in life, and confidence in self. My colleague Lynn Cass, in a previous paper, discussed this worldview, offering clinical illustrations. During stress, individuals can maintain confidence in life as a coherent, meaningful process. Further, they are confident that they have personal and relational resources available to cope effectively with these stressors. Confidence in life and self is an operational indication that individuals are developing the inner resources to combat humanity's chain of pain in effective ways. In summary, we've just reviewed the dynamics through which humanity's chain of pain has toxic, dysregulating, self-replicating effects on 5 dimensions of individual being and the social systems in which we live. Now, in response to these insights, I developed and taught a higher education curriculum for emerging adults. Know Yourself, that's the name of the curriculum. Know Yourself engages students in a process of intellectual, experiential, and personal inquiry that helps them understand how humanity's chain of pain has affected society, their own lives, and their responses to the life challenges they face. Subsequently, I tested the efficacy of the curriculum using a mixed methods research design with experimental and control groups. Details of the curriculum, research methods, and results are presented in my book, A Person-Centered Approach to Psychospiritual Maturation, Mentoring Psychological Resilience and Inclusive Community in Higher Education. I'll summarize some of that material here. The experimental and control groups included, I'll first mention the sample, 265 graduate and undergraduates who were primarily young adults. The experimental group, N equals 127, participated in the Know Yourself curriculum over a 1-semester period. The control group, N equals 128, was developed very strategically. These students studied conceptual psychological material that was similar to the material studied in the Know Yourself curriculum. However, while the control group studied this material intellectually, the experimental group also explored this material personally and experientially. Evidence of improvement in confidence in life and self was measured by the inventory of positive psychological attitudes. So we're looking at that overhead now. The inventory of psychological attitudes measures confidence in life and self, a resilient worldview. It includes subjects describe current responses to stressful life circumstances, 2 subscales, life purpose and satisfaction during stress, and self-confidence during stress. Combined, they tap confidence in life and self. We also used an indicator of secure existential attachment, the index of core spiritual experiences in spirit. It's a measure that it taps contemplative experiences that are commonly reported during meditation by both introductory meditators, novice meditators, and advanced meditators. It also includes Can we mute the, please, thank you. Some of the measures emphasize experiences that a secular humanist might have during meditation, like peace and joy, and others that a person who is spiritual or religious in focus, like a felt presence of God. And the in-spirit is responsive to diverse belief systems. People have many, states that begins with, people have many different definitions and images of the higher power that we often call God. Please use your definition. And the in-spirit includes responses that can indicate no belief in a higher power. These measures were administered to the experimental and control groups at the beginning and end of the semester, pre and post intervention.
Dr. Jared, please, it's a request from our side. Can you please start the slideshow so we can have, enlarged view of the slides? I mean, these are amazing, but please, can you start the slideshow?
In other words, turn it from what I'm looking at to the slideshow.
Yeah,
larger. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much.
How's that? Is that better?
No, it's still, along with the icons. We're not getting it on the full screen. Only you can do that.
Well, I've done that. I've put it to slideshow.
Okay, perfect.
I don't think that helps that much.
Yeah, okay, fine. Thank you so much. Okay.
I'll make them available to everybody after.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Thank you. Okay, please continue.
So this detailed one we don't need to look at carefully because I'm going to show you a summary in the next overhead. But it shows that we measured statistical comparisons, including with an effect size using the Mann-Whitney test, both of the control and experimental groups, changes in the IPPA and resilient behavior. And what you can see is that there was much more change on a very significant level for the experimental group rather than the control group, and some significant effect sizes, which I'll just jump here and show here. Effect size gives us a practical way to think about the statistical differences that we see in measures. And what we see here is that the experimental group ranged in improvement 15 to 21% more than the control group. In other words, participation in the Know Yourself curriculum produced 15 to 21% more growth than non-participation. Now, in the realm of the social sciences, this is a robust amount of psychological growth, particularly for a one-semester class in which students were encountering a new learning model. It suggests that sustained immersion in such a curriculum could be very significant. It also reflects the careful ways that we did our measurements, so we're not overstating as though, oh my goodness, the Know Yourself curriculum helped everyone in every kind of way. We were really measuring it rigorously and trying to understand what a one-semester immersion might look like. Now, to understand growth, this is a good way to understand the basic statistical report showing that the Know Yourself curriculum was very effective. But in fact, to understand student growth in a more person-centered, a more granular way, The study also gathered qualitative narrative data from the experimental group. During the intervention, these participants wrote self-inquiry essays that consolidated their experiential learning, and these essays provided material for the qualitative analysis of their learning. But before we kind of review the narrative results, let's look at a couple of overheads that offer a picture of the classroom ambience. So just take a look at these pictures, photographs for a moment. And you'll be able to see how different this classroom was from many standard classrooms. Many of these students had never attended a classroom which sat in a circle. Many of these students had never attended a class where we sometimes sat on the floor. And yet, of course, those with a meditation practice are always used to grounding themselves in meditative asanas that allow us to sit comfortably on the floor. And many of them had not been invited to engage in personal sharing about their own self-inquiry projects. So as you can see, part of this classroom ambience was to create sanctuary and to build community. And in fact, to tell you a little bit more about the curriculum, I'll tell you that it had 4 components. So first, as I've explained already, student engaged in a self-inquiry project in which they wrote semi-structured self-inquiry essays. This was a chance to engage in analytical meditation, self-reflection, self-study, self-awareness. And each student's self-inquiry project begins with a person-centered focus. In this course, you will engage in conceptual and experiential explorations that help you examine your personal responses to stress and academic stress, and examine a personal behavior or attitude that harms self or others, which you would like to modify. This personal learning will be conducted in the service of your future work as professionals, as counselors, as teachers, and as civic members of a multicultural democracy, helping to build social systems that promote cultures of health, social justice, of peace, and in the service of breaking humanity's chain of pain. Now, the second component was, as part of those essays, students wrote a psychospiritual autobiography, a multi-session activity that helps them name and understand the complex variables that shape their thoughts, emotions, and behaviors, particularly the behaviors they seek to modify. They practice critical self-inquiry about self, and students explored and gradually shared material about their cultural, personal, and religious identities, current stressors, somatic, emotional, and cognitive responses to stress, existential worldview that shapes their behavior and responses to stress, and sociocultural factors and family histories that shape their narratives about self, others, and life, and their behaviors in relationship to others in life. This was a collaborative group effort in which they learned to break personal links in humanity's chain of pain. The third component is that students engaged interactively building community, as you've just seen in the pictures, building culturally diverse, person-centered community, and structured activities and emerging interpersonal dynamics helped to fuel this community building. The activities included intellectual discussion on relevant subjects, social justice, psychological and social well-being, neuroscience of stress and resilience, religion, sociocultural identity development. Also discussed material from their psychospiritual autobiographies and their learning from their self-inquiry project. It also included sensory motor work and expressive arts. We use hatha yoga, improvisational movement, circle dancing, singing, and group meditation. Students learn to become mindful of reactivity to stress, sociocultural differences, and interpersonal interactions and conflict. They learn to develop internal composure. They learn to discuss their interpersonal reactivity with peers in the service of building constructive community. They learn to strengthen constructive interpersonal reactions to stress and to conflict. So these interactive activities in interpersonal group dynamics became an in vivo laboratory. Students learn to examine their relational styles and their attachment separation templates, developing skills for constructive participation in relationships and communities. And finally, component number 4, students engaged in contemplative self-inquiry through meditation, using concentration practices, mindfulness, and visualization work. These modes of contemplative self-inquiry, of course, are taught in each spiritual tradition. They cultivate the capacity for 4 dimensions of contemplative awareness. First, mind-body relaxation and attentional focus. Concentration on an object of contemplation, and learning to interrupt intrusive thoughts and emotions. And then mindfulness, the capacity to observe somatic experience, intrusive thoughts, painful emotions, and traumatic memories without the compulsion to react destructively. And on a deeper level, contemplative awareness and meditation helps generate receptivity to insight, intuition, and inner guidance, as meditation generates access to a deep structure of contemplative mind. And some of them learn to go even deeper and periodically have experiences of their core self, the unconditioned luminous mind, unconditional altruistic love, or unitive awareness. And this enabling exploration of multiple layers of consciousness could then reflect them learning about their own style of daily awareness, explore their personal unconscious, explore their collective unconscious and formative archetypes, and finally, occasionally experience a sense of connection to their ground of being. So let me just turn this back into the 5 dimensions. They conducted empathic self-reflection and critical self-inquiry in 5 dimensions of self. In the biobehavioral, they asked questions like, what are my physiological responses to stress and perceived threat? They learned to cultivate mindfulness, the relaxation response, robust heart rate variability, and self-regulation skills through meditative, sensory motor, and hatha yoga practices. Number 2, socioculturists, cognitive they explored the inner critic. What negative attitudes have I developed or been taught about myself, about others, particularly groups of people I learned to treat as other? What attitudes do I share with family, friends, or society that legitimize self-hatred, distrust of others, social stratification of groups, and prejudice? Social emotional, do I experience love consistently in my life? Are my relationships transactional or a source of friendship and intimacy? Do I feel empowered to name and resolve conflicts constructively? Or do I experience anxiety, avoidance, brain fog, defensiveness, hostility? And then existential spiritual, exploring my way of being in my turbulent, stressful life. Am I engulfed in the concerns and agitation of my daily ego? Or do I experience internal composure and a wise core self that anchors me, helps me find purpose and meaning in my turbulent life? Have I had personally meaningful experiences that lifted me out of myself into a state of flow, connection with nature, or spiritual transcendence in which I experienced joy or peace or love? These were important things to contemplate, to explore, and to share. And finally, integrative worldview formation. They looked at, when times get tough, do I face difficulties with confidence in life, confidence in self? Or do I experience difficulties as evidence that life is chaotic and meaningless? Do I think about my inevitable mortality with resignation and fear? Or am I able to maintain a sense of secure existential attachment? So this gives you a good flavor for what the community was like, 4 components of the curriculum, and the kinds of self-inquiry questions that students asked in each of the concerning each of the 5 dimensions of self. So I'll now return to the results and be able to move towards finishing up my presentation, but I want to get through all of the results quickly. And I'll say then that the qualitative methods were using phenomenological inquiry, in which we tracked student learning in the experimental group. Students wrote 3 to 5 page self-inquiry essays after each class. They generated 40 to 60 pages of data per student. So multiply 40 by 60 times 127, and you know how much data we needed to analyze to reach a good qualitative understanding of student experience. And we used grounded theory methodology, which is a good methodology for studying change qualitatively in a granular way. We coded the student narratives for their domains of growth and learning processes. After inter-reader reliability was tested, which was 86%, we then refined our coding categories, and then higher order analysis of coded categories generated meaningful conceptual patterns. The analyses produced cross-sectional data on learning and growth in the experimental group, and individual case studies, those are reported in the book, that illustrated representative student learning. There was also some additional after the study cohorts who took the class. And so in the book itself, it reports on even more material and data. So let me just give you the results and start pulling ourselves together on all of these pieces. What you can see is group learning in the 5 dimensions of self. Here's our numerical quantification. In the biobehavioral area, 68% demonstrated improvement in their behavioral change goals, indicating increased self-regulation skills that promote individual and social well-being. That was a big number, 68%. Cognitive sociocultural, also all the rest of these are in the area of 50%, were all very useful and significant. 51% demonstrated maturation in sociocultural narratives about self and others, indicating growth in health-promoting and pro-social attitudes. Social emotional, 55% showed evidence of repair to insecure attachment templates, indicating growth and compassionate attunement to self and others. Existential spiritual, 48% reported contemplative experiences that reflected maturational growth in self-experience, moving from self-existential isolation to interconnectedness between self, others, and life in their written narratives that indicated movement towards secure existential attachment and increased capacity for altruistic love. And integrative worldview formation, 57% demonstrated growth in a resilient worldview, confidence in life and self, in narratives indicating the ability to address life challenges constructively with sufficient internal composure to derive maturational meaning. So the final step of the qualitative analysis was to look at individual student learning in the 5 dimensions of self. Excuse me. So all in all, let me just take a drink of water to finish up. All in all, we found that 93% of students demonstrated growth in at least one dimension of self, and 7% of students demonstrated no significant growth in any dimension of self. So we created a rubric for evaluating growth, and we decided that narrative evidence of growth in 3 to 5 dimensions of self would be called substantive introductory maturational learning, and that narrative evidence of growth in 1 to 2 dimensions would be called limited degree of maturational learning. So the conclusion here is that 7% of students did not demonstrate any evidence of maturational learning. That always happens in a group. 33% of students experienced a limited degree of maturational learning, and 60% of students experienced substantive introductory maturational learning. So notice that I'm using both the words substantive and introductory. It was quite robust that 60% would make gains in 3 to 5 dimensions. But when we look at the effect sizes, we know that those were also still modest. We're not claiming in one semester that there was a full transformation of self, but that these were very useful and very significant in their, in their amounts. So I'm going to end the overheads so that I can just kind of make a couple of closing comments. The combination of statistical and qualitative results from this study provided strong confirmation that the Know Yourself curriculum provided an effective introduction to the process of person-centered psychospiritual maturation. The understandably modest results suggested that students would benefit from a more sustained immersion in this experiential learning process. At the same time, their learning was sufficiently robust to assume that they reaped concrete benefits from this introduction. As a social scientist, I am purposefully cautious about these positive results and do not want to overstate them. At the same time, I want to call attention to the deep commitment that students showed to this learning process. Many expressed a deep thirst for this kind of learning. Others expressed experiencing a new level of joy and happiness within themselves. Many also appreciated the experience of building culturally inclusive community. I have about 2 minutes left, just so you know, I'm watching the time too. But let me just give now some examples written by the students. One student wrote, "I have seen how profound experiential learning can be. I learned that journaling can be a powerful way for things buried to come to the surface. I learned the power of sharing intimate parts of ourselves without fear or shame. I learned the power of having thoughts, feelings, and behaviors normalized by seeing parts of ourselves in other group members. This reduced isolation and stigmatization that can occur when we struggle with stress. I learned how experiential exercises that seem simple can create profound meaning. They allow us to feel deep realizations rather than just thinking about them cognitively, creating aha moments. Group learning adds a dimension to wellness that I had not realized. Being a part of a group allows one to experience community, to realize the commonalities we share." And here's the second of the 3 that I'll read. This is kind of a funny one. "I still hurt people and am grouchy at times. What has changed is my awareness of when and how this seems to happen. I've noticed that several factors contribute to biting moods and actions. When I feel threatened, unloved, unaccepted, and unheard, I get mean. When I feel anxious and unsafe, I lash out. Being physically tired exacerbates my response. I have engaged in this behavior less than before this class. I am able to recognize situations which may result in nasty behavior." And the third one, "I felt accepted for who I was. I learned that many seek and have pain along the way. There was always respect and time given for each individual to express themselves. This indicated that I was wanted as part of the community. A sense of community, mutual respect, dignity, and positive regard for all were the ingredients that fed my soul. Dancing together, meditating, sharing our thoughts, laughing and crying, working together, making a conscious effort to respect and honor one another as God's children was one of the most wonderful experiences of my life." So in closing, these examples are a small selection of the learning described in my book. They emphasize the capacity for emerging adults to participate in a person-centered process of psychospiritual development that helps them develop confidence in life and self, while also helping them learn to build culturally inclusive community. So let me say, it is our generation of social scientists, educators, and health professionals who must bring this important mode of learning to our educational systems. It is our generation of professionals who must provide learning environments that help young adults learn to build a culture of health, social justice, and peace. The ideas and methods that I've described in this lecture emerged from what I have learned through India's rich spiritual tradition. Ways I have incorporated these traditions in a practical, multidimensional approach to psychospiritual maturation across 5 dimensions of self and society. I hope my remarks have been valuable. I hope they highlight the capacity of young people to engage in this learning. We underestimate their capacity and thereby lose educational opportunities. We don't recognize this to help them engage in this necessary mode of learning. Thank you very much for the time for this presentation.
Thank you.
Thank
very
you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. And first, Pooja, just give me 2 minutes. I am not able to resist myself to say a few words for Jared's beautiful deliberation. And I must confess that organizing this international conference has been a journey of self-evolution for me. First, as I said, that we established a happy thinking laboratory, and we just had an idea that we would flourish this laboratory with the indigenous notion of scientific basis of happiness that is ingrained in our Indian scriptures, Vedas, Upanishads, and Bhagavad Gita and all. And when I listen to you, I just find that you are really someone within us. And when you spoke about Ram Dhun, Raghupati Raghav Raja Ram, and Ishwar Allah Tera Naam, I really was overwhelmed to listen. That you are, I just feel that Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam ka jo ek concept hai, that all people belong to the same earth. It seems right that we are all one. And as you talked about the 5 dimensions, and similarly we talk about the 5 kleshas in our Indian scriptures, that is avidya, ignorance, asmita, over identity, rag, desires, dvesh, avoidance, abhinivesh, attachment, and fear. And when we just learn to overcome these 5 kleshas, we just move on the ladder of psycho-spiritual maturation, as you mentioned, the 5 layers. And with self-reflection and self-transcendence, the methods which you taught, which you told, are really amazing. And for the students, that your work for experiential learning process is really amazing. And the work you shared, the quantitative researches you shared, the qualitative methods you shared are really amazing. And your skills, you have done a lot of work. I really salute you, sir, for your grand work and the work you are doing and the way you deliver your sessions. It's really inspire us to self-reflect and take on our responsibility as a humanistic psychologist, because we now have more responsibilities to use the psychotherapeutic techniques or the counseling techniques to ensure the social justice and peace and love that should prevail in our society. So thank you very much, sir, for delivering such a nice session. And now over to you, Dr. Pooja.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. And now we'd like to invite Professor Girishwar Mishra, a social scientist, psychologist, and author, who has been the Vice Chancellor Mahatma Gandhi Antarrashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya in Wardha, Maharashtra. He has been a very learned person in the field of psychology and has been conferred several awards, including the Nehru Award and the Senior Fulbright Fellow, Michigan University, and the Swarthmore College Award. So we, sir, welcome you heartily. स्वीकार आमंत्रण किया रखा हमारा मान, स्वीकार आमंत्रण किया रखा हमारा मान, कैसे करें कृतज्ञता व्यक्त, स्वागत है श्रीमान, कैसे करें कृतज्ञता व्यक्त, स्वागत है श्रीमान. So now we have a valedictory session with Professor Girish Mishra. आपका सर बहुत बहुत स्वागत है. I think Girishwar sir's lecture recording is about to be played. Till then, we can, discuss so much learning has taken place in the past 2 days. And that has been a very stimulating exchange of ideas, thoughts, and researches. And that has really led to a great deal of learning. And now we have.
I'm very happy that the Department of Psychology, University of Lucknow, has been able to organize a wonderful international deliberation on a topic which is most relevant in the contemporary period. I'm very happy that the team led by the Madhurima Pradhan has created an agenda for the deliberation amongst psychologists and other social scientists. Friends, today the whole world is facing a challenge which deals with sustainability. All of us are familiar with the fact that this planet Earth has limitation in terms of its carrying capacity. The resources which are available are not of a kind which cannot be left at their own, because once you start consuming those resources, they are going to vanish. We are very clearly experiencing the effects of climate change across the globe. We also notice the kind of difficulty which people are experiencing in terms of intergroup relationship, performing tasks effectively, and living life which is satisfying. So, if you examine the scenario in the developed as well as developing countries, you will very clearly find trends which require that we must rethink about the design of life. Friends, we have assumed under the guiding ideology of modernity that consumerism and materialism are the basic principles to provide life which can be considered as enjoyable life. Enjoyment is a theme which has been recognized from time immemorial across the globe. Almost all civilizations have tried to find ways to achieve the goal of happy life. Thus, happiness becomes a chief concern at individual level as well as at societal level. And if you look at the progress of civilization, you will see that all efforts have been going on in this direction only. We have created various gadgets. We have created different kinds of physical structures. We have moved towards controlling the environment. We are trying to give a different face to what is happening in the so-called natural world. Nature is there to sustain human beings and other ingredients. I would like to use the word the whole creation is organized with the help of some kind of unknown principle. Some people call that principle higher consciousness, or God, or some kind of spiritual existence. It is very important to observe that we as human beings, as psychology says, are not the center of this universe. We have assumed that, and that is the consequence of the ego that we have. It is because of that egoistic tendency that we want to use everything to our benefit. And in this kind of thinking, our happiness lies in satisfying various needs. But as we know, need satisfaction is not enough. And we have a variety of needs. The physiological needs are such that they are of recurring kind. Hunger, thirst, sex, sleep, all these needs are homeostatic in nature and they continue to exist. Then we have social needs. We have needs for self-actualization. And finally, it has also been recognized that growth involves self-transcendence. Unfortunately, our thinking has been more directed towards making physical life more and more satisfied, and that satisfaction is equated with increasing some kind of collection. I'm using the word collection in a broader sense, that we want more and more, and there is no end to that more and more. And if we are engaged in this kind of blind movement towards uncertain goals and keep on collecting thoughts, ideas, actions, objects, that is going to create more and more confusion. Today, all of us have a peculiar problem. The problem is that we have many things to choose. Once we had only 3 kinds of fountain pens and we had to choose out of that. Now you have 100 kinds of instruments to write and you can choose. And right now you have left that also. You have moved to computer where you have a variety of fonts and you can choose out of that. So it's a difficulty of having more. Once in a poverty condition, people were suffering because they had no choice. So the condition of poverty and condition of affluence both contribute to some kind of difficulty, some kind of challenge, and that is what we are experiencing today. Dear friends, it is very crucial to recognize the distinction between want and need. You need certain things. Your life becomes comfortable with that. But if you increase wants, the condition is such that the number of wants increases and there is no limit to that. So this kind of challenge is before us, how to organize our life. The ancient understanding of life and happiness as found in Ayurveda says, Prasannatmendriya Manah Swast. It's a peculiar statement. It says health, that is swastha, implies that you have happiness at the level of sensory experience, mental experience, and at the experience of your spiritual existence. This also resonates very well with the notion that human existence is multi-layered. It is not only the Annamaya Kosh, the bodily sheath, but it moves further through the vital, mental, and ultimately it leads to the level of bliss. So we have Annamaya Kosh, Pranamaya Kosh, then you go to Manomaya Kosh, and then you have finally Anandamaya Kosh. Now, you can identify with any one of these levels. Our nature has been conceptualized quite differently in the Indian context, and that is reflected in the Vedantic wisdom of Sat, Chit, and Ananda. There is existence, there is consciousness, and there is bliss. The difficulty is that we don't understand our nature as composed of these three ingredients. And what is happening is that we seek happiness outside. It's very important to recognize that the objects do not have the capacity to satisfy or to provide bliss or happiness. It is within your thoughts. It is within your understanding which relates to the nature of self. I think it was with this in mind that ancient philosophers in East and West talked about Atmanam Viddhi. You need to think about yourself. Know thyself is the dictum in the Western thought too. Now that invites us to understand our limits, our capacities, our responsibilities, our concerns. And these concerns cannot be isolated. These concerns cannot be related to just one goal. If I refer to the goals in Indian context, which are equally valuable in almost all cultural contexts because they have implications which are universal. The four goals are Purusharthas, bring home the point that Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha are four key goals. Dharma is something which relates to virtuous life. What is right, what is appropriate, what should be done, what is Shreya. Then we have desires. It is very important to note that Indian thought is not something which is called paramarthik or alaukik or something totally indifferent to the material world. No, you need to bother about Kama. But that Kama, the sense of having desires, has to be regulated by Dharma. You need to bother about the third one, Artha. You need to create resources. You have to work. You have to earn. But that should also be governed by virtues. That should be governed by the kind of goal, the central goal that is Dharma. And finally, there is the goal of moksha, salvation or liberation. Many people think that this goal is achieved once a person is dead. I think that is totally nonsense. Moksha is simply detachment. The degree to which a person is free from bondage, from attachments, from mamata, from moha, from lobha. The person is free. You can examine in your own personal life and also in social life what happens to a person who is free from these. Let me very briefly refer to the whole notion of kleshas, because in yoga tradition, the different kleshas or difficulties or afflictions are the key challenges, and yoga is considered to be a remedy to meet those challenges. As all of us are familiar with the first sutra of Yoga Sutra by Maharshi Patanjali, Yoga Chitta Vritti Nirodha. Now, when mental fluctuations are restricted, are governed, are regulated by yourself, then you are within yourself. The second sutra says that once you have done that, that is, you have regulated the fluctuations of mind, then you have the capacity to enjoy life by becoming autolocus, swastha. You are within yourself. So, yoga is the practice which connects to the condition of swastha. That is, you are in yourself, you are autolocus. So, there is no difference in the condition of a yogi and condition of a swastha. A swastha person is one who is yogi. That is what Gita says, yukta hara vihara. That is the need of a person who wants to live a happy and satisfied life. It's very crucial to regulate ourselves at mental level or psychological level, because most of the problems and tensions and conflicts emerge in our mind. And that often occurs because of the connectivity with various objects and attachment feeling that we develop in that context. So that attachment has to be addressed very clearly. The conditioning has to be addressed very effectively. And the condition of swastha or yoga is connection with the world. I don't think that is the meaning. The meaning which has been mentioned in Ayurveda as well as in Bhagavad Gita and in yoga tradition is one. That is balancing. Samatva. Samatvam yoga uchyate. Or if you read Bhagavad Gita or if you read Ayurveda, then you find that samadosha. The word sama is very important. And that means that you have to create a balance. Today's life is more towards extremes. We need to take care of ourselves, our relationship with others, with objects, with desires, and see that there should be some kind of central principle which relates to the well-being of everybody. Sarve bhavantu sukhina is not something at a level of ideal. No, it is the most practical idea. And when you have this notion, then you are performing dharma. When you are doing something with this in mind, that my action is not going to harm anyone. That's dharma. And ahimsa paramo dharma. Ahimsa means coexistence. Ahimsa does not mean non-involvement in violence. No, that is one meaning. But as Mahatma Gandhi mentioned and showed through action, that ahimsa goes beyond mere non-violence. It goes to karuna. It goes to compassion. It goes to love. And that love should be unconditional. Then there is ahimsa. Then you take care of the well-being not only of friends, but also of enemies. That is the meaning of paap se dhrana karo, paap se hate the sin, not sinner. Friends, it is the kind of relationship that we develop with objects and people with the idea of a balance, with the idea of well-being of everybody, with the real being. I think all of us know that Mahatma Gandhi used to sing, Vaishnava Jana to tene kahiye je peer parai jane re. Only those people are actually worshipping God who are helping others, taking care of others, bothering others, bothering about others, not bothering others, sorry. So, and that is also reflected in the idea of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, because the whole sentence is something like this, the whole verse. Udhara Charita Nam tu Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And the first line is, Ayam Nija Paroveti Ganana Lagchetasam. Those people who have mean mentality, have very limited view of life, self-centered, they make a difference between self and other. So what is important is that you need to reduce othering. The other person should be made familiar to yourself. And if you are able to achieve this goal of relating to others, caring others, I think that will pave the way for achievement of happiness. Happiness lies by making others happy. It's not something which relates to one's personal view. I think here is the main point of departure from the Western perspective, which focuses happiness in terms of life satisfaction, that is your judgment about your own personal life, the low negative affect and high positive affect, all of them are referring to individuals' own well-being. Of course, more recent studies in positive psychology are moving in the direction of social well-being also. There are measures for social well-being also, social integration and social acceptance. But I think that should be the primary focus. Our life from the very beginning is dependent on others. We know how secure achievement is important for development. We know from the studies of Harlow and others how love is important for growth. And what is the sense of that? What is the meaning of that? That simply underscores it tells the value of relationship, quality of a relationship. And today's almost all disorders that we find in clinical psychology, the whole list is related to self. Whether you have anxiety or stress or tension or panic or what, not all of them deal with some problem with self-understanding. And if this self is highly individualized, then it is going to create more problems. There is hardcore data that all the Western so-called developed countries are suffering from a lot of mental disorders. A variety of them are there. billions are spent on those medicines which deal with anxiety and stress and tension. The scenario is something which is bothering everybody. And I think it is at that point that people became interested in positive psychology, not merely reducing tension, pain, and anxiety, but doing something which aids quality to life. In fact, even the word positive health has been introduced. So it's not merely the absence of illness. You know, when you feel that you are able to do something, when you are creative, when you are contributing to society, then you are healthy. Friends, at this juncture, it is important to observe ourselves, to recognize our own limits, organize our behavior in such a way that you give space to others. And that space can be created only when you are ready to relate to others. So relationship, and particularly the quality of relationship, is going to matter. And this relationship is very broad. It incorporates other people, and it also goes beyond people, but I think it also goes to nature. If the natural habitat is not preserved, not conserved, if you are not able to provide sufficient attention to trees, what is going to happen? We have already seen what happened in the COVID pandemic when people had to die because there was no oxygen supply. Either the lungs were not able to take, or the oxygen supply was low. So life is certainly something which is primarily relational. It is the interdependence which is important. And Indians made a remarkable observation, and they said, Yat Pinde Tad Brahmande. Whatever is happening at the level of microcosm is also happening at the level of macrocosm. And there is certain degree of continuity. So the 5 elements which constitutes our body, they are present in the environment also, in the objects also. The whole Prakriti is like that. Entire nature is like that. So Sattva, Rajas and Tamas are the attributes of what you eat and who you are. So there should be some kind of, commensurability, relationship. They should go together. Only then, if there is synergy, if you see that connectivity and you see that, well, I am not master of this universe. I think that is the trouble. The ego is the trouble, and we need to take care of that. I still remember the lines of Gandhiji when he says that I have not seen God, and for me, God is truth. Truth is existence. So human beings represent God. And by serving others, seva or service to human beings or humanity is worshipping God. That was his ideal. I would like to conclude by making this observation that human life is a great gift. It's great opportunity. And it has to be respected by giving space to others, by enhancing our capability to relate to others. the positive interventions primarily create change in human emotions, in human strengths, and also in the kind of institutional environment that we encounter. And using these opportunities, we create some kind of empowerment, some kind of psychological immunity is developed, and you become strong. One word which is very important in today's world, in today's scenario, is resilience. That the capacity that we have to deal with difficulties and to grow under difficult conditions, I think that is the crux of the matter. I have seen the various presentations which are given in the seminar and the themes which have been discussed in the seminar, and they point towards the various possibilities, interventions at different levels, small interventions and large interventions. And they try to change. They help us to grow. They help us to empower. I'm sure if concerted effort is made, we can take charge of the situation, and we can, if we are able to come together, join hands to share the burden of others, to help others, and to make some kind of impression on other people that life lies in living relationships, enjoying those relationships. And I think everything is possible. This world can be made better world. I am sure that the kind of developments which are taking place where many countries are looking at creating happiness in it, that's fine. But the important thing is to make change in the minds of people and creating those environments which support the development of those strengths, which are not egocentric, which are open to others. Indian wisdom and Indian tradition has a lot to contribute. It's unfortunate that we have been waiting positive psychology to pay attention to humility, forgiveness, spirituality, love, and happiness. Indian wisdom has been thinking about it since long. Finally, I conclude by using a verse which says that life lies in relating. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karavavai Tejasvinavadhitamastu Ma Vidvushavai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Asato Ma Sadgamaya Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Mritangamaya. I like to express my gratitude to Professor Madhurima Pradhan and his team who have thought about the theme and have also asked me to share some of my thoughts on this occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful thoughts.
फिर शुरू हो गया. Okay, just a minute. ये stop करना पड़ेगा. ये स्टॉप कैसे हुआ? स्टॉप स्क्रीन शेयरिंग वो कर दी थी, स्टॉप स्क्रीन शेयरिंग कर दी थी, अब यहाँ से ले हाँ। सो प्रोफेसर गिरीश्वर मिश्रा जी तो इस समय नहीं है, बट माय heartfelt gratitude to him that despite his busy schedule he could record his message, record his lecture for valedictory speech. Now over to you, Dr. Pooja Sharma.
Yes, that was a wonderful lecture. And now we have come to the overview of the conference, and we have come to the valedictory session. And I'd like to thank all the people who took part. Before we go to the overview part, I'd like to say, I'd like to express my gratitude to all the people who made it so successful and so enriching. मैं शुक्रिया करूं तेरा तो कहाँ तक करूं, मैंने सिर झुकाया कम, तेरे एहसान बहुत हैं। मैं शुक्रिया करूं तेरा तो कहाँ तक करूं, मैंने सिर झुकाया कम, तेरे एहसान बहुत हैं। जिस जिस से पथ पर स्नेह मिला उस राही को धन्यवाद। जिस जिस से पथ पर स्नेह मिला उस राही को धन्यवाद। दो स्नेह शब्द मिल गए, मिली नफ्स फूर्ति, थकावट दूर हुई। दो स्नेह शब्द मिल गए, मिली नफ्स फूर्ति, थकावट दूर हुई। पथ के पहचाने छूट गए पर साथ साथ चल रही याद। पथ के पहचाने छूट गए पर साथ साथ चल रही याद। जिस जिस से पथ पर स्नेह मिला उस राही को धन्यवाद। जिस जिस से पथ पर स्नेह मिला उस राही को धन्यवाद। Now I'd request the convener of the conference and the director of the Happiness Laboratory, Professor Madhurima Pradhan, to please give an overview of the conference. Thank you, ma'am.
So we are already ahead of time. Thank you, Dr. Pooja. And I would share that this conference was yesterday, it was inaugurated by Professor T.S. Paudel, former Minister of Education from Bhutan, who delivered the keynote speech. And he, very briefly, I would like to cover the main point. He said that we have to widen our horizons and believe in the positivity, which is more strong than negativity. And for sustainable happiness, we have to connect with all life forms on Mother Earth, be it humans, be it animals, planets, birds, reptiles, etc. Because microcosm can nurture the macrocosm. And we have to develop a cooperative and inclusive approach, and it shall remain for future generations. We have to be grateful to our ancestors. What we are having today, we should be feeling grateful, and we should avoid the wasteful consumption of resources of our planet Earth, because it will continue. If it continues, it will change our quality of life. And if we want to improve upon, we have to change our vision. We have to widen our vision, and sustainable happiness can be promised if we value humanity in humans. Education is a great power, and unfortunately, consumerism has dominated the scope of sustainable happiness, and the subjects from multidisciplinary nature like philosophy, psychology, fine arts, science can contribute in the mission of sustainable happiness. Regarding the steps which should be followed for sustainable happiness, the most important is to generate the conditions for happiness. And he talked about, give the example of university. Seeing the architecture of Lucknow University, he said that the walkways, the corridors, the classrooms that are there in the university, they are indicators of our happiness index. And they all should convey the message of positivity all around. And the next step is to connect with our culture. And we have to search the North Star. When we are confused, when we are not able to find direction in our lives, we have to find a North Star which can guide us during the turmoil periods and guide us to be bouncing back from turbulent times. And lastly, the conservation of natural environment is also the very important step for sustainable happiness. And for achieving these goals, we have to make collective efforts, because without collective efforts, our dream of sustainable happiness will not be possible. So this was the thrust of keynote speech of our Honorable keynote speaker, Professor T.S. Paudel. And we had 3 symposiums and different 8 paper presenting sessions. Now I would invite Dr. Megha to please summarize what happened in our symposiums, briefly summarize, then Dr. Nagma to summarize the paper presentation session and the winners of each paper presentation session, because we just had to decide the best paper awards also in each paper presentation session. So over to you, Dr. Megha, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Please be summarizing.
I would like to briefly summarize all the symposiums that have been conducted in this particular international conference. Our first symposium was on psychotherapies for sustainable happiness. The chairperson of the symposium was Professor Sam Manikam sir, and the co-chairperson was the Professor Zedi sir. Our first speaker was Sushil Kambrotra sir, who talked about becoming self-realized professional, new age psychotherapies for sustainable happiness. He mentions that happiness lies in the present and now. One moment we are happy, other moment we are not. So to have a static happiness in our lives, he developed a universal phase theory, which he discussed in about how to express the emotions, how to establish this theory, how the quantum mechanisms can be combined with experiments to search for it. Our second speaker for the symposium one was Dr. Aminita Bexton. He talked about overview of positive psychological therapy for enhancing and sustaining happiness. He focused on the various activities and exercises that can help you in being happy. This needs to be done, and he said to practice these activities daily to enhance your understanding about things that you have but are unaware of it. He also addressed that positive psychotherapy uses research to promote well-being and facilitate individuals. He discussed in positive psychotherapy, we need to identify and cultivate the strengths, gratitude and thankfulness, focus on forgiveness, optimism and hope, and give the gift of time. For the first symposium, our third speaker was Mrs. Lynn Cass. She talked about developing emotional integrity and a positive relationship with self through person-centered psychotherapy. Ma'am emphasized on the positive attitude that can help us in changing the perspective of our lives. She said that positive territories have significant health benefits and emphasized on the 2 tools, the existential dimension of personality and functional dimension of personal well-being. She also emphasized that how do psychotherapists help individuals develop their deeply rooted positive self-structure. Our second symposium was on challenges of positive intervention in Indian cultural context for sustainable happiness in society. Our chairperson for the symposium was Professor Manju Agarwal ma'am, and our co-chairperson was Dr. Rakesh Tripathi sir. Our first speaker, E.V. Swaminathan sir, talked about managing challenges through holistic intelligence. He stated that the concept of holistic intelligence includes intelligence quotient, emotional quotient, and spiritual quotient. He said that the spiritual intelligence needs to be taken care of when we are talking about the concept of health. He also discussed about the applications of Raj Yoga meditation and gave the importance of self in terms of form of social source of energy light in the form. Our second speaker, Dr. Josna Agarwal, talks about from positive psychology to Indian psychology. She emphasized that at times either parents don't seek treatment and for some it does not work. This positive psychological intervention works both for prevention and promotion. She elaborated that a good idea to focus on well-being is productivity at work, health and healthcare. She also emphasized that gratitude exercises may be frustrating and difficult at times, and a person may feel like failure. So you need not be forced to do any activity. Rather, a good way to enhance your positivity is not diminish others, rather enhance others. Our third speaker for Symposium 2 was Dr. K. Venkatramanan sir, who talked about the journey in search of sustainable happiness. He emphasized that we always look outside when searching of happiness, which is our major problem. The 3 concerns of the mind was, according to him, comparing, complaining, and criticizing. He also said that any event is not in our hands, but how we are going to respond to the situation is in our control. With this, the third symposium was on creating happy schools, which talks about emerging good practices model for positive mental health of students. The chairperson of Symposium 3 was Dr. N.K. Saxena sir, and the co-chairperson of the symposium was Dr. Krishnadas sir. Our first speaker, Dr. Rashi, talked about health promoting schools. She said she has given ideas on how we can promote well-being, health and happiness in classroom. She said to increase positivity among children and develop healthier and happier people, schools play an important role, and health is an important aspect of development of children and education. She believed that schools are the best place to develop a comprehensive mental health program for children. She also believed that mental health promotion in schools need to be achieved through provision of continuum of intervention programs. Our second speaker, Dr. Jiten Nagpal sir, talked about comprehensive model for the mental health and well-being in the school setting, innovative practices and programs. He discussed the various data on mental health issues given by UNICEF, ICMR, and found that ICMR has stated that with the age group of 0 to 5 years, there were almost 33% of them who were diagnosed as hyperkinetic syndrome. He emphasized that life skills promote mental well-being and competence, and thus needs to be floated in schools. He also discussed about the peer educator model used by CBSE. Our third speaker was Ms. Preeti Garkhel, who talked about roles and responsibilities of stakeholders, which is an inclusive practice. She focused on 3 issues: that why resilience need to be practiced, who are the stakeholders, and what needs to be the path ahead. She said that pandemic has been a struggle for children and families were not ready for such pandemic. Thus, we need to be taught about resilience, the capacity to recover quickly from difficulty and toughness. She also said that resilience in me rather than we. She also discussed about the ecological model given by Professor Durganand Sinha sir and emphasized on the roles that need to be played by parents, schools, and communities. She said that parents should include some family time, family routine, celebrate each milestone of the child, and share responsibility within families. For the schools, she proposed that there needs to be life skills training, building empathy, interpersonal relations, and co-curricular activities. Lastly, she focused that there needs to be community support in tough time, so social bonds should be strong, provide purpose and meaning, and improving living conditions. These were the summary of the 3 symposiums that we had conducted during this conference. Over to you, ma'am. Ma'am, you are mute.
Thank you, Dr. Megha, for summarizing the sessions of symposium. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Nagma Javed to briefly summarize what were there in paper presentation sessions and who were the winners of these paper presentation sessions. Dr. Nagma, yeah, are you there?
Thank you, ma'am. So there were paper presentation sessions were distributed into 4 sessions. And to save time, we also made a parallel session run during that time only. There were total 69 registrations for paper presentations from different parts of India. The first session was conducted on 22nd of October between 2:30 to 4 p.m. And the session was chaired by Dr. Professor Aradhana Shukla and co-chaired by Dr. Sarita Mishra. The session was moderated by Dr. Sindhuja and Pallavi Srivastav. The students in charges were Rakshanda and Adarsh. And the winners of the sessions are Sushmita Subramani, number 2, Rupan Dhillon, and on the 3rd position, Dr. Kirti Madnani and Saksham. The second section was conducted on 22nd October itself, and it was from 4 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. And the session was chaired by Dr. Pramila Tiwari and Dr. P.K. Khatri. The session was moderated by Dr. Kirti Madnani and Vinay. The student in charges were Anshika and Tyasha. The winners of the session are Miss Priyadarshini Pant and Miss Harpreet Kaur. Second position is won by Dr. Priyanka Shukla, and Dr. Akankshi Srivastava is on the 3rd position in the second session. So when we come to the 3rd session, it was also conducted yesterday from 5:30 to 7 p.m. The session was chaired by Professor Radheshyam and co-chaired by, and the moderators were Surabhi and Malvika. The student in charges were Mihir and Pragati. Total 12 papers were presented in this session, and the winners are Ms. Pallavi and Dr. Kritika Rastogi on the first position, Dr. Amish on the second position, Mantasha, Ali, Vinay, and Dr. Megha on the third position. Now, the last session, which was the fourth session, and it was conducted today from 2:30 to 4 p.m. And the session was chaired by Professor H.S. Asthana and co-chaired by Professor Aarti Bakshi. The moderators were Surabhi Srivastava and Dr. Nagma Javed. The student in charges were Neha Yushing and Tanzila Siddiqui. The winners of this session are Vaishali on the first position, Ritika Jathalia on the second position, Watson and Dr. Manini Srivastava on the third position. So all the participants presented their papers in all these two sessions, and the evaluation was done by the chair and the co-chair on the guidelines that we have already discussed with the participants. So these were the winners. I would also like to invite some of the paper presenters for their feedback. Dr. Amish, you are there. Would you like to share your feedback on this?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you, and I'm going to share my feedback regarding the international conference. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Alok Kumar Rai, sir, respected Professor Madhurima Pradhan, ma'am, convener of the particular international conference, Dr. Archana Shukla, ma'am, and other esteemed delegates from our country and also across different countries and dear students. I just want to express my appreciation and congratulate all for organizing such a wonderful international conference. All the symposium and the parallel session were very excellent. We have enjoyed well and learned a lot from them. I heartily thankful to Professor Madhurima Pradhan ma'am and Archana Shukla ma'am and all the individuals who are directly and indirectly involved with the international conference, and also impressed with the commitment and efficiency of organizers for organizing this wonderful and successful international conference. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Amish. Now, Mantasha Ali is in the call. Mantasha, would you like to say something?
Yes, ma'am, I'm present here.
Please switch on your camera so that we can see you also.
So, a very good evening, everyone. My name is Mantasha Ali, and I have been a student of Lucknow University Department of Psychology for 3 years. And all I know about psychology has been through most of the professors and coordinators present here. So I would like to express my gratitude firstly to them, and I would like to congratulate them for the conference, the amazing commendable conference that they prepared for us. And yesterday I presented my very first research paper here. So I would like to thank Mr. Vinay Kumar and Dr. Megha Singh for making that possible for me, and Professor Madhurima Pradhan ma'am and Archana Shukla ma'am and the whole team who worked for this conference. Also, what I learned from these 2 days of the conference was about the positive psychology, the psychotherapies, and the psychotherapies for sustainable happiness and the interventions, and from all the 3 symposium speakers who were present. And today, the invited lecturer, Professor Jared Cass, who talked about his lecture on psychospiritual maturation. So he very well presented the need for what he said for person-centered learning. So I very much believe in whatever he said, and in the end, it was very well summarized by Professor Girishma Mishra. So I would like to just thank all of them for making this conference a huge success, and thank you everyone. That's it.
Vaishali, are you there in the call? Would you like to say something?
Very good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Happy Thinking Laboratory, Lucknow University, and Era University for coming up with this international conference, bringing so many experts from all over the world together. Not only did we get to interact with our fellow researchers through presentations, but I believe that we also got a lot of insight into their researches through presentations and also from the invited speakers all over the world. So I'm very grateful for the same. And the symposiums and presentations, personally for me, they not only answered a lot of my queries, but also they made me become more curious towards doing more researches in positive psychology, and it inculcated a lot of curiosity in me to further explore positive psychology and its interventions to uplift the happiness in society. So thank you so much.
Over to you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay, so now it is over. I think Professor N.K. Saxena sir has left because I was just trying to seek his blessings for this conference. Otherwise, anyone can extend the vote of thanks to formal vote of thanks. Who is going to give?
Ma'am, Dr. Megha was to give the vote of thanks.
Dr. Megha is there?
Yes, ma'am.
You can extend the formal vote of thanks to this program, and only then we'll wind up the session.
Like to thank all the persons who are directly or indirectly related to this particular conference. सबकी बहुत सारी मेहनत है इसके पीछे, चाहे वो स्टूडेंट्स हों, चाहे वो जो है टीचर्स हों, और मैम का स्पेशल थैंक यू प्रोफेसर मधुरिमा प्रधान मैम का, बिकॉज ये उनका आइडिया था और उनकी मेहनत थी कि इस तरीके से ये पूरा प्रोपगेटेड हो के ये इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस हम लोग पूरा कर सके. और I am also thankful to all the organizer or all the student participants who have participated in the conference. I would also like to thank all the speakers who were attached with the symposium, or the chairperson or persons of the various sectors that were related to this international conference. I would a special thanks to all the students, student volunteers who were part of this program and were directly or indirectly helping us in the success of this international conference. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Megha, for extending vote of thanks. And once again, I would like to thank all my resource persons, and Jared is also there. So once again, I would like to thank him for his wonderful session. And whenever we call him, he is there for such a long time. Madam Lenkas is also there. I'm seeing his name. So my lot of thanks, heartfelt thanks to you, sir, for joining the session. And to all my respected teachers, I was overwhelmed that my teachers who taught me in my graduation and PG classes also joined. Professor N.K. Saxena sir and Dr. Nutan Vora ma'am, they also joined the sessions. And I am really overwhelmed to seek their blessings for organizing this conference. And my wonderful team, a big clap. Big clap for my wonderful team. Dr. Nagma, Dr. Archana, Dr. Usha Chaudhary, Dr. Sindhuja Mishra, and my students Surbhi, Vinay, Dr. Megha, Manini, and all the students and the authorities of the university also. Because the registrar, the VC sir, everybody, the finance officer, all my sponsors who just helped me out to publish my seminar because I was short of funds, and they gave me their advertisement so that I could publish the seminar. And last but not the least, I am extending my thanks to ICSSR for their support. And thanks to Nisha Mani Pandey also. He came, and I was overwhelmed that he just physically came for the inaugural session. My heartfelt thank to her. And at ERA University also, who was our collaborators. The ERA University people extended a lot of support for technical support, and all their support for the seminar, the work they did, work day and night in helping us. So without their support, this program could not have been that much successful. So my heartfelt thanks to all of you from the core of my heart. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you once again. Good night and good morning, Jared. Namaskar. So the certificates will be mailed to all the participants, to all the winners on their email IDs within a week, because there is a huge list, so it will take some time to post them, right? So good night.
Good night, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.